This was another thing that I wanted to try. And name of my company, is Sid's Farm. And our elder son's name is Siddharth, right? So one of the things that we looked at, right, when we were looking for good food for our son, at that time he had, a lot of allergies. So we were always looking for good food for him. And we thought, we've looked for, milk again. Where can we get to good milk, right? In the US, you had a lot of options available. In India, we felt like there were not as many options available, right? So we started with that problem statement, right? So, as you're starting your own enterprises, or if you're thinking of starting your own enterprises, the first thing that is the most important thing is a problem statement. A very, very clear problem statement is needed. We researched a little bit, right? Food Safety and Standards Authority of India was doing several surveys. In one of the surveys, some of the data that they compiled, so some of the testing, the data showed that milk is not there at where it needs to be, right, in summary. Right, you occasionally hear about adulteration in milk and food, always reported somewhere or the other. So we said, let's be part of this problem, right? Let us take this problem and offer a solution, right? And that is a clear problem. So we named it Sid's Farm. Siddharth is the name of our elder son. We named it Sid's Farm because it was a promise from a parent to a son saying we'll produce the best possible milk, and that is what we deliver to everybody around us. That is a clear value statement. This is the value. See, today we started with few people, right? Initially it was just me, then probably about 10 people we started the farm. Today we are close to 450 people, right? But each and every one of our people, this is the value, right? Good milk is what we do. If we cannot do that, we'll go out of business, we'll not do this business, but only good milk is what we do. It is a clear thing that is percolated across the entire organization, right? So as I said, I talked about the problem statement. Initially, when you start, right, when you pick a problem and try to solve it, you'll have one solution that you picked out from various sources, right? So our first solution was, okay, we'll start a dairy farm. Okay. And we started the dairy farm not too far from here, right? About actually a few kilometers from here is where we started our first farm. 20 cows, no background, right? I didn't have any background. I didn't know how to select a cow. Right, I was once, talking to a doctor, I was asking him, how do I pick a cow, right? He said, annam chusi konandi annar. Annam etla chusta naakaithe teliyadu at least. But yeah, I took a book, read through it. He said 6 or 7 points. Ee chudandi, ee chuste avanu select chesam. We picked our cows, started our farm here, and start chesam farm. We started our farm. Started producing milk. Our cost of production was anywhere from 25 to 30 rupees a liter. Producing 1 liter of milk those days, about 7 to 8 years before, right? 13 to 15, 26 to 30 rupees was the cost of production. When we went to sell it in the market, all we were getting paid was 13 to 15 rupees a liter. Not even half of what it was costing to produce. Then we realized that, the only way to survive is to sell it direct. Now DTC is a very popular word, right? But back then we did it because we had to survive, right? So let's take it direct to customer and sell it. So every Saturday, Sunday, we got a nice flyer printed. We say we do pure milk. We started distributing some of these flyers. Every Saturday, Sunday, I would sit in an apartment complex, explain about our milk, have people try a little bit of our milk and started to sell it. And to my surprise, people started accepting it. So we started with 20 liters of milk, went to 100 liters, then 300. So that is how, the customer acceptance was there, right? So we felt like see, I think Ravi was talking about proof of concept, right? Proof of concept happened to us, right? And at this stage, as I told you, I was trying to do two things, right? One, I was trying to do something in education, and the second, I was trying to do something in, in agriculture, dairy. So I would take classes. As I was taking classes, I would get a call from a customer saying that Eros pal raledu, re palastara. I would get phone calls. See, I answered all the calls. For the first 4 years of the business, I took every call that the business got, right? So pal gavali, pal oddu. Every call, from 6 to 10 in the morning, we would get phone calls. 6 to 10 at night, we would get phone calls. So then decided you can only do one business properly. Right? So stopped whatever, even though I loved education, I felt like, you can only do one thing right. I stopped stimulus that I was doing and just started doing a lot more of Sid's Farm. See, as I said, the solution was that we were offering was a dairy farm, produce good milk, and deliver it to our customers, right? And we started to scale. One time, we were doing this. We had a professor from Germany who came and visited our farm. He was one of our customers. He visited us. He told us, Kishore, he then became a professor at IIM Ahmedabad. So he asked me to come give a talk on value chain management, right? And how we look at it at Sid's Farm. How many of you know the word value chain? Yep. So then we started writing what is it. See, what were we doing? We were producing milk. We were producing our own milk. Then, I'll tell one more story. I skipped a story. Then we were packing it. We were just hand packing the milk. We were processing and packaging it. Then we were also doing home delivery. When you do home delivery, you also have to attend calls, right? Because if the packet does not get delivered, if a cat has drank from your packet, all of that you still have to address, right? So we were doing all these three things, right? Take a look at any other dairy. They actually only do one or two of them. We were doing all these three things separately. I'll tell a little bit about a story, so it is a little bit more interesting. It is a little bit more exciting, for you guys. So I remember dairy farm. A lot of people told me, don't get into dairy farm. It is one of the toughest fields to do. I didn't listen. I got into it anyways. I thought, kar lenge. I know how to fight, I'll fight. But only when I got into it, I realized, what a fight it was, right? 4 to 5 in the morning, we used to wake up, okay? 5 to 5:30, hand packet milk. 5:30 to 6:30, home deliver it. No chance for error. And in the initial days, we used to sell raw milk. Morning milk, we used to sell in the morning. Evening milk, we used to sell in the evening. So 365 days into 730 days, we used to deliver milk. A lot of accidents, whatnot, right? A lot of nonsense also happens, right? These are all learning things. So as our milk started to grow, 4 became 330, 330 became 3, 3 became 230. At one point, we were waking up at 1:15 in the morning just to make sure customer gets their milk at 6:30. Doesn't matter how great milk you produce, if the milk doesn't reach a customer by 6:30 in the morning, it is no good, right? Because the end thing, you have to deliver to a customer by 6:30. So, right, all along, right, we were maintaining our values really, really strongly. So whenever we needed help, right, we went back to our customers, right? And one of the first things we did, we were selling raw milk. We realized that if you continue to wake up at 1:15 in the morning every day and do it for year on year, both our animals as well as our people will die, right? At that point, we realized, let's start chilling milk. Let's understand a little bit about processing. That is when we invested in a small chilling facility, right, for our milk. I never banked with a banker, so understood a little bit. I was in Narkuda, there is a syndicate bank right here. One day I met the bank manager. I was casually chatting with him. He told me, Kishore, I can offer you a bank loan, right? And that is when, that took almost a year for us. And we bought our own piece of land in Shabad, about 30 kilometers from here, and started putting up a processing facility. So I'll come back to value chain, production of raw milk, then process and package it, then, home deliver it, right? All these three things. So, as we started to understand our value chain, right, we felt like, are we really good at production of raw milk? And when we started to write this question, right, we felt like, the farmers all around us were actually producing milk a lot more efficiently than we are able to, right? But trust is a problem. How do I know that milk is good? Mem chestunnanta varaku, we know it is good milk, right? We will make sure that not a single drop of milk, single drop of water gets into our milk, right? Water is also, concern for people, right? So, wherever our producers, how do you know that is great milk? So that is when we started to understand that testing is important. See, we always used to get this question from customers. Kishore, nuvaithe farm lo eppudu undavu kada 24 hours. No, how can you guarantee me that evaro neelu galapaledani etla? I'll give a small joke, right? One day we got invited to Chirek. We were talking to students there. I asked them this question, right? See, initially we had a lot of hurdles, right? For example, sometimes one day cow gave less milk, but we had a commitment to our customers, right? We had to sell so many liters of milk. What would you do? I asked the students. One of the kids, raised his hand. We never ever did that, right? It never occurred to us also to ever add a drop of water, right? We actually came back to the farm, milked our cow a third time. Probably bichare usko taklif diya, but we milked a cow a third time, got that 1 or 2 liters of milk, and I went back in my car and home delivered again to our customer. But we never ever, did that, right? I've never ever had a drop. So we realized that testing was very, very important. And me, I have, a lot of people asked me, right, you're too padalika, you're doing all this, right? What value are you adding? This is a question I always had. A lot of people, including my parents, you did all this, you studied that, what are you doing? See, education is about, can you problem solve? Can you take any problem and solve it, right? And that is where I think as a company, we figured out solutions to the problems that we needed to solve. And today at SIDS Farm, we do 6,000 tests every day on our milk, right? A lot of people say 6,000 tests, is it even possible? But that is what we do, right? Every 40-liter can of milk that goes through our facility gets tested. We test for urea, sugar, salt, any starch that can get into milk, preservatives like hydrogen peroxide, caustic soda, baking soda, formalin. We look for 5 different classes of antibiotics, steroids, hormones, anything that can get into milk externally, we test for it. Anything that could get into the future, we are already researching it. Why? Because we are paranoid about milk quality, and that is the solution that we said we'll offer to our customers. Our milk packets say no antibiotics, no hormones, and no preservatives, and we deliver that every day. How do I get the confidence to stand here and say that my milk is good? Because we test it. We put that depth into the problem that we are trying to solve, right? And that is the solution statement that we've offered, right? We have a model dairy farm about 25 kilometers from here. You can come visit that farm anytime. See, how do customers trust us? Our milk is 30% more expensive than regular milk. Still, customers are paying for our milk. Why? About 40,000 customers today buy our milk in the city of Hyderabad. Why do they buy it? Because it is not about money. Please remember, a lot of people say, okay, your milk is 120 rupees. Why? Right? The value, it is not about money. It is not about that MRP or 120 rupees. It is about whether are you giving that value to them or not. If you are convinced that you are giving your customer that value, people will pay for it. And the value that we are giving is you don't have to worry about the milk that you drink. Right? For 1,000 rupees more, that is what, if you calculate, if you do the math, right? If you're paying 30 rupees more for our milk, right, into 30 days, it is about 1,000 rupees more. For 1,000 rupees more, which is cost of a meal outside, if you go to a restaurant, it will probably cost you 2,000 rupees. For 1,000 rupees more, your kid can have one product which you don't have to worry about. And that is a clear value prop that we give to our customer. Please remember value, right? When you build your own enterprise, are you giving that value to your end consumer or not? Right? And in our solution statement, the solution statement that we offer to our customers, a model dairy farm where we research, right? We work with close to 1,500 farmers that produce our milk for us, but every 40-liter can of milk gets tested. Right? And every Saturday, since the inception, right, we've been doing this a lot more aggressively now. Every Saturday, farmers can walk into our farm from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. They can see exactly how to milk a cow, right? Walk into the lab, see exactly all the tests that we do, then walk into our processing facility, get an idea of what happens in a milk processing facility, go through our grass growing operations just to get a feel. Kids go on a tractor ride. We give them the entire thing end to end to build this trust with our end consumer. That's one thing they do. I'm trying to see if I've forgotten any things. I've been speaking for some time. I'd love to take any questions and then resume my talk. ఈజీ టాపిక్ గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నా కదా, ఏం క్వశ్చన్స్ లేవా? అందరు పాలు తాగుతారు కదా. ఆర్ యూ గెటింగ్ వాల్యూ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ ద మిల్క్ దట్ యూర్ డ్రింకింగ్? హలో సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, వి రియలీ అప్రిషియేట్ సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ. మీకు ఎప్పుడు టైం ఉన్నా కానీ ప్లీజ్ కమ్ డౌన్ సార్, ప్లీజ్ కమ్ అండ్ విజిట్ ద ఫార్మ్. ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ టూ ఫార్ ఫ్రమ్ హియర్ సార్. See, one thing, we encountered a lot of issues, but we never gave up. Please, yeah.
Sir, you had told you are from IIT Kharagpur. How can you switch it from, actually it is milk, it is from pharmacy type. How can you switch?
Why not? See, this is what I'm posing. One of you have asked a question to Ravi about, sir, how do we get experience? See, today, this is the promise of India today. You take any problem, do it better than the others, right? There's a market for it. You can take any area. It doesn't matter. You can do it better. Today, we are as much a technology company as, I just talked about milk, so it's simple. But we have a team of 10 people who are working on tech. We have a much stronger data science team than most of the other data players in the dairy industry, right? I'll tell you, because you're all engineers, I'll talk a little bit about tech. I think that is something I forgot. Radha Saptami Rosu. How many of you know the festival Radha Saptami? Radha Saptami Rosu, enta paalu extra amudotayo, we already know. Because we look at data very, very closely. దసరాకి ఏమవుతుందో వీ నో, వీ కెన్ ప్రెడిక్ట్, రైట్? నెక్స్ట్ సమ్మర్ హాలిడేస్ కస్టమర్స్ ఊర్లు వెళ్తారు, పాలు బిహేవియర్ ఎట్లా ఉందో వీ కెన్ ప్రెడిక్ట్ త్రూ డేటా, రైట్? See, one beauty about a D2C brand is, the feedback is instantaneous. Customer ki paal baaledante రేపు మార్నింగ్ you'll know, right? So you can learn much faster. తిడతారు, but it is okay if you have the ability to listen, your feedback is instantaneous. Data is there, lot of data is there, right? So I'll talk about our tech journey, okay? See, initially when we started, I used to take all the phone calls, pen and paper, apartment number 1, 14th floor, 105 apartment లో ఒక 2 cow milk వేయాలి, ఒక buffalo milk వేయాలి, ఓకే? ఇట్లా మేనేజ్ చేసేవాళ్ళం. 100 customers దాకా it was okay. Once it started going beyond 100, paper was no longer feasible. Then we said Excel. Excel, we wrote some macros. We started managing it over Excel. But as we hit 1,000 liters, Excel also started breaking down. It was just not manageable. Then, we looked around. We talked to one SaaS company and said, we interviewed a couple of SaaS companies and we onboarded a SaaS company to manage our customer orders, okay? Then we realized that, okay, unless we own tech, right, it is very, very difficult to really get a grasp on data. And we were missing a lot of important pieces of information, right? That is when we started building our own tech. Right now we have our own Android and iOS app, all developed by our team, right? And see, milk delivery is not a simple thing, right? Say, I don't know whether some of you realize what is the difference between Swiggy delivery, all of you heard of Swiggy, and what is the difference between Swiggy delivery and a milk delivery? Can any of you answer? You can probably take a stab. Swiggy delivery ki, pala delivery ki difference enti? Sir, sorry. Timely delivery, correct. But there is fundamentally one tech difference, sir. Swiggy delivery ankondi, you put your address, it captures your lat long, and the person delivers during regular time. So ante, if he does not get your address properly, he can call you and ask you, sir, my address okasari నాకు అర్థం కావట్లేదు, అది వెనకాల చూపిస్తుంది, నాకు కరెక్ట్ అడ్రస్ చెప్తారా అని. You can ask them and find out and go deliver. పాల డెలివరీకి 4 o'clock in the morning you can't call a customer and say, మీ అడ్రస్ దొరకట్లేదు, నాకు రైట్ అడ్రస్ చెప్పండి అని కాల్ చేయలేం. So that is one challenge with milk delivery. So ఏం చేయాలి? And milk delivery happens regularly every day. So you can't call the customer every day and say, సార్ మీ అడ్రస్ దొరకట్లేదు, నాకు మళ్ళీ చెప్పండి అని రోజు కాల్ చేసేప్పుడు కస్టమర్ తిడతారు. రోజు పాలు డెలివరీ చేస్తున్నావు కదా, you are expected to know. Okay? Today we have a team of 450 delivery boys that deliver our milk seamlessly without calling a customer ever. One lat long, automatic route assignment. New customer comes. How do you solve it? Right? When a new customer comes, a route, right? You have a route with lat longs where you draw a circle. So this is the route of this delivery boy. Now a new customer comes in. You take this lat long and drop it. The tech automatically drops saying that, okay, this customer should belong to this route. It automatically adds it to that route. The delivery boy is informed, hey, tomorrow you have a new customer. Without calling the customer, you have to go deliver 4 o'clock in the morning. This is not a complex, this is not a simple assignment. So we have something called a T+1 and a T+2. If this customer belongs to a route that we have already been doing, it gets added to a T+2. He gets delivered the same day, next day in the morning. If it is a new area, then he gets delivered a second day. ఎందుకంటే if you promise a customer you are going to deliver him milk and you don't deliver it, he is not going to be happy. Because పిల్లలకి వెళ్తుంది, పిల్లలు might drink. So there are complex tech problems that you have to solve specifically for milk. Yeah? So there's a lot of tech that we deploy. And yeah, so we have, as I said, we have a team of 10 plus people that are looking at data continuously. There are a lot of queries that we run, to understand the behavior. Entamandi customers వస్తున్నారు, ఎంతమంది వెళ్ళిపోతున్నారు, customer, new onboarding, new customers that are coming in, ఎంతమంది వస్తున్నారు, how many customers are leaving you, what is the retention. So it's easy to, వచ్చిన కస్టమర్ని కాపాడుకోవడం is more easier than కొత్త కస్టమర్ని తీసుకురావడం. So retention is very, very important. Right? These are some things that are important metrics in any D2C business. So any problem, right? See, one, something that we have to solve. See, we encountered a lot of problems in our journey, but every problem, eventually we've been able to convert into an opportunity. Any other questions? It was a great question, so I was able to speak on it. Any other question? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Aniket. So my question is, what is the material used in the packing of the milk?
What is the material used in the
packing? Sir. Is it kind of some eco-friendly or plastic is being used in the packing?
It's one of my favorite questions. I answer this question every Saturday when I talk to my customers.
Because that's really related to the health, sir. So.
Okay. See, I mean, I'll be blunt, okay?
That's okay, sir. That's okay. That's fine.
See, a lot of people talk about, there are two answers for it. Let's take environmental aspect of it first. So we'll talk about, it takes 650 grams of glass to transport 500 ml of milk. It takes 3 grams of plastic to transport 500 ml of milk, which is environmentally friendly. Because your diesel or petrol is nothing but your plastic. You are actually using a lot more crude oil to transport in glass compared to your plastic. So that takes away the ecological part of it or environmental part of it. Let's come to the health part of it. How many of you know what is the difference between a glass and a rubber? In physics, there is a concept called glass transition temperature. Take a rubber ball, right? You bounce it, it bounces. Put it in liquid nitrogen and drop it from the top, it shatters like a glass. Same material, right? If you change the temperature or time, you change it from glass to rubber. So why am I telling you this? Liquid milk, so, okay, glass is something in which there is no molecular motion, right? If you put your milk in glass, the molecules of glass are not interacting with your milk. That is why people consider it safe. When you put it in a plastic pouch, one of the things that could happen is the polymer chains in your plastic can start interacting with your food. That is a concern, right? So but liquid milk is almost always cold filled. When you cold fill milk at 2 degrees, the molecular mobility of your plastic in which you're filling is close to zero, right? So even, I won't say it's zero, but it is close to zero. So any small single monomer chain wiggling out of your plastic and interacting with food is very low when you fill milk at 2 degrees. From a health point of view, today we feel that it is an okay risk to take. See, that is why milk industry en masse has moved from glass to, plastic. I'm not saying it is an ideal solution. Filling it in a plastic is not an ideal solution, but there's a lot of depth to it, right? And I think we should understand that and provide the right solution. Let's not hurry and give a solution that is not great, right? Glass is today not the greatest solution, I would say, right? We should definitely find a solution that is much better, right? We should all strive for it. But, let's not say that because we felt, glass seems good, it is not the right solution. Because both environmentally, it is not great because you're consuming a lot more of it. Yeah.
Sir, actually, I haven't tried your product, but I can feel the confidence in your words.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please do try it, if you can, if you get
Definitely,
a chance.
sir, definitely.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, please.
Sir, the product which you are taking up is not a long run, right? It's a day past when it goes its essence, right? Anytime you have encountered that kind of a loss that because of the milk which has not been sold, amount of loss, or otherwise by any other means, we know the milk is very sensitive. With any other foreign particle, it might just break it out. Anytime that kind of a thing that encountered, and how you have come out of it?
It happens, quite regularly, ma'am, and that is what understanding, the industry is, right? So I have not specifically, talked about, how much time do I have? I have a few minutes. Okay, maybe I'll take a few minutes to, talk about milk itself, ma'am. How, I told you about an example of when we started producing milk, we were getting paid only 13 rupees per liter, right? Our cost of production was 25, 26 rupees. We were getting paid only 13. This is a problem not just we face, but, generally the farmer is also facing, right? And so, this is why milk thickeners get into milk. When I say thickeners, see, the only milk testing machine that is used around the world is an ultrasound machine, right? So ultrasound machine, you put, I think some of you have seen, you put it in the milk, it tells you how much fat, how much solids are there. But it does not know the solids are really milk solids or something else. That is how thickeners get into milk, right? That is how people said, okay, let me add, let me add sugar, let me add salt. That is how starches come in. Second thing, so first, the way we solve it is pay fair price, then test. The next most important thing that we do is chill. One of the most important things in milk is chilling. See, milk is food for us, milk is also food for bacteria. You leave milk outside, bacteria start to attack milk, convert the lactose in milk to lactic acid. Andukane paalu pullaga pagilipothayi antam, right? Because bacteria are converting lactose into lactic. Indians are smart, right? People have figured, okay, lactic acid ayipotundi, paalu pullaga avutunnayi, let me add a base to it. And where are the bases? If you take a Ariel, for example, or surf, any detergent, it has caustic soda or baking soda in it. So caustic soda and baking soda are the common adulterants, preservatives that get into milk. Again, we test for it, right? But milk fundamental ga chaala mandi adugutaru, mee packet meeda 2 to 3 days shelf life istaru, anne brands 1 day istadi, meer emana preservative galputunnara. I say, it is a shame that we are giving 2 to 3 days of life. Paalani time ki chill cheste 7 days kuda paalu pagilipovandi. Time ki chill cheste paalani pindina ventane 1 to 2 hours lo meer pindagalite 7 days shelf life ivvachu without adding anything. That is, see, milk, nature designed milk, right? So it's a magic, right? Nature has put in enough strength into it. But manam, because we are not able to chill it on time, we are losing that life. So there are parameters with which we measure it, right? And how to get it to that 7 days, right? We are not there yet 7 days. We give it 2 to 3 days shelf life. But, eventually the milk has that strength in it. And we have to get there. That is how quality is, we get into it. We monitor a bunch of parameters to get there. Sorry, that was a long answer. Yeah. I think we are good. If there are any questions, I can take them outside. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes.
Sir, how difficult it has been to you? Like, as you mentioned, it was 120 rupees a packet, no sir, liter of milk. Like, what target audience, like what community of people will come under that category? And coming from middle class family, if we look at it on a larger scale, as you mentioned, it might cost extra meal if we go outside, like 1,000 rupees and all. But at a time, if we talk about 120 rupees, it's a big amount for a middle class person. Like, there are many.
Is it? I mean, we are able to convince, right? See, ma paal konukunte, you don't have to buy ghee from outside. You don't have to buy ghee from outside. There is enough venna vastadi. Paalalo etuvanti antibiotic ledu, etuvanti injections levu, etuvanti thickeners levu, etuvanti preservatives levu. Is your health more valuable than that? So and that is what we do, right? If you look at our Insta page, we say we are India's most tested milk. Right? And, our target audience is, people with kids, right? Young parents is what our customer audience. But people, from, all walks of life take our milk.
So just stay back from the felicitation.
Thank you, sir, for taking out your precious time for us and enlightening all of us with your valuable experience. We would like to invite Padmin ma'am onto the stage to present token appreciation for Mr. Kishore Indukuri.
Hey. This is also from your side. I think our team.
Yeah, will.
Thank you, sir. I think I'll send it.
Sure.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Please join me in welcome the dynamic founder of Sitswarm, Mr. Kishore Indukuri, a visionary in the world of entrepreneurship. His journey from a small dairy farm to leading D2C plays in the premium milk space is nothing short of inspirational. Today he is here share his insight on the entrepreneurship and innovation. Let's give a warm welcome to Kishore Indukuri.
So how many of you have heard of Sid's Farm? Any hands? One. Okay. So ours probably is a little easier to understand, because we sell milk, right? As simple as that. And so I'll talk a little bit about, what I've done before. I know in the last session Ravi was talking about his journey essentially. So I'll talk a little bit about my journey as well. So I come from a middle class background, right? Family was never into business. My father was an engineer. I started out as an engineer as well. not even remotely connected to business. I'm telling this, so if some of you are feeling overwhelmed to do a startup, you can start anywhere, anytime. I got into IIT in my second attempt, right? I did not get it in my first attempt, worked hard, got it in my second attempt, studied at IIT Kharagpur, for which I think this year I got the Young Alumnus Award. So I think I got lucky to get that award. Went to Kharagpur, didn't really study hard there, I think once I graduated, I realized maybe thoda pad lena chahiye, right? So I said, okay, I'm going to skip all the nonsense, go to the US, study hard. That's what I did. I got a master's as well as a PhD in polymer science and engineering. After that, worked for Intel for about 6 years. So I was in manufacturing. No, I'm not from an IT background. Worked there for 6 years. But all along in my 6 years, right, I felt something was missing, right? Somehow there's a strong personality mismatch, right, into doing a regular job, right? So I think 3 years into my work, I went to one island, a remote island in Seattle, did a wind turbine workshop. So this workshop, was all about, building a wind turbine from scratch, right? So spent a week there, learned a little bit. Then another week I took a break again, and this time I did a solar energy installation on a home in Arizona. See, what was I doing? I was trying to explore what I liked, right? Somehow I was not getting that kick that I wanted, right? I said, then, first 3 years I was doing, one kind of work at Intel. Last 3 years, I moved into a different role. That job was exciting, right? The job, I think, really helped understand a little bit more about myself, right? So, this job was like this. We would, Intel was building a $250 million facility, and there was a small 25 people team that was, part of this project. So wake up at 7 in the morning, right? Be there by 7:30, and things would go on till late evening, late night, right? But that was the most exciting part of work for me, right? And I think 3 years into that, I got to travel a little bit. I realized that, maybe this is the time to try something on my own. I had a little bit of savings. As I said, again, I'll reemphasize, no business background. So I made a lot of mistakes. So I came back, we came back to India. By that time, we had a son, we had a house in the US. So decided, TK, we will move back. We sold off our house and, started, picked 2 areas. One, education, and the second one was agriculture, as something that I wanted to try. Both of the things, agriculture, something was always close to my heart. And started with growing vegetables, right? And I think, I don't know if Srinivas Reddy Garu is here. At least 5-6 years ago when I connected with him, he was the HOD of mechanical engineering here. He's still here. So another thing that I did was, am I too loud? Am I holding it too close? That's okay. Another thing that I tried to do was education. Education was something that was very close to my heart. So started by doing practical engineering college, practical education in engineering colleges. That was another thing that I wanted to try. And name of my company, is Sid's Farm. And our elder son's name is Siddharth, right? So one of the things that we looked at, right, we were looking for good food for our son. At that time he had, a lot of allergies. So we were always looking for good food for him. And we thought, we've looked for, milk again. Where can we get to good milk, right? In the US, you had a lot of options available. In India, we felt like there were not as many options available, right? So we started with that problem statement, right? So, I mean, as you're starting your own enterprises, or if you're thinking of starting your own enterprises, the first thing that is the most important thing is a problem statement. We researched a little bit, right? I mean, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India was doing several surveys. In one of the surveys, some of the data that they compiled, so some of the testing, the data showed that milk is not there at where it needs to be, right, in summary. Right, you occasionally hear about adulteration in milk and food, always reported somewhere or the other. So we said, let's be part of this problem, right? Let us take this problem and offer a solution, right? And that is a clear problem. So we named it Sid's Farm. Siddharth is the name of our elder son. We named it Sid's Farm because it was a promise from a parent to a son saying we'll produce the best possible milk, and that is what we deliver to everybody around us. That is a clear value statement. This is the value. See, today we started with few people, right? Initially it was just me, then probably about 10 people we started the farm. Today we are close to 450 people, right? Right? But each and every one of our people, this is the value, right? Good milk is what we do. If we cannot do that, we'll go out of business. We'll not do this business, but only good milk is what we do. It is a clear thing that is percolated across the entire organization. Right? So as I said, I talked about the problem statement. Initially, when you start, right, when you pick a problem and try to solve it, you'll have one solution that you picked out from various sources, right? So our first solution was, okay, we'll start a dairy farm. Okay. And we started the dairy farm not too far from here, right? About actually a few kilometers from here is where we started our first farm. 20 cows, no background, right? I didn't have any background. I didn't know how to select a cow, right? I was once, talking to a doctor, I was asking him, how do I pick a cow, right? He said, annam chusi konandi annaru. Annam etla chusta naakaithe teliyadu at least. But yeah, I took a book, read through it. He said 6 or 7 points. Ee chudandi, ee chuste avanu select chesam. And we picked our cows, started our farm here, and start chesam farm. We started our farm, started producing milk. Our cost of production was anywhere from 25 to 30 rupees a liter. Producing 1 liter of milk those days, about 7 to 8 years before, right? 13 to 15, 26 to 30 rupees was the cost of production. When we went to sell it in the market, all we were getting paid was 13 to 15 rupees a liter. Not even half of what it was costing to produce. Then we realized that, the only way to survive is to sell it direct. Now DTC is a very popular word, right? But back then we did it because we had to survive, right? So let's take it direct to customer and sell it. So every Saturday, Sunday, we got a nice flyer printed. We say we do pure milk. We started distributing some of these flyers. Every Saturday, Sunday, I would sit in an apartment complex, explain about our milk, have people try a little bit of our milk, and started to sell it. And to my surprise, people started accepting it. So we started with 20 liters of milk, went to 100 liters, then 300. So that is how, the customer acceptance was there, right? So we felt like the demand. See, I think Ravi was talking about proof of concept, right? Proof of concept happened to us, right? And at this stage, as I told you, I was trying to do 2 things, right? One, I was trying to do something in education, and the second, I was trying to do something in, in agriculture, dairy. So I would take classes. As I was taking classes, I would get a call from a customer saying that Eros pal raledu, re palastara. I would get phone calls. See, I answered all the calls. For the first 4 years of the business, I took every call that the business got, right? So pal gavali, pal oddu. Every call from 6 to 10 in the morning, we would get phone calls. 6 to 10 at night, we would get phone calls. So then decided you can only do one business properly. Right? So stopped whatever, even though I loved education, I felt like, you can only do one thing right. I stopped stimulus that I was doing and just started doing a lot more of Sid's Farm. See, as I said, the solution was that we were offering was a dairy farm, produce good milk, and deliver it to our customers, right? And we started to scale. One time, we were doing this. We had a professor from Germany who came and visited our farm. He was one of our customers. He visited us. He told us, Kishore, he then became a professor at IIM Ahmedabad. So he asked me to come give a talk on value chain management, right? And how we look at it at SIDS Farm. How many of you know the word value chain? So then we started writing what is it. See, what were we doing? We were producing milk. We were producing our own milk. Then, I'll tell one more story. I skipped the story. Then we were packing it. We were just hand packing the milk. We were processing and packaging it. Then we were also doing home delivery. When you do home delivery, you also have to attend calls, right? Because if the packet does not get delivered, if a cat has drank from your packet, all of that you still have to address, right? So we were doing all these three things, right? Take a look at any other dairy. They actually only do one or two of them. We were doing all these three things separately. I'll tell a little bit about a story, so it is a little bit more interesting. It is a little bit more exciting, for you guys. So I remember dairy farm. A lot of people told me, don't get into dairy farm. It is one of the toughest fields to do. I didn't listen. I got into it anyways. I thought, kar lenge. I know how to fight. I'll fight. But only when I got into it, I realized, what a fight it was, right? 4 to 5 in the morning, we used to wake up, okay? 5 to 5:30, hand packet milk. 5:30 to 6:30, home deliver it. No chance for error. And in the initial days, we used to sell raw milk. Morning milk, we used to sell in the morning. Evening milk, we used to sell in the evening. So 365 days into 730 days, we used to deliver milk. Lot of accidents, whatnot, right? Lot of nonsense also happens, right? These are all learning things. So as our milk started to grow, 4 became 3:30, 3:30 became 3, 3 became 2:30. At one point, we were waking up at 1:15 in the morning just to make sure customer gets their milk at 6:30. Doesn't matter how great milk you produce, if the milk doesn't reach a customer by 6:30 in the morning, it is no good, right? Because the end thing, you have to deliver to a customer by 6:30. So, right? All along, right, we were maintaining our values really, really strongly. So whenever we needed help, right, we went back to our customers, right? And one of the first things we did, we were selling raw milk. We realized that if you continue to wake up at 1:15 in the morning every day and do it for year on year, both our animals as well as our people will die, right? At that point, we realized, let's start chilling milk. Let's understand a little bit about processing. That is when we invested in a small chilling facility, right, for our milk. I never banked with a banker, so understood a little bit. I was in Narkuda, there is a syndicate bank right here. One day I met the bank manager. I was casually chatting with him. He told me, Kishore, I can offer you a bank loan. Right? And that is when, that took almost a year for us. And we bought our own piece of land in Shabad, about 30 kilometers from here, and started putting up a processing facility. So I'll come back to value chain, production of raw milk, then process and package it, then, home deliver it, right? All these three things. So, as we started to understand our value chain, right, we felt like, are we really good at production of raw milk? And when we started to write this question, right, we felt like, the farmers all around us were actually producing milk a lot more efficiently than we are able to, right? But trust is a problem. How do I know that milk is good? Mem chestunnanta varaku, we know it is good milk, right? We will make sure that not a single drop of milk, single drop of water gets into our milk, right? Water is also, concern for people, right? So, wherever our produces, how do you know that is great milk? So that is when we started to understand that testing is important. See, we always used to get this question from customers. Kishore, nuvaithe farm lo eppudu undavu kada 24 hours. No, how can you guarantee me that evaro neelu galapaledani etla? I'll give a small joke, right? One day we got invited to Chirek. We were talking to students there. I asked them this question, right? And see, initially we had a lot of hurdles, right? For example, sometimes one day cow gave less milk, but we had a commitment to our customers, right? We had to sell so many liters of milk. What would you do? I asked the students. One of the kids, raised his hand. We never ever did that, right? It never occurred to us also to ever add a drop of water, right? We actually came back to the farm, milked our cow a third time. Probably bichare usko taklif diya, but we milked the cow a third time, got that 1 or 2 liters of milk, and I went back in my car and home delivered again to our customer. But we never ever, did that, right? I've never ever had a drop. So we realized that testing was very, very important. And me, I have, a lot of people asked me, right? You tu padalika, you're doing all this, right? What value are you adding? This is a question I always had. A lot of people, including my parents, you did all this, you studied that. What are you doing? See, education is about, can you problem solve? Can you take any problem and solve it, right? And that is where I think as a company, we figured out solutions to the problems that we needed to solve. And today at Sid's farm, we do 6,000 tests every day on our milk, right? A lot of people say 6,000 tests, is it even possible? But that is what we do, right? Every 40-liter can of milk that goes through our facility gets tested. We test for urea, sugar, salt, any starch that can get into milk, preservatives like hydrogen peroxide, caustic soda, baking soda, formalin. We look for 5 different classes of antibiotics, steroids, hormones, anything that can get into milk externally, we test for it. Anything that could get into the future, we are already researching it. Why? Because we are paranoid about milk quality, and that is the solution that we said we'll offer to our customers. Our milk packets say no antibiotics, no hormones, and no preservatives, and we deliver that every day. How do I get the confidence to stand here and say that my milk is good? Because we test it. We put that depth into the problem that we are trying to solve, right? And that is the solution statement that we've offered, right? We have a model dairy farm about 25 kilometers from here. You can come visit that farm anytime. See, how do customers trust us? Our milk is 30% more expensive than regular milk. Still, customers are paying for our milk. Why? About 40,000 customers today buy our milk in the city of Hyderabad. Why do they buy it? Because it is not about money. Please remember, a lot of people say, okay, your milk is 120 rupees. Why? Right? The value, it is not about money. It is not about that MRP or 120 rupees. It is about whether are you giving that value to them or not. If you are convinced that you are giving your customer that value, people will pay for it. And the value that we are giving is you don't have to worry about the milk that you drink. Right? For 1,000 rupees more, that is what, if you calculate, if you do the math, right? If you're paying 30 rupees more for our milk, right, into 30 days, it is about 1,000 rupees more. For 1,000 rupees more, which is cost of a meal outside, if you go to a restaurant, it will probably cost you 2,000 rupees. For 1,000 rupees more, your kid can have one product which you don't have to worry about. And that is a clear value prop that we give to our customer. Please remember value, right? When you build your own enterprise, are you giving that value to your end consumer or not? Right? And in our solution statement, the solution statement that we offer to our customers, a model dairy farm where we research, right? We work with close to 1,500 farmers that produce our milk for us, but every 40-liter can of milk gets tested. Right? And every Saturday, since the inception, right, we've been doing this a lot more aggressively. Now, every Saturday, farmers can walk into our farm from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. They can see exactly how to milk a cow, right? Walk into the lab, see exactly all the tests that we do, then walk into our processing facility, get an idea of what happens in a milk processing facility, go through our grass growing operations just to get a feel. Kids go on a tractor ride. We give them the entire thing end to end to build this trust with our end consumer.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Thank you, Anupam, for being here. And I think we all seen the kind of effort being put in by the students of IIT Kharagpur, and we hope today's interaction with Anupam would be very fruitful for all the people sitting here and also all the people watching our live telecast on mystartuptv.com and other listeners. Anupam, your journey has been interesting. And I know there are some videos I saw of yours, but there's complete social media blank of yours. We'll be asking about that. Tell us, how did your entrepreneurial journey start, and which was the year you decided that you want to set up and become an entrepreneur, and you want to become an entrepreneur in the edtech sector?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief, right? We can keep it open for them, right? So, to talk briefly about ourselves, for us, three of us, like, an STF is co-founded by three of us, myself, Rahul, who is incidentally alumnus of IIIT Hyderabad, and then Sashank. So three of us used to work together in an incubator based out of Hyderabad previously, right? So during that time, three of us were actively hiring for different roles at the previous company that we were working for. So one thing that was really, surprising, shocking, and whatnot was we felt and found the students are really capable and have the potential. But the question, are they carrying enough skills to come and contribute to the workspace immediately after graduation, was a question to us. So that felt us really surprised, because back then the teams with which we were working were instantly to be from tier 1 institutes, call them IITs and IITs, IIITs, BITS, etc. Right? So I won't say at IIT Kharagpur the education was really fabulous, or I learned everything from my professors or so, but the ecosystem had played a key role, right? I mean, because we have so clubs like this entrepreneurship cell, or beautiful clubs, etc., where we learn from the ecosystem.
And you're also the general secretary of
yeah, I mean, yeah. So I mean, you have beautiful ecosystem over there which helps you to come out with flying colors, right? So, but then if you look at tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 colleges, is it the ecosystem same, or are they coming up with enough skills which can help them get a job right after their graduation, was a question. So that made us really think that this is something that is really big. The students by the age of 21, students are roughly, at least these days, spending at least 20 to 30 lakhs by then, right? I mean, by the time if they're graduating, if they're not having enough skills which can help them to get, a job at least, then it's a serious question on what we are, as an ecosystem, providing them, right? So that's the starting point of our entrepreneurial journey. So three of us, Rahul, I and Sashank, were equally excited when we started this, and it's been 3 years, fabulous journey ever since then.
Yeah, your platform, you have, after recent funding round 8 months back, you call yourself, or you aim to achieve, to become India's largest employability platform. So tell us about this kind of ambition, and what makes you confident that in the next 1 year, is it the target? Your company is going to reach the target, or probably become this largest employability platform of the country.
So probably, thanks Rahul, in his prior interaction, he took a broad demography of the audience here, right? So
this 500 million, 600 million students?
Yeah, I mean, it is. So more than before I talk about that. So I'm assuming everyone in this room is, engineer, or at least completed their, or pursuing their undergraduation. Is my assumption right? Yeah, I mean, that must be the case, right? So if you look at our whole, education journey as such, right? So what are we really putting our all efforts for, right? So at the end, yeah, I mean, handful of us must be really interested in the research that we'll be carrying out after, studies, or some of us might be really interested in entrepreneurship, like Rahul. Since his childhood, he was really interested in business. But significant portion of our Indian student segment are really, we are doing what we are doing for the sake of job, right? I mean, to get a good job at the end of the day. So now, I mean, if you take the whole education sector as such, at the age of 21 or 22, would I really remember what my marks were in mathematics in the 7th grade in my 3rd unit test? Or would I really, care about, do I have enough skills that are required for me to get a good job, right? So, I mean, by employability, we mean we plan to stick to get outcomes for what we are doing, right? I mean, by outcomes, we mean the job is the outcome. So we are working on a thin line of fire where we are making students say that, you do this is what companies are looking for right now. So we are actively in touch with 3,000 companies or 4,000 companies or so. This is what they're looking for right now. This is the gap that is present in academia industry gap. So this is what let's plug in, and this is what you need to study so that clear this, and you will be in a position where you will get a job at least, right? So by employability university, we mean that. So now what makes us confident is, this is an interesting bit which I want to clear the air for a lot of the people. So right now, our biggest problem in our journey is not to make students get the job. I mean, I'll factually speak this. Right now, the number of opportunities that companies are looking to offer to the students are far higher than the number of students who are studying on our platform. That's the irony right now today, right? I mean, there must be assumptions that, 9 months back from here, we all heard the stories of mass layoffs in Google, Accenture, Amazon, Microsoft, everything, everywhere page number 1 is filled with such kind of stories. But the brutal, reality is, I can't take absolute numbers, but I'll take in percentages. If we are getting 100 offers from companies saying that, I want to hire for 100 roles, we were able to provide only 20 students as on today. So that's what our confidence is, that we can become largest employability university, because companies are in dire need of the talent that they want to hire for and they want to solve the problems for, and they're ready to shell out huge, go above and beyond as well. I'll just give an example. So I'm assuming everyone in this room knows about Bharat Pay, right? I mean, Bharat Pay. So exactly 15 months back, there was an incident where Bharat Pay was offering, every software developers whom they hire, a BMW bike, World Cup tickets to Dubai. Back then, 2021 World Cup was happening in Dubai. So tickets to and fro tickets to Dubai, and an iPad. So why are they offering? Because there is such shortage of talent. To attract talent, really talented, skillful people, they had to go above and beyond to do that. So these are kind of cases which makes us feel that there is, even today, this happened to me last month, right? So one of my alums of IT Karpan was like, decade senior to me, came to me saying that he has company in Dubai, IT-based company. So he wants to hire 24 developers. So he came to me and said that, I want to hire. But I told him, sorry, right now we have to keep on waitlist, because the opportunities are so many high that I can't provide enough number of students who are graduating out to you. Then he requested me, why don't you put me on waitlist number 1, because we share the same, alma mater. So that was the kind of situation we are in right now as a society. That's what makes us believe that, we can...
That's nepotism. Yeah, continue.
Not nepotism, but familiarity, whatever you call. That's how the society evolves, right? Yeah. So that's what makes us, believe that there is very huge void in this space that needs to be filled, and collectively it's responsibility of not just, us, but bunch of players. There is a requirement for us all together collectively to help Indian youth coming out from the colleges to make them employable, right? I mean, second order effect, what we see is, if we don't make them really, skillful to become employable, right? So all the chaos in society starts from there, because age of 20 to 23 is where you have like that, energetic blood. So they're really, agitated with society or education system, and that leads to all the disturbing elements in the society as well. So this is the second order effect that we are really worried about, not just, the straight line that we're looking at.
Admirable. But the premise of Indian youth, especially engineers, not being really up to the mark in terms of what the corporates want or what the market really wants, is a well-known factor. It's a well-known factor. Where does Nextwave, your company, without a E, where does Nextwave make that kind of shift from the kind of trainings we have across the world? We have Amir Pate here, right next door. So is Nextwave trying to create a kind of a larger scope Amir Pate in Nanakramgoda? Is that what you're attempting? How?
Okay, how many in this room have tried to apply for, JEE or IIT or any other competitive exam? At least, tried thinking of attempting. Okay, I can see, half a dozen hands, right? So, I come from that background, I come from that factory where, we were put as students, came out as, those kind of, with IIT ranks, right? So, I'll ask in this way, right? I mean, if we are in such kind of, IIT preparatory course, and say, for example, this year MHRD announces that IIT syllabus is changing. So would the Chaitanya, Narayana, Akash, Fidji, Bansal, etc., whatnot of the world, would they change their syllabus or not immediately, the next day, right? So that's a no-brainer.
They would change, yes.
So now, when was the last time the curriculum was changed in tier 3, tier 4 colleges? Because, even the administrators want to do that. right? I mean, no college wants to say that, I don't want to give placement, but they have their own practical constraints. So we have beautiful colleges, Andhra, Telangana together are owning like around 800 colleges, right? So whenever we talk to administration in the college as well, they are like equally excited to bring some change in the society. But when was the last time curriculum was changed, right? So probably decade or decade and a half back. So, okay, decade back, do we have all this digital first transaction? No. So do we have all this digital first, whatever we're doing now? No. So industry is evolving at rapid pace. So now whatever the student has to learn, is that aligned with what industry is really required, right? I mean, so that's what now we call it as, the focus is always on reverse engineered curriculum. When we mean reverse engineered curriculum, look at what companies really want. So, I mean, last 8 months, there has been huge buzz on what? GPT, right? I mean, everyone, no matter whether they are tech savvy
GPT,
or not.
AI, automation.
GPT, AI, etc. So, they are really worried whether the skills that we are teaching to the students will be really, valid or not. Then we hit on the ground. Personally, three of us, like all three co-founders of us, like went, hit on ground and spoken to MNC CEOs and the talent acquisition heads, engineering managers, etc. What their hiring requirement is going to change. There are certain notes and inputs that we got, and we were able to change it within the short span of time.
So was this interaction with the recruiters in constant level interaction? Does it continue so that you keep on getting?
So it's not an event based;
Yeah.
it's an continuous. So we have a it's like it's not like once in 6 months or once in 3 months. It's on daily basis. So you have companies coming in to hire your students. You understand what the requirement is, what they're trying to or expecting from the students. Is the curriculum aligned for that or not? And keep on iteratively changing it. So it's not event based, like we do it once in a year, once in 6 months. It's continuously iteratively feedback mechanism that is kicking in.
So Anupam, I have in Next Wave's basic idea of getting students to come to a platform is that you have a large number of testimonials coming from students. Very few of their online presence actually has either Anupam or any of the two co-founders speaking. Is this method of getting in students to come to a platform a very studied method, because there's absolutely huge number of testimonials on your platform?
So, I mean, I see when Rahul was interacting earlier.
Probably explain the kind of testimonials.
Yes, I'll come to that. See, I mean, what we strongly believed in is India is a place where probably, having a brand ambassador like Kohli or Salman Kaur or Hrithik Roshan, more than that, what my neighbor or benchmate is saying is much more important to me than what Virat Kohli and Salman Khan are saying to me, right? So say, for example, all of us are sitting in a classroom, right? So, I mean, for time being, let's forget all our, age difference, etc., and assume we are all sitting in the same classroom. I'll take the example of what happened in our case, and I definitely believe this is going to be helpful for every entrepreneur, budding entrepreneur sitting in this room. Say, for example, we are all sitting in the same engineering classroom, and all of us are like, happy, chill buddies, where we go to first day, first show on Friday, bunk the classes, mass bunk, plan, holiday trips, etc., everything, right? And all of us are like, really close buddies. Say, for example, tomorrow, all of a sudden, Sunil comes to me and shows me his mobile and says that, hey dude, like I built exact clone of Swiggy, which looks like exactly Swiggy, but built by me, or exactly clone of YouTube, which is completely built by me. So what will be the reaction of this complete room that is here? I would say nothing less than wow, right? Because all of us are sitting in this classroom, all of us, are like chilling, just one night batting before exams. That's typically what we do in undergraduation days, right? Tomorrow Sunil comes and shows me that he has built an YouTube clone, which has like absolutely, you can't even differentiate between whether it's YouTube or Sunil's YouTube, right? So then obviously next question from all of us is, dude, you're like all of us sitting in the same classroom, sitting on the same bench, listening to the same class, bunking the classes, chilling, enjoying, everything is same, but how come all of a sudden you build that? Your answer will be obviously next year, if you're a student of next year, right? So then the kind of impact that it creates in the...
So articulate in terms of expressing the kind of advantages which your platform is giving them. So how do you recalibrate the kind of responses you're getting before you put it on the platform?
Again, this is just continuation of my previous answer, right? So, I mean, just imagine a student for 21 years or after spending like, 10, 15, 20 lakhs or whatever throughout his education, etc., is coding for the first time and looking at an output for the first time. So we've seen the students where we hear their happy, look at their happy tears immediately after getting the job, right? Because, I mean, just imagine situation of a 20 to 23-year-old guy who graduated, who's not having job. Can he attend family functions peacefully? Definitely no. right? I mean, everyone will be like, what are you up to? What are you doing these days, right? So, though they know the answer, they want to poke at you. Unfortunate, I mean, that's the irony, right? Can they really face their parents happily? No, because they have that guilt that my mom and dad has spent, so much on me that I'm not having this. So now, in such a situation, there is some savior who's coming to you and helping you right from, learn from scratch and teaching you in your own mother tongue, right? I mean, again, when we say that we are helping tier 3, tier 4 students, we can't keep our pedagogy and learning in English. So when it's going in vernacular, teaching them in Telugu and they're getting a job, so something that's like, you can't even, so that's what keeps us pumped. I mean, this is going to be common for every industry. The moment you help your customer, the kind of, if you're solving the problem, the kind of happiness they are going to have is, that can't be quantified. So now all it needs is just, capture the raw emotions, which unfiltered candid emotions, which makes the viewer understand that, they can correlate, right? I mean, again, when I say that testimonials play an important role. I mean, that's in fact like
was it a model which you saw elsewhere before you implemented it for customer acquisition?
More than that, again, the talking to students is what made us believe this. Talking to more and more students, right? I mean, again, I'll give one example. So, say for example, Sundar Pichai is an Indian, right? So he's from Tamil Nadu. So if I go to Tamil Nadu student and say that, if you study well, you can become Sundar Pichai, it's unrelatable to him. He can't even relate with that guy because Sundar Pichai has gone to IIT Kharagpur and post that I think he has gone to GSB or Stanford or Wharton somewhere, right?
He's been to Kharagpur, yeah.
Kharagpur post that he has gone to Wharton or somewhere in US as well, right? So now, as a student from tier 3, tier 4, definitely can't correlate to him. But I can correlate to someone who is similar to me with similar background, similar stuff, similar problems having, similar, academic, not a prodigy, academic background, like similar grades, etc. Right. If that guy is able to do that, then this platform is going to be helpful to me. Right. So this is going to be common for every startup. So if we can talk in the language of what their our customer base is, and if they can correlate that, if that guy got benefited, then I can definitely get benefited through this.
Right. So when you decided to acquire customers, how did you scale up the model, and what's the kind of future? Because you have acquired a certain set of students who you promise, you give the courses, you also offer employment. What's the next step in this? What's the scaling up going to happen, and in what phases?
So, I mean, there are like few sectors in India which I believe are like really fortunate, like edtech, health tech, fitness tech. These are the domains that I feel. Say for example, how many in this room knows Healthify Me, Cult Fitness, or these kind of startups? Healthify Me, I mean, we keep seeing the ads, right? So, I mean, these are the domains where you deliver the outcome, you need not do any marketing. I want to do show off. If I'm a student, if I got the job, I want to go to everyone in this room and tell that I got a job, right? I mean, I don't want to sit silent, because when I didn't have a job, everyone in this room got to me and poke me that, don't you have job, don't you go have job, right? Now, it's my, right, or my, whatever, I want to go to every single person in this room and say that though they don't ask me that, I got a job, right? Tomorrow I'm going to host a party, why don't you come there, right? So now the obvious next question from everyone in this room is, how have you gotten the job? The answer is going to be next wave. Similarly, just imagine Healthify Me, a guy with obese, like having 120 kgs of weight, is coming down to, say for example, 90 kgs of weight in, say, 9 months. Okay. So everyone is going to ask, or that guy is going to go,
but how is Next Wave implementing this idea? Like you are...
I mean, we need not implement, right? I mean, so, okay. I mean, there are two parts. So, a student, if you deliver the outcome, the student is not going to sit silent. And the parents are not going to sit silent in the first place. So, say for example, my dad, who is in the age of 50 or 55, if I got a job and not having job for last 2-3 years, if I got a job now, my dad would be more than happy to put it in spam all family groups saying that, Anupam has gotten a job now. Just imagine tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 guy. Who face that kind of pressure from society, relatives and everyone.
But Anupam, would this be a challenge to tell your students to pitch in your company name when they advertise?
That's the derivative of loyalty, right? I mean, so see, I mean, just
okay, now the important question is, how do you build this kind of a loyalty with the students? Because obviously they're not sitting in front of you. Yours is essentially an online classes mainly. Right. So they're not sitting in front of you. How do you build this kind of loyalty so that these students can go back home and say that I learned it from Next Wave?
Again, whatever I'm going to say, I think it's applicable for across industries, not just for Next Wave or a tech as such, right? So, see, any user or customer coming to you means they must have tried or burned their hands with at least 3 or other 4 similar players, or someone who's providing similar value proposition. They have done their college, probably they must have tried something else. They have tried campus placements or offer interest, etc., etc. So now they have seen darkness to appreciate the light. That's a simple thing. So in order to build the loyalty, what we felt was just give the right value proposition to the user, because if a user is coming to you, which means they have spent 3-4 other places. Again, going back to the same previous example, Healthify Me. Before I take up the Healthify Me subscription, I must have definitely met, or I must have tried to hit the gym prior, or I must have tried to wake up myself every day morning 5:30 a.m. or 6 a.m. and jog, lift weights, etc., whatnot, right? I must have tried 3 or 4 things which couldn't give me results, and now I am looking at Healthify Me. The reason why I'm referring to Healthify Me is because we continuously draw inspiration from, not from edtech, we draw inspiration from fitness tech and health tech.
But Anubhav, there's this interesting aspect in this format in which you're approaching. One is the customer loyalty part, but also you need people, trained people, who when they're facing students, your customers, they're trained to say things and trained to deliver your message. So what's the kind of training you inculcate in the people who are facing the students or the customer client facing executives?
Again, one thing we understood is no matter how much you say in phone call, it's the trust that's going to win the customer. So now again, trust. Say for example, a student is coming to you saying that, sir, I'm a mechanical student, graduate in 2019 with 3 years or 4 years of career gap, and I didn't have any prior experience. Would I get a job? You have to say nothing. Just provide 20-30 video testimonials of students who have gotten, similar, from similar background, have gotten a job. That is enough, right? I mean, okay, so there is Anupam, who is mechanical graduate, 2019, 4 years gap, he got a job. There is Sunil, mechanical, 2018, who has 5 years of career gap, has gotten a job. There is someone else who has 6 years of career gap, gotten a job. So now, okay, so there are 20 people or 30 people like me, exactly like same academic track record, same, tier of college, exactly same, all the variables are same. Now, if they have gotten a job, then there is something that, I can also get a job. So that's what is going to play a key role. And I feel no matter how much pushy or, how much attempt that we make, it's impossible to gain the trust of the customer unless we feel, yes, I mean, there can be some results. But one thing we understood in working in, India, I mean, the reason why I'm talking India is prior to starting up Nestwave, I was majorly part of, US and Middle East market. It is highly trust game. No, whatever industry you are, you need to gain trust of customer in order to, turn them as your paid customers. In order to gain the trust, probably, brand ambassador, etc., can help to a certain level. Okay. But your existing customers who got benefited from you are your walking, talking brand ambassadors. Okay. Nothing can beat that.
Yeah, Anupam, as an entrepreneur, what will be advice to youngsters? You started your company in 2020, and okay, what will be your advice to youngsters sitting out there who would want to start their own company? What kind of path they have to start on? What kind of mentors they have to approach? What kind of funding they have to? So what has been your journey and what kind of advice? So these are the two parts we'll probably try to conclude.
So I'll try to keep it, probably it may go a little philosophical as well. I'm just giving heads up, right? So probably, my generation of entrepreneurs, I'm talking about majorly, my generation and current generation of entrepreneurs, somewhere to us, everything has been commoditized or readily available. Like what I mean by commoditized is you have a really good idea and you have really good, oratory skills and, analytical skills, you can get funding. That's not a really difficult thing today because, there are like bunch of,
So good presentation skills is something.
I mean, good storytelling skills. I mean, there are a bunch of HNIs out there in India and, capital is commoditized. And hiring people to a certain extent that is commoditized. Everything is commoditized. So, everything is so easily approachable these days that, you can start your own company just like, how you go to Domino's and say that, I want, veg loaded pizza. As simple as that these days. By simple I mean doing the base work, right? But to have sustainable and, which we can, to drive towards the right path, one thing that I feel is somewhere because of all this have become so accessible, thought process has become so much narrowed down that we are picking only low hanging fruits. By I mean low hanging fruits. If I want to drive customer acquisition, let me go onto Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc. Let me do digital marketing. I'll get some leads that will give me the customers. So Anupam can do that, Sunil can do that, everyone in this room sitting in this room can do that, or they can hire people or agency and can do that. But what different am I doing so that this is the secret recipe of Nestwave or Anupam's, so that this is going to help me get customers at a different level. So something which is not obvious, which is not low hanging fruit, should be identified in every aspect. That could be it product, be it your customer acquisition style, be it your hiring. So I'll come to an example where during our hiring time we started in 2020 October, we went to hire into the market to build our team. So 2021 around July August times. So if you guys remember, 2021 was period where you wake up, you hear to a story of new unicorn, right? I mean, there was one day where at 8 a.m. there was 91st unicorn, at 12 noon there is 92nd unicorn, 6 p.m. there is 93rd unicorn, 9 p.m.
investors, what kind of skills he needs to have in his final years, for example, or also the question of feedback. Everybody has an idea, but how do you ensure that the idea you have has the right feedback so that you solidify the idea and you make it more concrete and you're more confident of the idea? So what is the internal mechanism or external mechanism for this?
Like, there are two parts. One, validating the idea. Second part is approaching the investors, right? So validating the idea, I feel, no day idea is going to be perfect. So again, product market fit and all these things are like, it's a journey rather than like Rahul was mentioning prior here of one school. So it's a journey rather than, a single destination, right? So at certain point, you continuously keep iterating, you understand that, okay, so this is my value prop is going to be helpful to customers. So now a customer is paying me for this value prop, right? So that's probably first part. Second part, I mean, the next panel discussion, which is about investment and other things, they can also answer it much better. So see, investors also wants to invest, right? I mean, the capital which is sitting in their bank account, they don't want to keep it at the fixed deposit of 5%, 6% returns, which is giving.
But
right?
how does it come to the person who has this brilliant idea?
Yes. So even investors are in search of really good people where they can put their money in, right? So, I mean, when we started our fundraising journey, I mean, one thing we were surprised is, we didn't know that people would reply to your cold mail. We were surprised to know that. I mean, we started our journey there, right? So every investor wants to invest given the confidence.
How many cold mails did you?
So I mean, almost 100% hit rate it was. Like almost every cold mail we've sent, there was a response from the big shots we hear in the industry of investors to the angels, etc. Everyone.
That's heartening.
Right. I mean, coming to the same topic again. So investors want to invest their capital because they don't want to get just that 5-6% returns from FD or whatever they're getting from the bank by putting it in the bank account, right? So they want to invest in startups so that they can get multiplied returns. So now there is a lot of clutter out there, right? I mean, there are like probably 1,000 mails that an investor is going to receive, etc. So now how we can keep it there are two simple ways I feel. One, having a referral. So, say for example, I know 10 investors. If someone is approaching me and if I'm really convinced, I would put a word to, investor A, B, C saying that, hey dude, like, I know this guy who has built really fabulous startup. I think it's worth, your attention. So that's one thing. Second thing, if you're going to do, cold email or you're going to have it networking events or etc., it's important to have 2-3 metrics or 2-3 lines which definitely grabs their attention, saying that, these are the 3 things that we achieved so far, and these 3 things is what we are looking next. So if these 2 things can grab their attention, because I believe investors would receive at least 10 to 50 to 100 to 500 emails in a given day. But how quickly we can grab their attention and make them feel that this is worth my time, right? So again, investors would evaluate probably 100 startups and invest in one. But how we can filter into that 100 is the next big thing.
Time seems to be running out as usual. So any final thoughts on wisdom you want to share with people here, budding entrepreneurs?
So, one thing that really helped us...
and we all should take note of what Anupam is saying because he's rarely seen and heard. So let's hang on to his...
So, see, I mean, one thing that we understood after starting Nestwave is it's important to, think beyond what's so obvious in every decision that we want to make. Right? As said, if you want to do acquisition, there might be 2-3 quick ideas that you get, let me go and advertise on Google, let me go and put up a hoarding near, whatever near the highway or etc. or whatever it is. Hit pause, think again, think about alternate ways with which you can do, so that that can act as your secretary. I know, whatever, like, think just beyond obvious, right? I mean, when we sit for, our own internal ideation session, our brainstorming for everyone, first 1 minute ideas that we get are like, which are so obvious to everyone, right? I mean, that's the common thing which all of us get. Hit pause, just take little more time, think about, what, something that's not so obvious that I can do, so that that can help as my, competitive, you call it competitive advantage, call it secret recipe, call it moat, whatever, right? So that is something that is, which helped us to pick something that is not so obvious, not so low hanging, pick something that is eventually go and act as your competitive advantage. That's what, the biggest thing that I can share to anyone.
Thank you, Anupam. On behalf of everyone, thank you. Think beyond
pleasure.
obvious
My
is
pleasure.
something I will definitely learn.
Hi Anupam, I would like to know the first initial journey, because it's an online journey, right, that you started with. How did you meet the first customers and then crack that 0 to 1?
So it was during COVID, so no chance to meet them in person. So lockdowns, etc. were there, right? So see, one thing we've done was, like, we, even before the product started shipping out, we started building, WhatsApp communities. So believe me or not, at certain point, we were having 2 lakh people in our WhatsApp groups in 3,000, spread across 3,000 WhatsApp groups. So we were just building on, community by sharing, simple, I think everyone in this room knows news in shorts, right? In shorts, where we just swipe to read the news.
Yeah.
So such small nuggets of tech stuff we were providing to every student. So students were like, chalo, let me get added to the WhatsApp, this is what's wrong. They are providing something insightful every day. I mean, if you guys know FinShots, similar to FinShots, right? So that way we had like large pool of community back then. So then we started shipping out our products slowly. Then, few people join, few people don't join any day. So for us, even today, one thing that we really, give lot of importance is, any given day, out of 100, people who are approaching you, there will be people who are not opting for your product will be far more than the number of people opting for your product. That's the, nature's law, right? I mean, the majority will be the number of people who are not opting for your product. It's important to learn from each and every one of them why they are not, opting for your product. And again, if you just ask this question outrightly, they won't answer, right?
Correct.
So we used to do anonymous user calls saying that, I want to keep it off record, but fine. So we call the users and, talk as if, I am also a student who is willing to join NestWave. What is his recommendation, or his or her recommendation, whether they would ask me, allow me to join NestWave or not. So they would say, bro, it's fine to join NestWave, but, there are these 2-3 concerns that I have. That's why I didn't join, right? So had I called him like NestWave's representative, probably they wouldn't have told me this, right? So try to get as much candid feedback as possible. And sometimes here, we'll get into bias where we don't want to hear some stuff which we are not really happy or comfortable with. But let's be brutal and honest, harsh against ourselves to take the feedback. So nudge them, poke them, and take anonymous feedback as much as possible, so that which helps you to give, right things, what is making user to not opt for your product, right? And this is going to be eternal forever.
Okay, thank you. Got it. And one other question followed with that. Basically, we are looking at a larger vision. Okay, let's talk about the big problem that we want to solve. But today, that problem everyone knows, but no one want to act. Okay, now for us, taking that into the market is a big challenge, because it's a vision which everyone want to talk about or even think through, but no one want to act for. So how do you think we should plan out such things?
See, by chance, do you know Skyroot, which is Hyderabad-based startup again, right? I mean, Skyroot is into space technology.
Aerospace technology, the first rocket launch.
Yeah, first private rocket launched, apart from, so I think all of us since our childhood, we have aspirations of becoming astronaut or something like that, right? I mean, looking at the cool stuff that they wear and the rockets they travel, etc. So all of us had that cool thing. But I think they were in the same position that you were. I mean, there are tons of startups like this, right, which are in the same position that everyone feels that, this is really good to have thing, but no one wants to take that bold step ahead, right? So I think it boils down to a couple of things. So one, how strong is our conviction in solving that problem which no one has solved for? How well we can, instill confidence in someone who is listening to me that, yes, there is a path to this, there is a distance. Say, for example, from here I want to go to Mumbai on road, right? So if I say that, I don't know how to go to Mumbai, no one will trust and join in my car. So I need to say that, from here to, I need to go till point A, point B, point C, from there I need to take this highway, then I need to, clear this toll gate, then I'll get into Bombay. So if I can tell them that, stepwise sequence, then they'll have the confidence to get onto my car if I have to go to Bombay, right? So similar thing is in my startup journey. Be it investor, be it team member, be it, anyone, you have a destination in your mind. So all it takes is how well we can instill confidence in them that, dude, this is the path, this is how I'm strongly confident about going, and why am I capable of doing this? Right. So if I want to have someone in my car, and if I tell them that this is the first time I'm driving my car, no one would come in, right? True. So I need to show them that, I have the, capability to drive the car for 10 hours, 12 hours, 14 hours non-stop if we have to go there. And my prior track record shows that, I can do this. Right. So two things. One, the destination is clear, the path is clear. And two, to drive that path, I'm the capable person to drive that path. So these two things, if you can instill, even if it is like, untaken path or untaken roads, people will be really happy to explore that. That's what I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're trying the first path in this the two segments, right? The first segment, who is the captain and riding the ship, and then second is the path that you are choosing. I think we might need some discussion, further support and all of that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I guess that wraps the session up. Thank you very much, sir. It was very great, and I could really relate to the KGP parts that you mentioned. That was really great. And now I would like to welcome...
special shout out to yourself, Vedashree and team. So I know how difficult it is to manage academics as well as... I don't think it's holiday time right now, right? I think Durga Puja vacation is over and you guys are back to college.
Ends today.
Yeah, ends today. So I know how difficult it is. By your faces, going by faces, I guess you guys had night outs.
They look extremely hassle faces.
Yeah, hassle faces. So
still working hard.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have an exciting fireside chat coming up with two distinguished individuals in the entrepreneurial world. Joining us today is Mr. Ravi Kabra, the co-founder of Skippy, a groundbreaking startup, and moderating this engaging conversation is none other than Mr. Ganesh, founder of Gen Speaks. Ravi Kabra's innovative journey and Ganesh's insightful expertise are sure to make this fireside chat a valuable learning experience. Stay tuned for an enriching conversation that promises to spark new ideas and inspire budding entrepreneurs. So I would kindly request them to come onto the stage for the session.
So before we start this session, I would like to congratulate the team of EAD 2023 for conducting this massive event across the whole of India and for their effort to bring together the titans of the Indian entrepreneurship scene. So a big round of applause, guys. And also, I would like to thank Manasa, Arjun, Mr. Vamshi Kurapati as well, who is not here, for giving me this opportunity and this space to sit over here and interact with such huge enigmas in the entrepreneurship field right now. So thank you for that. And so the time has finally come. We are having the fireside chat with Mr. Ravi Kabra, the co-founder of Skippy Ice Pops, and I guess the only co-founder to bring in all the 5 sharks to invest in his startup. So a very big round of applause, guys. Yeah. So, sir, before I got on the main stage yesterday, I was talking to Mr. Bharat, your team member, and then I asked him a question. What is that one quality that defines Mr. Kabra as an individual? And he answered with the word saying perseverance. And from all the interviews and podcasts that I've been through, I've understood that, you have this quality of being very cool, very composed, and I feel that you know how to handle yourself under pressure. So from where did you get that quality? And also, is this an unlabeled benefit of Skippy Ice Pops?
I guess so. But yes, I think for every entrepreneur, perseverance is the only word which will keep you driving. It's very important to understand that life of an entrepreneur is not going to be as easy as it seems all the time. There's going to be ups and there's going to be downs. And when you're on the top, you'll find everything is working great for you. you touch the sand and it turns out to be gold. But when you're on downside of your business, when things are not going great, even in your personal life or in your professional life, perseverance is the only thing that I could probably think of. Because you got to keep pushing yourself. There will be at times that will break you down completely. You will feel like you want to sit down and just think about winding up, crying, or even you're under so much of pressure that you will probably even think about giving up. Unless and until you are very persevering in terms of ki nahi karna hai, it is going to be a very hard journey for anybody. And I think that is what drives me as an entrepreneur. I know as every brand will have a good time and a bad time, Skippy will also have a good time and bad time, but perseverance as a leader of the pack is the only thing that can drive me. My team wants to see me continuing to focus and continuing to push all the time. And yes, I've been a very calm guy. Probably at the stage today, yes, you might find it so. Maybe come back to my office, you might find a different Ravi there. But yes, got to be cool. My product is cool, so I got to be cool as well. I stay that way, and that helps me work. Because under pressure, if you tend to succumb and show your vigor in terms of anger or anguish, I don't think that's going to be benefiting anybody, neither just me from a health point of view. So I try to stay calm under the pressure and try to find a solution out of it. And perseverance is something that keeps driving me inch by inch, even if I'm like really, really vexed up with things, but still keep pushing myself every day.
Well, that's great, sir. So, for anybody to inculcate these qualities, there should be some sort of childhood experiences or the way that you were brought up that matters. So do you have anything that, that interested you as a child that made you, be over here, like the place where you are?
See, it's very important. Sometimes we fail to understand the family brought up that we actually come up across. As a kid, I've always been on a dining table where my father and my mom used to talk business all the time. Aaj itna bada problem ho gaya, aaj utna nuksan ho gaya, aaj itna profit ho gaya, and stuff like that. So we have been raised in a family where we always speak business throughout the day. And after business comes a question ki, beta aaj din kaisa tha? That is a secondary question for my father. He had been very focused and persevering in terms of his ambitions. But that does not need to stop anybody from dreaming about being an entrepreneur. I'm not saying that only because you come from a family business you can be a good entrepreneur. Please, I'm not even advocating that statement here. I am just talking about the way I grew up. My parents were pretty into a business family, and many a times I keep saying this in college fest and speeches where I kept being called upon, that sometimes we tend to ignore the fact that family businesses, whether your dad or your mom is sitting in a kirana store, whether she is a cloth merchant, whether she's got a beauty salon or whatever, if she's been running it for 10s and 20s of years, she has got the fundamental right of running a business in profitability. And we tend to ignore that fact. We see things ki ye to bahut chota sa business hai, ye to koi bhi kar lega. Nahin, that's not the fact. The fact is that running family business is one of the most toughest things. And I think I respect now my father to what he was doing for last 3 decades. As a kid, probably I never realized that. So as a kid, I've always been brought up in this family, and I always wanted to be an entrepreneur, to be honest. Even today, I don't see myself going and working for someone. I might earn less today, make less money, but I'm at least proud of whatever I'm doing for myself. That's the way I'm.
Yep. So, well, that's a really great answer from sir. So, you spoke about family businesses and, what you've learned from that. So can you tell us any 1 or 2 experiences that you went through while you were building your family businesses that actually help you grow Skippy? So any 1, 2 powerful experiences?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be very honest, I've been very bullish about saying that I've got family business values with me. Sometimes people think this to be a little downtrodden kind of a statement. But honestly, I'll tell you what, in today's era, the family business values are the most important thing that probably is not even taught in business schools. My fundamentals that my father taught me are still helping me run the show. First thing was credit nahi dene ka. You know, my father was very clear about it. Business kam karo, lekin credit mat do, kyunki udhari jaise hi dete ho, you'll have to keep chasing the people around for even $500. And that was my principle from day one. I will grow slow. I will not even grow probably if required, but I'm not going to be chasing people for my own money. So I kept focusing on creating a policy around my business, which made me more sustainable. Today, we are 100% advance payment business. I mean, it sounds it sounds probably least important, but it is very important for you to work on your numbers, your capital, operating cash flows very much. So that is one value my father said. Second, my dad has always kept goodwill in more important than profitability. My dad says that the goodwill that you are creating in the market by being a genuine entrepreneur, by being a genuine businessman, will take you miles further, even if you're not doing good. But if you screw up your goodwill in the market, then nothing is going to be actually helping you out. When times go bad, your goodwill actually will help you get funds from people, maybe investment from people, or even any kind of a credit line or any kind of a, opportunity from people. But goodwill was very important for him. And more importantly, it was always, he always focused on one thing, that unit economics has to be very profitable. You know, whether you guys are talking about getting into a service industry, creating an IT platform, a tech platform, or you're getting into a product, or an F&B entrepreneur like myself, the unit economics is very important. At what cost am I acquiring a customer? Am I making profit out of it or not? At what cost am I giving this service? Am I making profitability at every cost or not? That is absolutely very important. People today tend to forget the basic principle of business, which is making profit. We are just talking about giving service, giving a solution for a problem that we think it is important. But everything to be sustainable, like how we talk about recycling a plastic today, making planet Earth very sustainable, business needs sustainability, and that can come only from profitability. So that is the unit economics that my father focused. Based on these three principles, I think I started off my business. And by God's grace, we are doing decently enough today.
Decently enough is a very small word over here. But then, yes, sir. So, so I'm asking very bluntly, so were there any mistakes that you've did in the past that, you know, from which you had massive learnings and that you applied in Skippy right now?
Yeah, I think, see, firstly, to the audience, I am going to be very raw and blunt in whatever I say. I do not like to sugarcoat anything, because as a young student in a college, I believe that you should be guided in the right path. I don't want to glamorize everything and put you on a path and only later you realize ki yaar kya kar diya maine. So yes, coming to your question, absolutely, there were a lot of mistakes that I've done in the past. First of all, when I was in my father's business, we were into manufacturing of biscuits and exports of a lot of F&B products, right? One of the mistakes that I always did was I assumed that I was growing the business. I did not give the credit to my father, because say my father was doing X crores of business or X number of business. I made it to X square or X to the power of 3 or 4. But I always felt that it was me who was doing the entire thing. But I forgot the fact that the fundamental base of the business has been laid by my father. I was only growing on top of it. Like it's like laying down the foundation of an apartment and then adding 2 more extra floors on top of it. That 2 extra floors started to hit my head. I thought that I was doing amazing work there. But for every successful entrepreneur to grow, the fundamental base of a business is very, very important. Whether you're joining your dad's, your mother's business, your family business, or whether you're starting something of your own, the fundamental is very, very important. And apart from that, this thing what happened, I'll go a little in detail, is, you know, based on that proud thought that I am building the business, I started something of my own, and unfortunately I crashed onto it. I literally burned a lot of money, made huge losses, and that is when I realized that it was not me who was building my business, but rather my father's business was getting built, and I was just contributing to it. So I've learned a lot of mistakes. One of the most important business ideas that I've learned is, do not scale up too fast. If you try and scale up too fast, the chances of you shaking across your path and crashing down is much more going to be higher. Probably look for a small growth, slow growth, but a strong growth. That is very important.
So, well, that is something that we all have to learn, to never scale as fast as possible, slow down, and also take your time. So now, sir, let's talk about Skippy. So how did the idea of Skippy come into your head? How did you plan on commoditizing a market, a multi-million-dollar market in the West, and how did you come up with the idea, and how did you do that?
Firstly, correction, it's a multi-billion-dollar market out there, not a million. So see, how many of you guys want to be an entrepreneur going forward? You have got some ideas that you're already thinking through, right? Awesome. So see, the good trait of an entrepreneur is that you will always keep looking for ideas. You will walk across the street and you'll be like, hey, why don't I create this kind of an app? Why don't I create this kind of a tech product and stuff like that, right? Similar thing with me. I was living in Australia. I wanted to come back for personal reasons back to India. And like I said, I never enjoyed working for somebody else. Though I was working for somebody else in Australia, that's a different story. I wanted to come back and I was thinking of good ideas, you know. I actually came across a lot of other ideas which were very profitable, very money-making kind of an idea. But a kick dorkaled naku. I didn't get that kick. And I wanted to have that kick. Excitement undali. Emana cheste, we have to be very, very excited about what we do. And I was sitting there like, you know, thinking about ideas, and I'm sitting here in my living room. My sister, who had come down to live with us in Australia with her kids for summer, she started to pack some local ice popsicles in a suitcase. And I'm like, Didi, why are you even packing this? I'm sure you've got a lot of brands in India. And then she turns around and said, not even a single brand, Ravi, that I can trust for my kids. And as an entrepreneur, that is the opportunity which whispers in your ears. Sometimes the opportunity is sitting right next to you guys, but you guys are getting blinded. You want to have something better and better and bigger. In my case, that simple statement of my sister turned the entire story for me, and I started to think, it's such a simple product, it's such a wantable product, why is not somebody making it in a country like India? And I started to do my research, only to realize that a country like Australia, which is not so hot as India, UK, which is colder than India, summer in UK is about, I think, 18-22 degrees, something like that. And then you've got Canada, US, which are having $1 billion ice popsicle industry, and a country with 1.4 billion people in India, hottest and humid, nobody wanted to do it. So somehow people ignored that idea, or it never occurred to them. And as an entrepreneur, this was the kick I wanted. This was the excitement I wanted. I jumped straight into it. And eventually Skippy was born. We started with a lot of ideas through what flavors we should get into, what are the pain points, what are the solutions that I can offer. And that is how step by step the conceptualization of Skippy happened in Australia itself. We moved back to India, and then that's how Skippy started.
Well, that's amazing. So I have a bit of a lengthy question, so I'm using my paper to read it out. How was the learning experience while building Skippy? From working in an Australian company to learning about FSS AI regulations and understanding the business of packaged foods, what kind of research did you do? And how did it feel to relive the student days of, you know, studying a huge market and then coming up with research and everything?
The most important point I'd like to say here is, I know a lot of people say it is good to be jack of all, but unfortunately for an entrepreneur, it is a king of one industry that matters the most. You cannot be a great chemist and then look at doing an MBA, then look at doing chartered accountancy, and then trying to figure out what in the hell do you want to do in your life. It doesn't work that way. Because if you have got into a segment which you love, of course, if you don't love a segment, please shift on to something that you love. But if you've got into something which you love, you need to give your 5, 10, 20 years of life in the same industry, in the same format. That is where you will get appreciated in the market. Imagine if I had 5 years of experience doing chartered accountancy with numbers, 5 years of experience where I was working for a construction company, and then 5 years of work of some other advocate or something. People would have thought me to be crazy. But the consistency, what we did was, I have got 17, 18 years of experience in the F&B space itself. Anuja, my co-founder, and my wife, she has got another 14 years of experience in the F&B space itself. So we have built our complete understanding and expertise in a particular industry. Today, if somebody comes and tells me, Ravi, can you build a fintech startup? I will tell you I'll be the biggest disaster in that, because that's not my expertise. I love the F&B space. I built myself on the F&B space, and that is why I could understand how to develop this category. So coming to your question, yes, this is how I think I realized that what are the standards of FSSI, or what are the basic standards, what are the pain points in the industry that I need to answer. So just to give a little depth understanding, when I was sitting in Australia, even before coming back to India, I knew that, first of all, India, if I start selling Skippy in a frozen format, I will never succeed. Because logistics in a cold storage is very expensive in India, very, very complex. So that was my first pain point that I had written down on a paper. Second, I had I've said very clearly that, okay, in case if somebody is biting on the ice pops, it should not be as hard as an ice cube, because then it will start hurting your teeth and the entire experience of enjoying Skippy will fade away. So that was my second point, that when consumers buy the ice pops and they bite on it, it should be soft and crunchy. Then the third point, I was observing that India had evolved into a consumer state which believes in natural, organic, healthy supplements and stuff like that. So that was our third pain point that we had written down, that it should not be anything synthetic or artificial which people are hesitant to consume. So that is what we met down. And then we talked about branding, because people love packaging and branding these days. So that is the fourth point. So this is how your 15 years of experience and expertise in particular domain will help you. If you are a tech geek and if you believe that you are great at technology, stick to it if you love it. And you will realize that in the next 10 to 15 years, your value in the market will go exponentially high. You will see that if you're getting into an entrepreneurship, you will be able to find solutions like this, because you know what the problems are in the first place. So that's how I focus on being. In a personal life, I want to play all the sports, right? I'm not good in any sport. I'm good in average in all the sports. But when it comes to professional life, I wanted to stick to just one domain all the time.
What Sir said is very profound. And also this is what Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, and Mr. Naval Ravikant also says. You have to play long-term games so that you can adapt and be better at what they do. So I have one more question that I wanted to ask you, sir. So can you tell us about any key business decisions that you have taken while building Skippy? Also, can you tell us how did you come up with those decisions? Did you use any mental models, or did you have anything in your head while you were going through the decision?
As a startup, one thing we all will always have common, we will never have funds. Let's agree to that, right? Father nunchi, mother nunchi oppu teeskoni, we have started something, and we'll always have that pain in our heart that we have to return back those funds. So funds has always been a problem there. But in terms of what I have learned, is that what your question is, right?
Exactly.
I think the first and the fundamental important thing, guys, whoever is starting off, please understand one thing. Do not start a startup with the hope of getting an investment. This is very, very, very important. Guys, please come out of the myth that investment is standing outside the door for you. You will go there and you will get it. You will not get it. 97% of the people who get into startups will never get funded. That is the statistics I'm talking about, okay? If you look at India, there are tens and thousands of startups coming every year. Today, Startup India, the website has got 87,000 startups registered. Let's understand that not 87,000 of them are getting funded. So first of all, the myth that investment is right next to you is a myth. Do not start a business because you are assuming investments will come to you. It will not. I have been to a lot of colleges where students believe that I've got an idea, I'll work on it and investment to mil jayega. Nahi milega, boss. It is one in hundreds of people who will get investment. Second important thing is whatever business you are getting into, like I said, think from a family business point of view. Get your fundamental process and procedures right. Think about profitability on day one, not after day 100. Because profitability is only what is going to make you sustainable for a longer time. Look at all these big brands. I don't want to name them today over here on this platform. But the guys who were hero back then now are struggling to survive. You would have heard tens and hundreds of startups who have already closed doors because they were not even profitable. They couldn't sustain their own growth. एक चीज आई वांट टू से दिस इन हिंदी, इन्वेस्टर का पैसा बिजनेस बढ़ाने के लिए चाहिए, बिजनेस चलाने के लिए नहीं. You understand the difference? बिजनेस बढ़ाने, फॉर अ ग्रोथ यू नीड एन इन्वेस्टमेंट विच इज अंडरस्टैंडेबल, बट बिजनेस चलाने के लिए यार आज मुझे सैलरीज देना है, आज मुझे रेंट देना है, आज मुझे वो देना है, उसके लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट कभी रेज नहीं करते. सो गाइज दिस इज वेरी टू इंपॉर्टेंट लर्निंग्स. आई वुड से today, in today's scenario, they call it as a funding winter. We all have heard this term, right? Today, only those businesses are getting funded which are profitable. Investors are running towards them. Ki yaar, aap profitable ho, I want to invest in you. And these profitable businesses have the nice, time today to decide which investors they should pick money from. So, if you guys are profitable, if you are making 1 lakh rupees profit, 5 lakh rupees profits, doesn't matter. But profitability will give you a long run. In that run, if you believe that now it is the time for you to scale pan-India, pan-global level, that is the time you should reach out to an investor, and every investor will be interested in funding you because they know the fact that irrespective whether I give him funds or not, this bugger is going to make his business $1 million business. That's very important.
That's an excellent answer, sir. So looking ahead, where do you see Skippy going 5 years or 10 years down the lane? This is a very interview kind of question. Where do you see yourself in 10 years down the lane? But then, yeah, 5 years or 10 years down the lane.
Look, I think the way we have positioned ourselves, first of all, guys, how many of you have seen Shark Tank India, or how many of you have seen us on that? Good, right? I had made a very clear statement even on television that we are not a health brand. I'm not going to be selling a popsicle to you and say, have this popsicle and you will grow 2-inch taller, or you will not have diabetes, or you will not have this and that, right? I have positioned myself very clearly that we are a fun brand. People want fun in life today. After COVID, hundreds of F&B brands started all talking about health, and unfortunately 95% of them are so horrible to taste that after a bite I cannot have the second bite. Do you guys agree with me or not? Yeah? So we positioned ourselves very clearly that we are a fun brand, and we've started to add to the fun story by adding more and more products. And we are an offline brand, which makes us more sustainable. Today, all the D2C, online only, yo-yo kind of a brands are struggling because they are not profitable. D2C, it's very difficult to be profitable. We are offline brand, and the way we have grown today, so pre-Shark Tank, we were a team of 14 people. Today, we are close to about 280 to 300 people across India. We were in about 700-800 or 1,000 plus stores pre-Shark Tank. We are in 22,000 stores today. We are doing more than 7,000-8,000 pin codes through Zepto and Swiggy as well. So I think the structure is perfectly aligned. If you ask me what in the next 5 to 10 years, I cannot say what is happening in the next 10 years, but at least in the next 3 to 5 years, I think we will be a 1,000 crore plus brand in terms of our revenues, which is very much possible because our fundamentals are right, our team is aligned, everybody understands that the space that where we are playing is a very, very unique category that we are trying to develop. And 20 rupees कौन खर्च नहीं करता यार आज today if somebody wants to have an ice popsicle, he will not think कि 20 रुपए के लिए मैं लोन लूँ या क्या करूँ. He'll bring out 20 rupees and have it instantly. So I know that the entire India, 1.4 billion people are my customers today. Uttar Pradesh, if I take Uttar Pradesh, 22 crore population, 2-3 European countries समा जाएंगे उसमें, right? So I am very confident. 4 to 5 years that is the number we are aiming at, probably 1,000 crore.
Whoa.
Thank you.
So thank you for bringing up Shark Tank, sir, because that was my next question. So scoring investments from all the 5 sharks, it's obviously an incredible feat. So could you share your initial expectations from Shark Tank, and what do you think convinced all the 5 sharks to invest in you?
Firstly, my disclaimer, okay? Shark Tank is not scripted. Before you guys have that thought, because I know a lot of people would be thinking, yaar, ye to scripted hai, ye to dialogues diye gaye hai, falana. Absolutely not. In fact, we were in the season 1, right? At least season 2 and season 3 guys know who the sharks are. In my case, I mean, we were there for 3 days. 1 day was quarantine because it was the COVID time during then. And then 2 days we had rehearsals, and the 3rd day we had the shoot. So we didn't even know who the sharks were. Somebody said, Anupam Mittal, and then I had to Google who is Anupam Mittal. I did not know, honestly. Until we got onto the set, we did not know who the sharks were. So the entire experience of being on Shark Tank was extraordinarily good because it was very nervousing because we were extremely nervous. Why? Because 2 days of our shoot, when the other startups went for pitching, none of them, like 8 startups went inside a day earlier, none of them got funded. Then on our day, 6 startups went to the pitch. None of them got funding, and we were like so nervous कि यार इतने बड़े startups है, कोई solar में है, कोई tech में है, कोई इसमें, हम तो साला popsicle बेच रहे, कौन ले देगा investment? That was the kind of attitude we had, and we were nervous that we probably won't get any funding. So we went onto the set, and Anuja and I clearly decided, yaar, we'll just give it a best shot. And अगर TV पे आ जाते हैं तो imagine startup को इससे ज़्यादा क्या चाहिए? That 15 minutes on Sony prime time is worth 8 crore rupees, nothing more or nothing less. So how many of us can actually spend 8 crores? None of us, right? Probably as a startup. So we thought कि funding मिले ना मिले भैया TV पे आना चाहिए. That was the clear agenda. And when we went inside, our pitch was perfect. We were trying to hold on to our Hyderabadi Hindi. Varna unko, nakko, inko bole to, it would have sounded very funny on television again. So we did our pitch and we immediately saw that there was some excitement. And this is one thing which I always do. I bribe people with popsicles. So if you see, immediately after the pitch I said, Sharks, kya aap hamare ice popsicle try karna chahenge? And I we passed on the ice popsicles to everyone, Skippy, and Ashleer started to enjoy, Namita enjoyed, and blah blah. And from every corner, from the Sharks, we started to hear good things about the ice pops. Oh, I love it. And that gave us a confidence, I'm like, oh my God, thank God nobody shouted at us, say ki ye kya kachra bana diya and all that. And after that, the important thing which is an entrepreneur we need to understand, not just on Shark Tank, but even for a venture capitalist pitch, or if you're pitching to investors, investors will look for a question, one question to corner you. They might talk about your GMV, they might talk about your acquisition cost, they might talk about your way to profitability, any question. Or they might even talk about your personal failure in the past, and they'll corner you. If you get cornered, that is where they'll keep banging you onto, and that will go downside for you in the entire pitch. You got to be prepared for your pitch thoroughly. If you, of course, our pitch on Shark Tank was given only 15 minutes to be aired, but we were there inside 45 minutes. There were startups which were there inside for 1.5 hours also. So there's a lot of grilling inside. And that would happen with any pitching. So you need to know your numbers in and out. You need to know your math. You need to know your business process perfectly. And I think we knew that perfectly. And that is why right from Ashneer to all the way to Aman and everybody loved it. And I thought that everybody is looking excited to invest. And I am a startup who is selling popsicles here. I need to do something extraordinary here. And I suddenly got an idea that why don't I become the first startup to have all the 5 sharks investing. And if you see my video, you'll see there that I am suggesting to Aman, aap sabhi kyun nahi aa jate? And Aman was like, yeah, that's a good idea. And that is how I got everybody on board, and it created the maximum buzz a startup could get across India.
That's an extremely smart way to do that. 5 sharks, 1 go, full marketing.
Absolutely. Free of cost.
Free of cost. And I have this doubt specifically. They give, 1 crore for 1% equity and something like that. And then do they actually give you a lot of time to go out, sit down, discuss, call up your people, do the math and then come back? Or
I hope you're not recording this. Just kidding. So look, it's basically that it's a win-win situation for both of the investors and the investee. When you are working hard in growing your brand, obviously the sharks would also want to associate with you, because they would also feel pride and pride that I have mentored this brand and they are growing XYZ. At the same time, we are happy that they are connecting with us, and we feel privileged about it as well. But sharks are very straightforward and clear that they will give time and efforts to those young startups who have just probably passed out of college, who needs a little more of hand-holding. And like I said, Anuja and I have come with 30 years of experience ourselves. So in a very casual, candid way, Anupam had told me, Ravi, हमने Skippy के बारे में सोचना छोड़ दिया है, because I think you guys are doing what doing good enough, and you know what you're doing. So rather we will spend our time with those guys who are needed more. But again, everybody is in touch with me. In fact, last week itself, I had a call with a few of the sharks. They keep checking with us whether we need any help or not. If not them directly, their team will get in touch with us. So it's a great exercise for us in terms of mentoring as well. There are a lot of times when you hit a roadblock, you're hitting a wall and you do not know whether I should do this or I should do that. And that is why probably I would reach out to any one of the sharks. I remember going down to Piyush's house, Ashneer's house, Anupam's office. I've been to Vinita's, Namita's office, everybody's places, right? Aman's office. Everybody has a different persona, different way of approaching a startup issue. And they give their strategic thoughts to us. And obviously as an entrepreneur, it is us who has to decide what idea to pick, or probably scrap up all of them and do what you want to do. But they've been pretty helpful, I would say.
Oh, so you went down to Ashneer's house.
Absolutely.
Is there that 5 crore big gold table that everybody said conspired about?
I think that's a good PR that happened around it, but I don't think that's the case.
Okay. So, you had 5 sharks investing in you. So did you face any pressure because there are 5 huge sharks investing in you, and did you face any pressure? And also, did they was there any one piece of advice that any shark gave you that that stood out for you?
Not really that I was any kind of a pressure. I'll be very honest, Sharks has been very kind to let us do our business the way we want to do it. Of course, they have complete right and obligation towards us to give us a good advice. Whether the advice fits into our business strategy or not, that is something that I need to decide. But they have been very, very supportive to us. And one of the good advices that Piyush has also had given me during one of my visits to him, this is something that even you guys should understand, that there are going to be competitions everywhere, okay? Probably tomorrow, Skippy will not be the only brand making ice popsicles. There are going to be 4 or 5 of them. There is a Google Pay, so there is a Phone Pay, then there is a Bharat Pay, then there is everything extra pays, right? There is not one single brand which is ruling India. So the only differentiator, and this is what Piyush told me, the differentiator between you and the other brand is going to be your team. The team which you are working on, how you receive a customer, how you deploy your marketing stunt, how you talk to your channel partners, and how you promote yourself, everything depends on a team. So focus on building a team, and obviously the success will become much more easier, because the other startups who get into the similar space may not have a good team. They may not reciprocate the same way that your team is doing. Every inch, if you see about Skippy, the way my marketing team has done branding, whether it is the box, it is the bike, EV bike that we have launched, or even the presentation across events, we focus a lot about how the brand is presented and positioned. So that is the outcome of a team. So I have always tried to be a very team-centric person, trying to give all the credits to my team, and I think that is a very important thing, statement, that the team will differentiate you from your competitors.
This is something that all of us should remember, guys, because as we grow up, we make startups, and then a team is extremely important. Have like 5 to 6 very close people with you. So, sir, given your involvement with startup investments, and I'm sure you have invested in a few companies, so what do you look for in the founder while you're investing? So what key qualities define, the founder?
I think first of all, I like to find a founder who is very grounded. There are a lot of founders who will say, I can do this also, I can do that also, I can do the entire world, I can do blah, blah, blah. No investor would want to have an unrealistic founder. Founders need to be very grounded and be very straightforward in the saying that what he or she can do, what he or she cannot do. It's always good to be very transparent on that fact. Secondly, there are a lot of startups who start at a particular service or a product, but then they, in the initial days itself, try to do too many things there. They will add this feature, they will add that product, they will add this and that. I don't think that is a good approach. First thing, get your basics right. Grow your building, your platform or your business to X level. And then once you start making good revenue, you become a little sustainable, then you try to add more features onto it. So I try to talk to a lot of founders to tell them and guide them that, don't jump into too many things on day one. I mean, when I launched Ice Popsicles, I did not launch the corn sticks and the cream roll and blah, blah, blah all together. First, we took at least 2 years of time to get stabilized with the Ice Popsicle business. Now we have started to add other products, right? So that is the right way to go. So I look at founders who are pretty grounded. Second, people who are not trying to do too many things, because too many things will spoil the entire broth itself. I would rather want you guys to focus on few good things or 1 or 2 things only, build a business and then add on top of that. And a founder who has a little bit of either education background or an experience in the same domain. Like I said, tomorrow if I go and start a fintech company, no investor will fund me because they know I know zero about fintech, right? But if I again start up a second venture in F&B space, I'm sure everybody will come and invest into me. So that domain expertise or education background. If you're an engineer and if you want to start a tech platform, I'm sure a lot of investors would be interested to fund you guys. But like I said, if you're completely off the domain, it might be hard for me to believe that you can actually survive in that space. So these 3 trends is basically what I see. And whether you're making profit immediately doesn't matter. I understand that sometimes startups take take a longer time to make profit. But at least you should have a clear clarity that paisa aana kahan se, right? If you tell me, nahi sir, aap paise de do, paise nahi aane wale, nobody gives you money then. That's it.
So, one last question before I end.
Yeah.
So, if you were given a time machine and you were asked to go back to your 21-year-old self, what advice will you give to your own 21-year-old self?
Wow. I hope one of you guys are building that time machine. Look, I've made a lot of mistakes in my past. I wish as a young guy I wouldn't have made that mistakes. I don't know. Like I was telling you, in my father's business, I had the audacity to think that I was building or growing his business, but rather it was his business who was supporting my growth. After that, what happened, and I just want to cover this as a part of my failure story, because every entrepreneur has a failure story. After I came out of my father's business, I started a tech business. So this is a very good example because of what all I have said in the last few minutes. I have no background in technology, okay? I started a platform called Dial Me Guru, which was on a very similar base of Just Dial, which it is today. People used to call us up or go to our website, get the information, and my merchants would give me commissions on that. So I started that portal, again, of course, with the audacity to think that I know everything, and built on this and scaled up like mad. Matlab, I would say that in the start, 0 day to 100th day, you went from 0 employees to 300 employees straight away. And bang, 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 it went on. And unfortunately, the fundamentals were not right, and my business came crashing down. 1.3 crores gone in thin air. All the debt, all my father's money that I had taken up came onto my neck. And it turned out to be such a painful journey for me that my pride, my ego, my attitude, everything went down the drain. And I feel regretted today that I should have been a little more stable, matured enough to understand how to run a business. So I think if I had a chance to go back, I would correct those mistakes, learn a little more of myself before actually jumping down and expanding businesses too fast. And after that, that is why I took a break, went down to Australia for 7 years, worked for good employees there, learned a lot of skills, came back and then started to deploy it in Skippy today. So there are a lot of these mistakes which I regret all the time, but everybody should understand every entrepreneur is most likely to make mistakes. I'm not saying everybody will and must make mistakes, but most likely you guys are going to make mistakes. It is important that, and when you make these mistakes, Reddy garu, Abbai, Chudu, yemaitundi, what is he doing? Sorry about my Telugu. But Gupta ji ka ladka dekho kya kar raha hai, Atan ki chudandi. All that things will come in, even your building's watchman will also give you a good lesson of how to do business. That is how it is. So failures will come in our life. We need to continue just passing, understand that it's a pass of life, and then build ourselves to wait and wait until we are actually successful. Yeah.
Well, that was an exciting session. A huge round of applause, guys.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We have several of the platforms which we start with different products. Say, for example, Neo Health, which is the platform for the retail clients to look into the different policies, customize the policies, and take the policy. Obviously, it will help the clients to have a better policy structure. Also, have a claim intimation in the platform. We have a wellness platform inbuilt into the Neo Health.
One page is all about helping salespeople prepare for meetings faster. This is a 4-year-old company. We have a couple of patents in India and US, and the full idea is salespeople usually meet a lot of strangers every day, and they have to prepare for these meetings, back-to-back meetings. So it takes around 30 minutes for preparation of every sales meeting. Our goal is to reduce the 30 minutes to 5 minutes.
The problem we solve is we help folks create content, basically globalize, localize and personalize all their content, including video and audio. So you can take, reduce the painstaking work of, let's say, taking a long form video. It could be a 1-hour webinar, and distilling it down to short form bites that's consumable across any language and targeting any demographic. So that's how we leverage AI.
actually everyone uses a computer across the whole world. People use computers, and the slouching is a really big problem across the whole world. And also, this is the problem I experienced myself during the pandemic. Because of that, I developed a Straighten Up AI, which is a web browser extension which helps people to maintain a healthy posture while using a computer. The program makes the screen slightly blurred, therefore making the user aware to straighten up. It's available for Chromium-based browsers. There is a QR code you can see, and it's available to use. So this is my project. I hope you enjoyed and maybe try this out yourself. I highly recommend this.
Nexus is a cognitive platform for document intelligence and text analytics. It basically is a platform to monitor, extract, classify, validate and reconcile data from multiple different document sources. And it is a combination of our contextual AI and the power of large language models, which are model centric. So we bring both these models together to make the output more accurate and reliable, taking away the problem of hallucinations, so making it easy for enterprises to consume, adopt our product, because we provide assured guarantee to the results that our models generate, so that there is a possibility of touchless processing where humans do not need to review anything for certain categories of information, while it also provides a flags where human review is required.
ChipWeb Technologies is a design company. We provide all design hardware and software design solutions like electronic product design, PCB design, embedded system design, VLSI design services, based solutions, and mobile app development solutions, website development, search engine optimization solutions.
In SecureTech, we are trying to solve a problem wherein we have seen that there are dynamic changes in the cybersecurity industry. Now the bigger question is how to identify all those breaches. The new cyber attacks are happening globally. We at SecureTech are using AI and ML technologies to identify all those events, security events which are happening on a regular basis within your entire IT infrastructure, and using AI and ML technology we are able to identify all those events within your infrastructure, and this will create an attack and within your infrastructure, and we are able to identify all those attacks, and in a real time we can share these attack as an incident to our customer to automatically respond to those attacks as well. And this AI and ML technology we are using to identify all those hidden parameters within your infrastructure.
It is primarily working on imaging diagnostics for breast cancer grading. For any cancer treatment, especially for breast cancer grading, the CAP report is needed, grading report is needed, which is identifying the severity and abnormality of the breast cancer on pathology images. It is called histology grading. Okay, we are looking around the intake, completed the breast cancer grading part. So within 9 months, really AI is growing well, and a lot of innovations happening, and especially on AI, especially helping in AI safety, public health, public security is improved across the industry, including banking, finance.
Smarter road infra management system, road predictive maintenance and analytics through our web app and mobile app. So what you have to do is, you have to simply use our Road Vision mobile app, mount it on a camera, move to point A to B and do the inspection. So usually this inspection used to take around 3 days for 1 kilometer of road with respect to Indian Road Congress, but now we can speed this process and can complete this entire inspection in just 1 day for a 200 kilometer stretch. This will be done with the help of AI. So first you need to mount this app on your mobile and move to point A to B, and then you simply use this, upload the video, and you will get insights, AI generated reports, budget for the governments and entities who are related, digital twins, and a lot of AI models coming such that we can create safer and smarter.
So basically, fake news is a big problem in today's time. So that is one problem that we're actually providing a solution for. Our founder, Mr. Shrey Sharma, he himself is an industry veteran. So he's been working in the Silicon Valley for 6 years. Then in 2019, he came back to India, inspired by the Make in India program, and we started off with Newsera in 2019. In 2022 November, we launched the application. So it's an AI verified news application basically. These are the kind of talent people that you'll find in our office.
We are discussing multilingual video conference solution based on AI, and with this solution we are breaking the language barriers and celebrating the language diversity, cultural diversity of India. So how it works is, on GeoMeet, which is video conference solution, we are helping a teacher and a student to teach and learn in their native languages.
So we want to be giving this to elderly or maybe the person who is very curious about their health and want to track every time, which will be dipped in the urine. This bottom part will be dipped in the urine. As this is a dry chemistry, when it's come in the contact with urine, there will be some color changes, your health issues. If any parameter is going out of range, it will identify and mark as an abnormality. Different lighting conditions are there. Right now I am in a place where it's little yellow. At my home it's little dark. At some other place it will be some other color. And identify it and give the more accurate result to the users.
We are primarily focusing into healthcare, which is covering all three ecosystem, payers, providers and across the pharmaceutical. How we can enable them in the digitization platform, and what is the way to improve the patient outcome, patient journey. Like for example, with the latest technology, digitization and AI enabled technology, the kind of data volume we are getting from the digitization of the technology, it's covering all the audience, genders and everything. So from that perspective, yes, and the ecosystem is growing up and we see there's a huge potential, and the way the government is promoting these, I would say that India will be leading from front on the AI digitization and moving forward, going forward.
In India, if you see, we have a lot of different languages, mother tongue, like we have as Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Marathi. And you know, in India, 90% people are not good at English in terms of reading, writing and understanding, but 90% of all of the content that are available on the general medium, like, you know, you're reading a newspaper or you're doing web browsing or you're getting a bill or you're reading any document, all are available in English. So we have developed this web browser. So with the help of our web browser, you can read any content in your language. If you are stuck at any particular word, you tap on that word, you will get a visual meaning. So this is the entire concept.
So NetWeb is a 25-year-old company, and we are basically solutions, and we make AI infrastructure solutions. We are into solutions like supercomputing, delivering AI to our customers, starting from the workstation till your high-end supercomputer.
We have built a machine learning model that is trained with more than 86,000 images. On the basis of that, we identify 13 different types of pest, 20 different types of crop disease. So our solution is based on WhatsApp.
At IntelliLabs, we are trying to reduce the food wastage at the farmer and the mandi end. So a lot of food comes in, a lot of fruits and vegetables, they come to the mandis, and based on certain parameters, they get graded and sorted, and the remaining produce is either thrown out or it's sold off to at a very low cost. And in the current market situation, what is happening is labor actually sees and observes the fruit visually, and then quality assaying is done based on some parameters. But now this thing introduces a lot of bias, because this is a perspective based analysis, and every person has a different view and perspective of a fruit or vegetable.
So we are building a digital platform to understand documents and extract information out of that. The big problem that corporates and governments deal with is to deal with documents. They get a lot of information in the documents. 60% of the enterprise data lies in the documents, and there is no intelligence on those documents. So what we are building is a platform which can understand these documents and extract meaningful information out of that.
We read, for example, in tuberculosis, we are working on helping clinicians get reports within 30 seconds. What usually would take 3 days for a radiology center to read, come back with the report, will just be done in 30 seconds. So, a patient can be treated within, the treatment can start on the same day. So that's how it's reducing the turnaround time to treatment, and by starting the treatment on the same day, what happens is the communicable disease.
Sure. So over the past 2 years, we've been building up the product in public. We've grown from zero to about 8 lakh users all across the world. 195 countries out of 196 countries have tried Never Install. And we've done this without spending $1 of marketing money.
We started our journey in the May 2022 last year, where we have built up a technology to assess the security vulnerabilities of the AI systems, and now we have built up a technology also to solve the security issues across any kind of a model, any kind of applications that you are building.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
AI Technos is a leading IT company with more than 4 years of experience in IT solutions. We are providing artificial intelligence based chatbots which are integrated in more than 100 plus websites in pharmaceutical companies, which help in pharmaceutical companies to get good question and answers for their customers regarding the products and the medicines they are searching. If anyone wants to search the product in the night, after 12 noon, then she can search the product through AI chatbot in the websites. It is very helpful for the person, and no need to hire some person to contact the customer through automated system. It is very convenient to the customer also, and we are providing SEO, digital marketing, Facebook ad campaigns, Instagram ad campaigns, Google ad campaigns, and mobile application development services.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are introducing a product name as Vanya. This will be, helping to regenerate the greenery that was, that is being lost for lot of decades on the planet. And we are also, helping farmers to create an extra income on their day-to-day growth, because the conditions of the farmers in India, this is it's not very good. So right now we are helping farmers economically as well by our product. So our product is MRV, which is monitoring, reporting, and verification. In this product, what we are doing is we are onboarding some small group of farmers which are having small area of lands in hectares and square feet. So what we do is we get the GPS coordinates from these farmers and feed these GPS coordinates to the satellite. Satellite in turn provide us the data which is used for calculating the carbon credits. The data that is provided by the satellite is soil organic matter, biomass, wood biomass, and other factors that helps in generating the carbon credits. So carbon credit, if you don't know it, then the carbon credit is if you are buying one carbon credit, that is I am giving you an access to exhaust 1 ton of CO2 in your day-to-day activities. So we are generating this carbon credits, and we would be selling this credits to the big companies like Amazon, Intel, C8 Tires, and all, which are consuming a lot of resources of the planet for their business. So they are also in guilt, and they are also doing some CSR activities, NGO activities, which will be the part of this. In this way, we would be selling the carbon credits to them. The percentage of carbon credit that we are selling, the 60% of that amount would go to the farmers, and we would be getting only 40%. In this 40%, we will be covering our costs, that is a satellite cost, plus our profit. So this is the product. overall, and this is the way, a step, to help the farmers.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Actually, these are the current product which is in sales stage. So the name of the product is Wren. It can be a mini ICU which we can keep in ambulances or in like B2C. Any customers can use it, doctors can use it for diagnostic purpose, such things. What it actually do is it does 5 things. It measures 5 things. One is respiratory rate. Along with respiratory rate, the BP, body temperature, oxygen levels, and the main thing is it can give ECG signals. There you might have seen the heavy instruments measuring ECG in hospitals, but this is a very portable device replacing that thing. And this thing, it has been currently in demand in many ambulances and many leading hospitals in India also. So apart from this device, we are integrating the data collecting from this device through APIs through any softwares. And coming to the AI part in the device, so once the data is collected, so this data is we are sending the data to cloud, and from the cloud we are sending the data to AI model. So from there, using AI models, the diagnostic part has been we are detecting the diagnostic part. Soon in future, it might replace a doctor who is diagnosing ECG reports also. So this is our goal currently.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are August AI. We're based in Bangalore and we started in June of 2022. A couple of us got together. Anirudh is founder and me the co-founder. We wanted to address the doctor-patient gap through an AI engine that we can build because 1 billion searches happen every day in terms of health searches on Google. These are generic searches and don't give personalized solutions. Relevance is low. You have to go through a couple of websites and it gives you generic information in terms of health. We are very personalized. It's literally doctor in your pocket. You can ask it anything from as rudimentary as a cold or a cough to actually easing your anxiety and understanding in terms of complex issues in health like any of the cancers. We are an application model based on all the foundational models that are built out right now. We've used proprietary LLMs that we have for health. We've built out competition algorithms in the last 1 year to address all health issues to make it as empathetic and sound like a doctor. It's enabled with voice and video. You can upload any voice note. It's the distribution mechanism is WhatsApp. So you simply type in or upload an image of what is happening to you or send a voice note and within a few seconds it responds. So it's 24/7 a doctor in your pocket. Healthcare is very specific to people. Our guardrails are to make it not a doctor but give you understanding and ease of anxiety. The team is going to grow. We are eight people right now. The great thing is we've launched it 3 months back and we've got about 20,000 users, completely organic. It's available in every language in the world. We have users from 116 countries right now. It's a global product at the end of the day. Anyone can use it. We understand and we truly believe that healthcare should be free. And this is free. It's on WhatsApp, easily accessible throughout the world. That's our plans to go, there are close to 8 billion people. We want to reach all 8 billion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. To your viewers, please use August. It's called meetaugust.ai. It's on WhatsApp. It's really easy to use. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
our company basically solves the problems of farmer for identification of crop disease as well as pest. So we have built a machine learning model that is trained with more than 86,000 images. On the basis of that, we identify 13 different types of pest, 20 different types of crop disease. So our solution is based on WhatsApp. So any farmer can send us image on WhatsApp. We analyze those images, and on the basis of that, we recommend what kind of pesticides, natural or biological treatment they can use in their field. And our services are completely free of cost for the farmers. Further, we are we are building an ecosystem for the agri-tech companies as well as universities, government partners, in which we are signing MOUs with the different agricultural universities as well as bringing pesticides, fertilizer companies at one place, where we are also providing drone spraying services, where we bring different drone owners to our platform, and they can provide their services to the farmer for pesticides spray. Further, we are building an insurance model where different insurance companies can get a correct estimation of the quantification of what is the damage in the crop field in the farmer on the basis of the machine learning as well as supplemented with the satellite imagery. So this is what we do in our company, Bhumi AI Solutions Private Limited. So we have a multinational team. Our team members is from USA.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are a company based out of Bombay, and we've been active since the last 7 years. We are primarily a research and development team, and we've been focusing on multiple domains in AI across the landscape since the last couple of years. The company has been active since the last 7 years, and we've been actively researching since the last 4 or 5 years, doing foundational research in most domains. We are a research team. We have been working across the board, and what we identified is that in the defense sector especially, there is a huge dearth of reliable, sustainable AI technologies that we can use and deploy on field practically. So using that as our compass, we've been developing a lot of technologies which are computer vision based and even NLP and audio based to work with our defense arms, our armed forces, our intelligence forces, however they need to deploy. So it's quite a huge problem, and the great thing is that our country has opened up the doors, and they're very accepting in the last couple of years of startups, right, which has made it easier for us to approach officials, government officials and people from the armed forces and present them with solutions and ideas on how they can be using AI. One of the first things that we solved was with respect to recognizing faces of people even when they are wearing a mask. This had obviously been quite a problem during the stone pelting phase in Kashmir, and it's still a problem because a lot of India has a huge insurgency problem that has, while it has been contained, but it still exists. So along with that, we built a lot of other image and video processing tools that allow us to build a camera security system, a comprehensive system that can work in the field for bases and for intelligence forces and even for investigative procedures actually. And this can all be run locally without the use of APIs that are on the internet or from large service providers. I think it's fair enough to say that in today's day everyone is looking at generative AI, and we are obviously not far from it, right? We are looking at generative AI and how it can be used in multiple fields. There are certain things that we're doing in the defense sector right now and experimenting on how generative AI can be used. Aside from that, we have been exploring on natural language processing and fake news detection actually. So that's another huge area which I think we all need to be focusing on, because dissemination of misinformation is very rampant. In terms of policies, I think the country is already moving in many right directions, but I think there are two phases that we should always focus on. One is in AI ethics and security, data security and data privacy. I think that's a very important issue which sometimes gets underserved, and the people in the AI and the people in the know what we can and cannot do with the data. So it's really scary for us. And the other part where I really think that the country should be looking at especially is generating our own indigenous data. We are a huge, massive population, but the amount of indigenous data that we have, based on which we can enable startups to create their own models, is very limited compared to the West or even China for that matter. So that is one place where we are sorely lacking. Thank you so much. It was nice talking to you guys.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
At Intello Labs, we are trying to reduce the food wastage at the farmer and the mandi end. So a lot of food comes in, a lot of fruits and vegetables, they come to the mandis, and based on certain parameters, they get graded and sorted. And the remaining produce is either thrown out, or it's sold off to at a very low cost. And in the current market situation, what is happening is labor actually sees and observes the fruit visually, and then quality assaying is done based on some parameters. But now this thing introduces a lot of bias, because this is a perspective based analysis, and every person has a different view and perspective of a fruit or vegetable. So what we do is we have introduced AI-based quality assaying using a set of cameras and adding intelligence to the entire hardware. And we are trying to achieve a high throughput and quality and precision of entire grading. We have also added a layer of standard parameters which can be similar across several mandis and wholesalers, retailers, etc. How we have generalized this entire concept is by using state-of-the-art AI models, large language models, stable diffusion models to generate data. And yes, as I'm speaking about the reduction of food wastage as well, so the same thing happens at our factory, where we also do a couple of testing with a lot of material. So after the incorporation of this new technology, stable diffusion, we are able to create synthetically data for training our models, and that's how we have grown and sustained in this industry.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Chipweb Technologies is a design company. We provide all design hardware and software design solutions like electronic product design, PCB design, embedded system design, VLSI design services, and IoT services, 3D enclosure design, artificial intelligence based solutions, and mobile app development solutions, website development, search engine optimization solutions. Like that, we provide services. We are based out of Mohali, Ambala and Karnal, Haryana and Punjab.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
In SecureTech, we are trying to solve a problem wherein we have seen that there are dynamic changes in the cybersecurity industry. Now, the bigger question is how to identify all those breaches that the new cyber attacks are happening globally. We at SecureTech are using AI and ML technologies to identify all those events, security events which are happening on a regular basis within your entire IT infrastructure, and using AI and ML technology, we are able to identify all those events within your infrastructure, and this will create a attacks and within your infrastructure, and we are able to identify all those attacks, and in a real time we can share these attack as an incident to our customer to automatically respond to those attacks as well. And this AI and ML technology we are using to identify all those hidden parameters within your infrastructure. This can which can be a hindrance to identify all those breaches within your infrastructure.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Invenix is a UK founded company with offices in London, India and Canada. So we are a tech focused company, both into products and solutions. We have recently, like yesterday, we launched an app for the Indian market called Apna AI. So this is an app which is trying to solve the problem of bringing AI to the end user, to the last mile of users, right from the urban users to the people in the rural areas. So the problem that we're trying to solve is at this today's world where AI is rapidly kind of evolving and kind of becoming like the superpower, we feel that the common people of India may be left behind, or it may be too late for them to get used to AI before AI can start coming in the way of their jobs or things like that. So I think it's the right time for them to feel empowered to use AI so that they can be ready for the future workforce. So with this in mind, we are trying to solve this problem where we want to create an app, a multilingual app for India, where they can easily use AI, not really bothering about the complexities of how to use it, but using it for both for the fun element, but also for some things like that. So with that in mind, we have launched an app. It's a mobile app available on the Google Play Store and the Apple Store, which anyone can download. And this app is now available in 4 languages: English, Hindi, Bengali and Marathi, and more languages to come soon.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are a data-centric AI company, and what I mean by that, that a lot of companies which are trying to build AI usually struggle with the training data sets. That how do you make the AI accurate? How do you make sure that the AI complies with ethical requirements and the responsible AI requirements? So that is where the data which is being used to train the AI model plays a very vital role. We as a company has been helping the AI teams to collect these data sets. We also provide a platform where the data can be anonymized to take care of the privacy concerns and the sensitive information which needs to be protected. It also comes with a programmatic data labeling platform which can be used to keep the whole AI training process much more efficient and scalable to support some of the largest problems that needs to be solved with AI. So that's what we have been doing for AI teams globally.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are working towards AI for all, where every domain area we are implementing AI, we are integrating AI without writing even a single line of code. That is a problem we are solving, because in this particular world of artificial intelligence, most of the innovations are happening with the programming language in the background, whether it is Python programming, whether it is C programming, whether it is XYZ programming language. So people are working, writing codes and developing the solutions. But what about other domain area students or professionals, like people from agriculture, people from pharmaceutical sciences, people from management, people from marketing, people from law, people from commerce and basic sciences? these are the people who are forming the chunk of our education system, but they are left out from the AI stream altogether. So let us help them out. Mystic Mind is working very hard to integrate AI in their domain area with very specific inputs without writing even a single line of code. They can implement the complete AI project and they can solve their problems themselves without depending on any IT professional to help them out with the data insights. They can do it themselves. That is where Mystic Mind come into picture. So here we have various modules available, like we do have workshops, hands-on workshops, where they will be working on their domain area, their use cases, their data set, their success. Similarly, they can go for 1 to 6 months of internship and 6 months of online certificate course.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
It is primarily working on imaging diagnostics for breast cancer grading. For any cancer treatment, especially for breast cancer grading, the CAP report is needed, grading report is needed, which is identifying the severity and abnormality of the breast cancer on pathology images. It is called histology grading. Our system automates entire cancer grading, the pathology automation workflow, which include multiple biomarkers. So we get the digital biopsy slides from the hospital, which will need to be digitized using our AI pipeline. Our system identifies the abnormalities and everything, and it gives the CAP report, which is reducing the time frame of, right now it is 5 to 7 days, which is reducing to 45 minutes. That's the automation, kind of automation we work on. It is a B2B platform, which helps hospitals and labs, cancer hospitals, pathology labs, cost and time. So this is our system.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Duke is basically a IoT based company, right? So we are a software as a service. So we are working in real-time location services called RTLS. So we have diversified customers, right? So we work for operational efficiency. The problem that the companies are facing as of today is when it comes to operation is lack of visibility, as well as what do you call, right? So there is lack of visibility, there is lack of productivity, which owing to that, because you don't have insights on where your key assets are. So we are tackling this problem by providing you a solution where you can get track of all your assets on real-time basis. Your assets can be your people, your heavy equipment machinery, your vehicles, or any of high asset value, right? So what we are doing is we are catering to all the industries. So we have been working closely with various FMCG companies, automobile companies, as well as oil and gas sector. So our co-founding team comes from a diverse background. They are all basically from oil and gas, as well as working in some other organizations as well. So we are, as a market, we are targeting targeting India as well as Middle East as of today. So we have already expanded to Middle East. When it comes to market capturing and market, so the market in terms of where in the space which we deal in is growing at a pace of $4 billion CAGR by 2025. So we want to you want to become a go-to place when it comes to your operational efficiency. So we are forming digital transformation in that module, right? So now coming to what we are expecting out of the government and our future. So we are building we look at making more digitalization efforts when it comes to your operations, because you have your finance, you have HR and different domains which are covered under your digitalization. But when it comes to operations, there is some lag. So we want to target that and bring digitalization when it comes to your operational, increasing your efficiency. We expect that more and more initiatives by the government will be taken towards digitalization of say government sector, as well as the private sector will follow the suit. So this is what we project and plan to become a global leader as well as market leader, especially in India, when it comes to your operational efficiency and digital transformation on your operation side. Yeah. Our company started off in 2016, so we are around say 7 to 8 years old, and I can proudly say that we have at least created a niche in the market. So doing what we do, we have created very close partnerships with one of the top-notch companies, be it Cisco, be it Microsoft, be it HP, you name it, and we have a good partnerships with them. So we have become ISVs for all these companies and they vouch for us. So this is how we have created a mark for ourselves. When it comes to being a startup only, we have created a mark for ourselves and we have built what we are today. Thank you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We started in 2019 at the dawn of post the transformer revolution that created GPT, and we are based primarily in Chennai. We are a small team and we have some folks in Bangalore, and the problem we solve is we help folks create content, basically globalize, localize and personalize all their content, including video and audio. So you can take reduce the painstaking work of, let's say, taking a long form video, which could be a 1 hour webinar, and distilling it down to short form bytes that's consumable across any language and targeting any demographic. So that's how we leverage AI to do that. 12 years, we are growing rapidly, so we intend to double our team in the next year. But we are kind of small, so we are a bootstrap company. We have not taken any external investment. We are growing through our own revenues. And so we expect to double our team next year. In terms of policy making, we are just observing. We are passive observers. AI is going to be the AI transformation is going to be the most definitive transformation of our lifetime. So we have to be incredibly careful with AI and the benefits and risks it poses. In terms of policy making, I think that general safeguards around we are all in agreement that the technology, let's say we are doing dubbing on our platform, that can be misused. That can be used to create fake information out there, like disinformation out there. And so general guidance on safeguards around that, I think, is beneficial to every player in the industry. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are based out of Bangalore, and we started Never Install about 2.5 years back. The core problem that we wanted to solve was of computing as a utility. So what we are doing is we are reinventing computing in the way that today people pay for their internet or phone bills. We want computing to be a utility where you just pay for the computing usage that you have. And as part of building that, what we are doing is we are putting your entire computer in your browser, and not only are we doing that, and we are making it a lot more intelligent. So operating systems have been sort of isolated sandboxes where applications just do things by themselves. What we are trying to do with our AI Copilot is specifically build the intelligence into the operating system. So imagine something like Windows Copilot, but 100x better, works across every operating system, be it Windows, Android, Linux, and it exists just inside the layer without intruding your workflows, but also assisting in every particular application. So the application developer doesn't need to build the AI capability because our system comes with it. So even if you build any application that is not AI first, just by that software running in our system, it will have the AI capabilities integrated. Over the past 2 years, we've been building out the product in public. We've grown from 0 to about 8 lakh users all across the world. 195 countries out of 196 countries have tried, never installed. And we've done this without spending $1 of marketing money. The next 12 months for us is more about actually doubling down the thesis and the product that we've been building. It's more about getting business customers. It's about expanding to a couple of other geographies, specifically Latin America, Middle East. And in terms of policy, what we are doing on the AI side is coming up with very specific use case persona based features which would help more marginal people leverage the value from our platform, specifically students in their engineering who are taking engineering courses or say using any hardware intensive applications. So we are doubling down on that, be it design students or say software engineering students. So that will be a lot more in the next 12 months. Thanks for having me. Thanks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are in the business of securing the AI systems of the world. Everyone in the world is using the AI systems, and one of the critical issues is that how safe and secure they are. We are solving this problem, which is going to be the billion-dollar problem going forward. As the AI becomes a trillion-dollar economy, the $1 billion will be spent on securing these AI systems, and this is the problem that we are solving. We started our journey in the May 2022 last year, where we have built up a technology to assess the security vulnerabilities of the AI systems, and now we have built up a technology also to solve the security issues across any kind of a model, any kind of applications that you are building. For an example, if you are building a computer vision based applications which is to detect a pedestrian or detect an asset, how it can be secured in runtime. That's what we do. And that means that if you are going also for the Gen AI applications, we also identify the security issues and safeguard the generative AI application. So basically we build a guardrail and firewall which is there. And to enable this particular technology, we also use the AI in the backend. So it's an AI assisted security assessment of the AI model. And this is essentially a way that we solve this big problem. Now going forward, as we see that across the world that the AI regulations are coming, and every country is mandating how to have the safe, secure and trustworthy AI. And what we do is that we provide the tools and a means for organizations to ensure that their AI systems are secure. That's what we do. I have a 25-member engineering team, all are based in India, and we have 40+ patents which are there. So the solution, that's about the AI Shield. That's a great question. So in the next 12 months, we are going to double down on our growth in terms of customer acquisitions as well. And when we do this customer acquisitions, we will also have to ramp up our team. So we are looking for the talented young Indian engineers who wants to really make a dent in the world, that how we can secure the AI systems, because this is going to be the very big problem, and India has a great talent in the cybersecurity and AI, and this will be the great intersections that we are looking. And then essentially going forward, when all the countries, including the OECDs, G7 and G20, when they have talked about that the AI regulations and security aspects, we were at the forefront throughout this particular journey, where we have helped the organizations and countries across the world to lay down this policy framework of security of AI. And now going forward, we will see that the fruits where it is mandated, and then our technology is really put into the hands of organization to enforce this particular policies, and also have that faith and trust from the customers who wants to adopt the AI. And this 12 months is going to be a very exciting journey, and it's going to be the inflection point for all of us. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
India has a huge leaky bucket problem when it comes to women's participation in the workforce. While 50% of Indian graduates are women, their numbers dwindle dramatically as women rise up in their respective careers. So there is a need for organizations to pay more attention to ensure women continue to work. So retention is a focus. And how Sama solves for this is by coming into the space with a data-driven, AI-enabled workforce, where we help organizations figure out why women are dropping off from the workforce and then help them plug those gaps. If you look at just like the opportunity, we are actually catering to 50% of the country's population. A report by UN says that India's economy will triple by 2030 if only we are able to fix the gender gap in the workforce, and that's exactly what we are trying to do. So given that we are just a year into, we see the next year to be the most exciting part of our work. We are looking at investing heavily in machine learning and AI to really build a more robust model that removes any kind of bias when we are having conversations about women in the workforce. So we're going to invest heavily in technology and product, and we have our product roadmap ready for the next year. We are also hoping to build a diverse and inclusive team ourselves, with about onboarding 10 to 12 members in the coming year. So why I feel like that the government of India and overall there have been many more conversations around women in the workforce now. There is actually so much more that needs to be done in terms of policy enablement, and if there could be, and I'm not sure whether if this problem could be solved by a quota, but basically some sort of a policy that puts in equal weightage on women's participation in the workforce and making organizations in some way responsible for having more women. The BRSR data, which top 1,000 companies have to currently declare, helps a little bit because you have to talk about the gender ratio in the organization, but this scope needs to be expanded to all organizations and not just the 1,000 companies that have. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
One page is all about helping salespeople prepare for meetings faster. This is a 4-year-old company. We have a couple of patents in India and US, and the whole idea is salespeople usually meet a lot of strangers every day, and they have to prepare for these meetings, back-to-back meetings. So it takes around 30 minutes for preparation of every sales meeting. Our goal is to reduce the 30 minutes to 5 minutes. A simple meeting starts with getting into LinkedIn profile, then opening your email, searching for that person, opening CRM, searching for that person. It takes around 30 minutes, and most of the times you get distracted by notifications or a new mail or something else. Our goal is to reduce that clutter, get you a one-page summary of everything that you should need for every meeting. So it gives you all the recent emails with that person, a conversation starters like what to say, what not to say about this person, and then how can you get you the data that is relevant to build ice-breaking situations. How can I tell you, people buy from people. Technically people buy from people, not from companies. How well you connect with that person relates to the business. That's what we help them build a better rapport with relevant data right in their fingertips. And this is a 4-year-old company, as I told you. The whole goal of our product currently is to get into organizations where consistently we want to prep them for every meetings. We have 3,500 companies using our product all across the world. Quite a good amount of companies come from US and Latin America and India at the moment. Going forward, our AI actually generates these insights. Our AI generates these insights for what to say, what not to say, what is this kind of person. Say for example, is this person a straightforward person? You would like to tell him not stories but get to the point faster. If this person is a decisive guy, you should be able to get the financial part of it out quickly and then get to the business. So our goal is to give you that information through our AI so that you have better insights for every meeting. We plan to go with a new enterprise product that we are launching. We would like to get into an organization and build an AI model within that organization based on the systems and data that they have. So for example, very recently we worked with a company which does financial inclusions. So for example, how much of a person this company has given to us? When is the next renewal? You don't have to open another application or another tab for this, but they should be able to do it right inside the application. That's a one-page summary that we do for every meeting. We work with the data that is already out there, not the data that we can generate out of the blue. So in the responsible AI situation that we are talking about, we don't go beyond what is there in the public domain. So we don't go to your Facebook profile and see whether you have a cat or not. Our goal is to say, are you a person that I should be able to communicate in a better level with the data that is out there in public. So for example, the generative AI that we are talking about figures out what kind of word choice you use in your LinkedIn profile or any other profiles to tell you what kind of person you are. That's the generative AI piece that we are working on. So we don't go beyond privacy levels. We don't want to cross any privacy levels when we are working with other person's data. So that's where we are looking at. So hopefully we'll do a lot more with the generative AI coming stuff. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are showcasing a unique product today. We are discussing multilingual video conference solution based on AI. And with this solution, we are breaking the language barriers and celebrating the language diversity, cultural diversity of India. So how it works is, on GeoMeet, which is video conference solution, we are helping a teacher and a student to teach and learn in their native languages, which means a person speaking in English now can communicate to a student which is learning in Gujarati or Marathi or any of their local languages. And similarly, if the student wants to ask a question in Marathi, it can translate automatically in English to the teacher. So first time we are showcasing a person-to-person multilingual communication over video conference.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
The problem what we are trying to solve is the insurance problem. We are a health and insurtech platform where we are trying to solve the reach of the insurance, not just by the retail, but also the part with different products. Say for example, Neo Health, which is the platform for the retail clients to look into the different policies, customize the policies and take the policy. Obviously, it will help the clients to have a better policy structure, also have a claim intimation in the platform. We have a wellness platform inbuilt into the Neo Health. That's for the retail patients, retail clients I would say. But on the other hand, we also have a corporate sector platform such as Mio as well as OSIS. OSIS and Mio, these are the platforms for the corporate to either underwrite a particular policy, get the quotes in the live mode as well as negotiate with the insurers. The Mio is the corporate sales pitch where we will have all the different insurers coming at one platform. The corporate can have their say in which policy they want to have, what kind of a budgeting do they have, what kind of a benefits do they want. All those are incorporated into the Mio sales. Mio is also a platform where you see variety of a sales representative coming at one platform, monitor them, see the notifications, see the leads they have generated, see the progress of the leads. So that is our Mio. We have a platform called as Alfred, which is a claims processing platform. In the claims processing, we do pre-authorization till the end of the entire claim processing, which is either the payment of the claim or the further query and getting the queries resolved. That's our Alfred platform. At the end of the conversation, I would say that the entire platform is built for the insurance and healthcare sector, where we offer full stack offers, starting with the insurance sales, insurance processing, claims modification, product building. Product building, we have a product called as products, which will help you to design a particular product based on your needs for your corporates or your insurers. So that's in general. The problem so far we have addressed is we have managed to have more than 5 lakh claims processed. We have more than 50 lakh proposals verified as well as underwritten through our platforms. That's in general for us. We are present here out of India. Headquartered is based out of Gurgaon, but we are also present in MENA countries as well as Southeast Asia. For the future plans, what we want to do is invest in the talent, as mentioned. We are constantly hiring, especially we have internships starting up to the leadership positions. We keep on hiring from the different institutes. That's one part. We want to invest more into the technical aspect, the data science area. We want to build more and more data scientists. We have more than 50 so far, but down the line we'll have ML engineers, data science, as well as people who can handle a big data, so that if we decide to go for the LLM model building in-house, we should have that capacity. Regionally also, we are trying to expand out of India. So we will be investing in Middle East as well as Southeast Asia. That's our long-term goal. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are a pioneering agriculture generative AI company, and we have been working developing AI ML solution for Indian agriculture for 4 years. What we are trying to build is something where Indian farmers struggle the most. That's like knowledge gap. We have many agriculture institutes, Vigyan Kendra, and everyone producing huge amount of knowledge, but this knowledge never reaches to the farmer because the farmer has literacy and language barrier and a different type of problem like that. And what we are trying to do is we are trying to solve this problem by bringing AI, which is a multilingual, voice-based, conversational co-pilot for farmers. Now, this co-pilot in our application that we have built, farmer can select a language, click a button, and they can just have a conversation with the whole knowledge base that has been created by all this renowned institute, and can answer directly to the farmer's question in the language they can understand in simplified way. So this is what we are doing and we are building. We have also built our own large language model that is built on very specifically on Indian agriculture practices, and which is bilingual Hindi and English. So we can easily use this large language models to provide the solution for the farmers' questions and their queries. And our plan is to start adding more features, not just the advisories and knowledge. We also want to start integrating live market prices, analytics. For example, farmer can just ask a question like, hey, I have grapes to sell in Nasik Mandi. What was the price yesterday? Or what was the average price in January? Or which month has the base prices? All type of analytics can be also asked as a question in voice through AI, and AI will reply back in the same language in audio format so they can have a conversation. And we want to add more of those things, and we also want to integrate this particular solution into the private organization so we can also start delivering their own knowledge base.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Neuron provides the complete end-to-end platform for generative AI enablement for enterprises. What we do is we solve problem from data curation to data activation to model building and fine-tuning to application inference ending and application in various use cases like credit co-pilot, equity co-pilot, in generation of automated reports. We also work with a lot of social impact companies in terms of education, in terms of infrastructure development, e-commerce sector.
So these are the various sectors we enable large companies for. We are working with all the marquee names in India as well as abroad. One of a very large fashion brand store which has 200 retail outlets in India, what we had created was for their retail partners, we had created a co-pilot which enables them to talk to the clients, process documentation documented into that co-pilot, which the retail outlet sales people and growth people can talk to, learn from that. So intent was to create a homogeneous knowledge base across the retail outlets, having the same kind of growth platform, having the same kind of content that is being talked about with respect to the clients and customers. One of the use cases that we have solved for another company is in terms of credit lending. What we do is we create a knowledge base out of all the repository of client documentation that they have created, and our automated bot, it gives question and answers on the possibility of what is the journey this client should take, what are the various underwriting deviations that might be with respect to the policy, and also what are the mitigations so that the larger amount of loan can be enabled for this SME consumer loan or any other enterprise disbursals. Definitely, we are a growth company. We are working with a lot of partners like the Ministry of METI. We are working with NASSCOM. We are official partners of NVIDIA as well. So we have a lot of GPU enablement with us. We are growing with respect to the talent pool also. We are currently 25 people. We hope to grow to 100 people by the end of next year. We are also growing our customer base in India across sectors, from financial services, e-commerce, legal and contractual laws, audit policies. So various sectors that we are growing in, and we want to enable large enterprises with faster and resourceful enablement of the AI and services. Thank you so much. The pleasure is all mine. All the best.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So basically, fake news is a big problem in today's time. So that is one problem that we're actually providing a solution for. Our founder, Mr. Shrey Sharma, he himself is an industry veteran. So he's been working in the Silicon Valley for 6 years. Then in 2019, he came back to India, inspired by the Make in India program. And we started off with Newsera in 2019. In 2022 November, we launched the application. So it's an AI verified news application basically. So all the news that gets published on our application is verified by the AI algorithms that we've set. So we've built our own LLM models that do all of these processes. Moving forward with this generation, because the kind of lifestyle we are living, nobody has the time to go through long articles. And we prefer having engaging videos. So that is how, and that is the reason why we've actually built up the application wherein the informative content or the news comes either in the bite-sized information or as video formats. So it's fun, factual and engaging for the audience. It's a B2C product. It's available on Google Play Store and App Store. So people can download and engage with the news articles. And as a long-term vision, we are trying to combat and contribute basically to the SDG Goal 4 and Goal 16, wherein we are moving forward and looking forward to a news-informed and well-literate society. So the impact that the society has, the kind of impact that general public has with the news information, it gets better, and there's no fake or deep fake news information that they're actually going to adapt.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So NetWeb is a 25-year-old company, and we are basically solutions, and we make AI infrastructure solutions. We are into solutions like supercomputing, delivering AI to our customers, starting from the workstation till your high-end supercomputer. We also do private cloud and also take to the entire cloud journey basically. So we do the entire gamut of a whole lot of things. Recently, we did where we do that is particularly India's fastest supercomputer right now, and it is also 75th fastest supercomputer in the world. We delivered this, and a lot of companies, lot of models are getting trained here. I guess government is also going to talk about and seem to see that if they can give it to the startup world also to use. And there are some of the startup I know who are training their model using this infrastructure. So that is there. We as a company, we do have a whole gamut of product, right from a very small workstation to the entire journey of private cloud, or getting the entire infrastructure for AI and other stuff, to a very high-end solution. So we deliver the entire stuff there. Yeah.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi.
We have Mr. Sandeep Lodha with us from NetWeb. Thank you, Mr. Lodha, for your time. Could you please tell MyStartup TV about a little bit about your company? What are the problems that you're trying to solve through AI, and a little bit about the solution?
Right. So NetWeb is a 25-year-old company, and we are basically solutions, and we make AI infrastructure solutions We are into solutions like supercomputing, delivering AI to our customers, starting from the workstation till your high-end supercomputer. We also do private cloud and also take to the entire cloud journey basically. So we do the entire gamut of a whole lot of things. Recently we did a project for Government of India also, which is a Government of India's AI infrastructure, where we do, that is particularly India's fastest supercomputer right now, and it is also 75th fastest supercomputer in the world. We delivered this, and a lot of companies, lot of models are getting trained here. I guess government is also going to talk about and see that, you know, if they can give it to the startup world also to use. And there are some of the startup I know who are training their model using this infrastructure. So that is there. We as a company, we do have a whole gamut of product, right from a very small workstation to the entire journey of private cloud, or getting the entire infrastructure for AI and other stuff to a very high-end solution. So we deliver the entire stuff there. Yeah.
Would you like to comment on the AI ecosystem, startup ecosystem in general, the opportunities, threat, kind of policies you'd like to see, and especially the talent which works?
Right. So the advantage of AI, we are talking about AI, and AI is actually nothing but, it is going to expand more. It just started. We talk about learning market. Learning market is no more slowing down. I see that accelerating further. After the learning market, we do have the inferencing market, and then there is a lot of requirement which is coming up. There are voice related stuff, there are NLM related stuff, LLM chatbots which are coming up, more intelligent chatbots. The kind of opportunity is also there, and I see a lot of startups picking up those opportunities and trying to come with the products and solutions. There are real life cases and problems which are there which AI can solve today, and I see some of these startups which have displayed out in this show also. They do have a good product line, and they are trying to address some of them. I'm sure this is growing, and they are going to have a lot of advantages as soon as their application starts working and get more adopted, right? And talent, I guess there's a huge amount of talent out there. A little bit of directions and other stuff we need to finalize as they go, but that shouldn't be a problem. I think eventually they will find their way out.
Thank you, Lodha, for your time. Mr. Lodha, for your time, and wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
MyStartup is world's first visual web browser, visual document reader, and visual dictionary. So what it does differently, it provides you the visual meaning. So the question is why we have built that. In India, if you see, we have a lot of different languages, mother tongue, like we have as Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Marathi. And in India, 90% of people are not good at English in terms of reading, writing, and understanding. But 90% of all of the content that are available on the general medium, like you're reading a newspaper, or you're doing web browsing, or you're getting a bill, or you're reading any document, all are available in English. So we have developed this web browser. So with the help of our web browser, you can read any content in your language. If you are stuck at any particular word, you tap on that word, you will get a visual meaning. So this is the entire concept. Also, we are providing an AI-based ad network that helps all the publisher or content creator or app developer to monetize their space and earn extra money. I'm very excited about this AI opportunity that I'm right now over here, because in India, AI community is growing, and with the help of AI, we can solve a lot of things. We can solve a lot of the problem of edtech, healthcare, agriculture. So I think over the time, India will really become a thriving economy and ecosystem with this opportunity that is being created in AI.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
MSense is providing automated quality inspection in manufacturing using its AI-powered digital eyes and digital ears. If you really want to correlate with how it goes with human beings, right? So whatever humans are able to do the inspection by using their eyes, that's what we can automate using our digital eyes. And digital ears is more for inspection by listening to sound. So whatever humans are using their ears for doing any quality inspection by listening to sound, we can actually do that automation. Right now we are very much focused on the automotive manufacturing. We have inspected more than 10 million vehicles with zero outflows from our inspection stations. We have been winners of innovation challenges from Mahindra, Maruti Suzuki, Renault, Nissan, and in fact our product was adjudged as a best quality solution award by Honda two-wheelers. Right? We are very unique in terms of providing our digital ES product. Nobody is there having the production ready deployments by doing inspection using sound. We started MSense in 2018 with the motive of really enabling the manufacturing sector to strengthen their quality, having a very comprehensive inspection solution. If you really look at the overall inspection market, it is growing at 8% per annum, and it is expected to be $27 billion market globally. So that's how. So we are three founders, myself, Shiv Shankar, Surekha Gupta, who takes care of our business development as a CBO, and Vipin Agrawal, who is our CTO. He is based out of California. See, as of today, we are bootstrapped. We started, as I said, we are 5 years old company. We are bootstrapped. We are surviving on the revenues. But yes, we do have plans to grow in India and also go across India. We are looking at US and Japan market. Maybe in another 2 years time, we want to go global and be profitable in 25-26 financial year. Yeah, thank you. If you would like to, yeah, thanks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are based out of Gurgaon, and we is a startup, 7-year startup, and like we have grown from like very small ideation to up to 350 recently, and we are primarily focusing into healthcare, which is covering all three ecosystem, payers, providers, and across the pharmaceutical. How we can enable them in the digitization platform, and what is the way to improve the patient outcome, patient journey. Like for example, with the latest technology, digitization and AI-enabled technology, how the ecosystem, the patient journey can be enabled. Like on the disease management program, there are a lot of disease management programs are there. How we can engage the audience, how we can improve their performance, and for a particular provider, how we improve their efficiencies. Like using AI-enabled technology, which will nudge the automated ways to different segment of patients. Like if I will say example, I'm a diabetic patient and I want to cover like the entire journey. We will nudge them, or will send a reminder or ways that you have something which is planned, scheduled. You can visit this, and how was your journey in all those point of it. So it's like a combination of AI plus data, which is we have getting from all the hospitals or all the different providers.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are Cure.ai, and it's a 7-year-old startup looking at solving the problem of radiologists, shortage of radiologists across the world. And we read, for example, in tuberculosis, we are working on helping clinicians get reports within 30 seconds. What usually would take 3 days for a radiology center to read, come back with the report, will just be done in 30 seconds. So a patient can be treated within, the treatment can start on the same day. So that's how it's reducing the turnaround time to treatment. And by starting the treatment on the same day, what happens is the communicable disease such as TB is not spread in the community. The person going back will be aware that they have tuberculosis, and they'll come back and they'll start their treatment, they'll isolate themselves. And similarly, we are also working on lung health, stroke, fractures, other areas, and we are expanding. The aim is to basically make healthcare accessible and affordable across the world. We are already present in 85 plus countries, and we are trained on a huge data set on 1 billion plus images. So the future is headed towards complementing what clinicians are doing. There's a lot of workload on them already. So this is to assist them and make healthcare more easy, affordable across the world. A lot of policies being formed across the world right now, and there are some countries that do have some regulations, and while others don't. I will just say at this point of time that it's not something to be afraid of, but to have more set rules, security concerns around it, in terms of policy solved, and I think from there it can move in a positive direction. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are the cybersecurity company, like we are a cybersecurity startup working in the web application and API security domain. So the problem statement that we are trying to solve here is like we have seen there is a lot of digitalization is going on everywhere, and all the companies are now migrating it from the on-prem version to the cloud. So the risk associated to those applications and APIs are also increasing. And we have seen so many cyber attacks are happening on a day-to-day basis. There are multiple frauds are happening, and the hackers are able to exploit those applications and APIs in a very easy format. So if anyone wants to enter in your organization, the applications and the APIs are always the first point of contact for them, same like the hacker or same for the users. So they can sit anywhere in the world, they can come to your application from the website, and whatever the security loopholes that they can find inside them, they can able to exploit. And we are getting like so many updates about these kind of security flaws on a day-to-day basis, which we need to update on a regular aspect in order to keep ourselves more secure from the latest cyber attacks. So this is a challenge that we have identified in the existing solutions which are there in the market. First of all, there is no Make in India product in this segment. We have been competing with the companies coming from US and Israel, and they are mainly focusing on the detection side. So they don't have anything when it comes to the fixing of those security flaws which we have identified in those applications and APIs. So what we are trying to solve here is like we have created our own Make in India indigenous homegrown solution with the name ThreadSpy, and we call it as a developer first AppSec management platform. So the focus is only to the developers, and we wanted to see like how the developers identify, like it need to be go to the developers because they are the only ones who will going to find and fix the vulnerabilities. And in those applications and APIs in a proactive manner, we give all those loopholes to the organizations through the dashboards, and it is easily been available to the developers on that side. So once these loopholes are being identified, then we are prioritizing them on the reachability framework, which is one step further to the CVSS, and then we help the teams to fix those particular flaws automatically. So now the product can get easily integrated to your CI/CD pipeline, and the security need to be implemented by the design, and this is the focus where we are coming with this product, and we are implementing it throughout the design itself. So you don't need to wait for the product to go in the production environment and then it will going to fix the vulnerability, because the cost is always high, and in the same scenario your users will going to affect if there is any kind of a downtime associated to your application. So what we do in that scenario is like we integrate our application or product directly to your pipelines, and that way you can scan them whenever you are changing anything inside the code, and we will be able to fix those flaws in a proactive manner. So this is the complete the homegrown solution, and we are trying to solve this problem in a more robust way. So we are well been recognized by the IIT Kanpur, the National COE, the Data Security Council of India, and the MIT, and they are being helping us in positioning our product to the global market, and we are being able to do it. And so the thing that we are trying to come up in the upcoming months is like we will be adding some more capability to our product, and that's where we will be increasing its robustness and trying to, the vision is to make ourselves a global leader in this domain, not only serve the Indian customers, but also we can serve the customers who are coming all over the globe. And so far we were able to grab like a good amount of customers on the various segments, like from the government, fintechs, edtechs, not from India and even from out of India. So from the different set of LAC countries and from European countries. And this is where we were able to make the change and show the teams like this is something very unique in the approach and identification, and same goes for the fixing of the vulnerabilities. Yeah. So this is all about us. Like if you want to try our product, you can come to our website www.secureorganic.com. You can sign up there and you can get a 14 days of a free trial to explore this product and give it a try to your organization and see how it can help you to minimize the gaps in a more proactive way and more faster than what you have seen in the existing solutions. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So we are an instant diagnosis test kit, which can be done anywhere, anytime with your smartphones. So we want to be giving this to elderly or maybe the person who is very curious about their health and want to track every time. So it will help and identify early diseases which might affect some serious issues like UTI, maternity health, early pregnancy, and miscarriage, etc. So in this product, there is a dipstick like this, which will be dipped in the urine. This bottom part will be dipped in the urine. As this is a dry chemistry, when it's come into contact with urine, there will be some color changes in these pads, and based on these color changes, there will be different biomarkers values. These different biomarker values will be defining your health issues. If any parameter is going out of range, it will identify and mark as abnormalities. We are using AI to just generalize everything, every environmental condition, every phone. So different phone has different sensors, different lighting conditions are there. Right now I am in a place where it's little yellow. At my home it's little dark. At some other place it will be some other color. So we use AI technology to transform all the images to in a uniform and generalized way, where we can use these colors and identify it and give the more accurate results to the users.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Jai Hind. I am Captain Yashika Hatwal Tyagi, a Kargil war veteran and a motivational speaker. I'm so glad to be part of the ITTL event. My topic for the day was battle zone to boardrooms, evolution of leadership during disruptive times. मुझे लगता है ये टॉपिक ऐसा है जो आज हर सेक्टर में, हर जोन में हमारे बहुत काम आएगा. There are lessons from war zone that can be inculcated through corporate in dealing with their war zones.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I'm here to Delhi to give a keynote speech at ITTL, India Tech Talent Conference, one of the best conferences I ever attended. This kind of conference where all the educators and corporate leaders and also the investors, innovators, they are all coming here. They are meeting together. How they can bring the innovation to the education segment, innovation to the corporate segment, innovation to the startup ecosystem. I think this is the kind of meetup events which requires in India, so that a lot of people, they don't know what's happening in IITs, what is happening in other AICT. For example, AICT chairman mentioned lots of AICT idea labs and all that. Nobody knew about IICT idea labs unless you come and participate in this kind of events, where we come to know about what's all happening in India, how we can collaborate, how we can help the new generation startups, because a lot of new generation startups are coming in the country now, and they are going to be unicorn. They are going to beat all the world startups, either from Silicon Valley or from Singapore, other countries, because India is a very big market, and we have prestigious schools, n number of prestigious schools, a lot of R&D is happening, lot of problems are yet to be solved in the country. If you go to rural India, empty number of problems yet to be solved. All these problems are the opportunities for the new age startups. So this kind of conferences will enable these startups to pick up some of those ideas and take those ideas and get the investments from India Startup Festival, our angels, and so that they will be able to build a product solution and for India initially, but afterwards they can take it to the globe. I really enjoy meeting a lot of people here, and it's a great conference. And I wish Chinmay and his team to create more such events. It's a great networking event. Combination of all the stakeholders in this entire ecosystem. I wish them all the best.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I started my career in the Indian Administrative Service in Andhra Pradesh cadre, and then in 2005 I joined the World Bank, and I was the practice manager for information communication technologies for the World Bank globally. And then in 2018 I left the World Bank, and in 2019 I started Multiverse, which is a company focused on technology for social impact. So we are working in the area of leveraging digital technologies for making a difference to the future of work. And I am very pleased to be here at this particular conference on the India Tech Talent League. And I'm also very fortunate to be associated with the International Startup Foundation, which was very key to helping Multiverse to tap investments and to scale up our activities to the next level. So it's a great pleasure and a privilege to be here. And companies like Multiverse feel really enthused and very encouraged and supported by all the great work that is going on in the International Startup Foundation and in conferences like the one that I'm attending today. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
ITTL has been doing excellent work in the past few years in encouraging startups, bringing them together, putting them on a platform that gives us an ability to network and develop our ecosystem. The company that I'm currently involved, most of my time goes into this company called Binford Research Labs, which is a Hyderabad-based startup. We develop drones and counter-drone solutions for the Indian military. One of the advantages that we've seen in the Indian startup ecosystem in recent years is the development of something called the Defense Innovation Organization. They run a series of challenges called the IDEX challenges, which is Innovation for Defense Excellence. And we have been lucky and probably a little bit, hardworking too, to be able to win 4 IDEX challenges under our belt, which basically means that the government of India has seen it fit to fund us to the tune of about 6 crores, 1.5 per IDEX. I'm here today actually to also network with people and figure out how we can improve funding for startups in India. The other thing that you will see in Hyderabad especially, where I come from, is a plethora of space startups. So I am also part of a space startup called Exceed Space, which was the first company to have actually launched, a private company to have launched a satellite using SpaceX. So we put up 2 satellites. We are working with several state governments to see if we can put up more satellites for Earth observation to help with disaster management. My thanks to the team at ITTL for having done such an excellent job of putting people together, creating a forum, and giving us all the ability to do bigger things and make India an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are here at ITTL and I have just got off a panel which is more of a galaxy of experts where we were talking about the different impact of AI, artificial intelligence. And I would like to thank the organizers, especially the organizers, My Anatomy and other participants of India Tech Talent League, for organizing this today. And this is the 4th, and I had participated in Hyderabad and now here in Delhi. I found this a very, very interesting forum. A lot of very interesting discussions have been happening. The future direction of how AI should be adopted responsibly has been discussed over here. And of course, I look forward to the rest of the event as we proceed further. I would also like to compliment MyStartuptv coming all the way from Hyderabad and majorsunilshetty and others for doing this interview, because this India Tech Talent League is one of the important events in the AI calendar of India as of now, and probably the way it is growing, I'm sure with the support of Mr. Jay Chaudhary and others, it will reach international proportions soon. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
A lot of things are changing on the talent and education side. When I was growing up, it was very, very important to have a good handwriting to score a good academic score. But that got replaced with, keyboards coming in. And now it is again changing in a perspective where, AI, generative AI, and everything, which AI and ML is bringing to education, it is going to completely change the way we learn. Because right now when you are in a classroom, and a teacher is teaching, everyone learns the same thing at the same pace. But this is definitely, my perspective on this is that AI and ML together would help in terms of people learning at their own pace, where different people can, adjust to the pace of learning, which will definitely improve the quality of learning for everyone. At the same time, I think it's also going to have an impact of the technical side, where today it's already being seen that the generative AI has an impact anywhere between 20 to 40% in terms of the coding efficiency. So obviously, this will help our coders, good coders, to build more in the same time, which also will have a direct impact in terms of our GDP. And the last thing, I think also what's becoming important, which is one thing which is being said, is that tomorrow maybe English is going to become the language of coding, because when you have the prompts in the generative AI, it becomes very, very important how do you write the prompt rightly to get the output, where then it would give you the results with the underneath code in it. So I think these are some things which I believe will have a big impact on learning, on talent, the way the education is, the way whole talent development is being done. And obviously, it will definitely help us to deliver more in lesser time. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
met some friends, some industry leaders I haven't met for a while. Happy New Year to you. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Professor T.G. Sitaram, who's the chairman of the All India Council of Technical Education. He's a very distinguished educationist and has really brought in the last few months a lot of dynamism and activity to the AICT, continued the good work that was done in the past few years. So good to see you, Professor T.G. Sitaram. After many years, maybe 4 or 5 years, I met Mr. J. Chaudhary, who's himself been a pioneer in fueling the innovation ecosystem. I remember now that we are also doing a FinTech festival and a lot more, and why not? But I know the first FinTech festival was done by you in Vizag. I came for that, and really used to work in NVIDIA, and we were talking about, look at what is happening to NVIDIA. We're talking of innovation, and look at how it's beaten Intel and everyone. As you know, he used to work for NVIDIA and used to be president South Asia. I see a lot of friends, some new ones, and some I see our friend Mr. Venkat from the Telangana Higher Education Council being here, and we've collaborated on many initiatives together. So good to see you, sir. Normally I see you in Hyderabad, so it's good to see you here. A lot of friends from the academia, friends from the media, friends from the corporate world. I am here because Chinmay and Thalis got me to do this. And I can say that I admire what Chinmay does. He puts 100%. I remember he reached out to me and said he wants to meet me a year back, and I met him. And for next 90 minutes, he was telling me what he is doing. And I saw the passion and the commitment he has in his own understanding of what is needed by corporates, because he was the head of placements of a large university. He understands what is needed, and he's trying to bridge that gap. And this initiative, the initiative of the India Talent League, is also an initiative to be able to bridge the gap. He's asked me to talk about innovation, and I'll first of all, I want to ask all of you, if you had to rate India on innovation on 1 to 10, where would you rate India today in 2024, on 10th Jan 2024? 7. Okay, any other? 6. So that's not bad. I think in the last few years, India has improved. And I can say that if we have to get to 10, we need more forums like that. But traditionally, what do you think has held India back in terms of what we should be doing in terms of product-led innovation, business process-led innovation, and very importantly, services delivery innovation? What has held us back culturally? Culture. You're close. Can you go one level down? Okay, you're very close. So you're exactly very close to the word I'm looking for. Okay, that's one, that we are the sweatshop of the world. We are the back end of the world. But the word that I was looking was fear of failure. I think the reason India had, as a culture, our parents never encourage us to fail. Failing means being ostracized, right? So we have a culture that only celebrates success. We do not celebrate failure. And I'm not suggesting we celebrate Rahul Gandhi, but on a serious note, we only celebrate success. And I think if we let our children to experiment and the culture allows them to fail, then that mindset of creating something, experimenting, pivoting, orbit changing, whatever you want, they'll eventually get to what they need to. And I'm reminded of a quote from the book, The Last Lecture, where Randy Pausch says that there's nothing called failure. It's all experience. He says, experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. So really, I think at a young level in schools, in families, in homes, in society, we have to let our young adults know that there's nothing called failure. Failure is part of the success equation. It is an experiment. It is an experience. I think that's the culture change that has happened in the last decade or so that has brought us. If I'd asked this question, you possibly would have said 3, 4, definitely less than 5. Today, the fact that it is 7, and that matches with my own assessment, is because somewhere this fear of failure is not there as much as it was there earlier, at least for the new generation. 3 weeks back, we did an initiative, the Millennial and Gen X change makers. I met innovators who were from 4 years, 7 months young to 23 years. That was we had 24 speakers. And that's the one conference I sat through except for an half an hour where I stepped out for a work. Those young adults who were 10, 12 years of average age in that room were doing tells us that the future of India is in safe hands. Now also, since you'd asked me to talk, I normally say that I don't use PowerPoint presentations because PowerPoint presentations are used by people who are neither powerful nor have a point of view. I'm Mr. Chaudhary's friend and Venkat Garu's friend, so I mean, really don't have to do that. But I did prepare one since I know that Professor T.G. Sitaram is there. He may re-nominate me on the MDI board from EACAT, which he got me off this year in June. I'm very subtle, sir. I was born a Punjabi, but that's okay. I have done my time. I'm happy. More people should be on the board. So I prepared a presentation, very brief. I want to ask you, sir, it's a new presentation. It's not the one I made in Chennai. So I can tell you, sir was our keynote speaker and chief guest at our BW Education Higher Education Symposium. How many of you know this guy? I mean, I've given his name, but do you know who he is? Please don't Google him. You can Google him later. Do you know which cricket team he plays for? Does he play for a cricket team? Who's he? So no one knows him. Anyone knows him? So he's a young Israeli. He must be around 35 now. You can check his exact age. His name is Nadab Ben Yehuda. Why am I showing his picture at a conference which is about bridging the gap between academia and corporate world and fueling innovation at the school level? In 2012, he was very close to climbing the Mount Everest. He's left the base camp of Mount Everest and he was very close. And then one of his fellow climbers and friends, who was Israeli, died. Another third one was about to die. So he had a choice, either to be the first Israeli to climb the Mount Everest, and it's a big deal. First in everything is a big deal. Or he could have saved the life of his friend who was dying. Guess what is the option he exercised? He saved the life of his friend. He came down and he was very close to the Mount Everest. So he's like, in the process, he had frostbites. He had to get 2 of his fingers amputated. He doesn't have them. Subsequently, he's become a search and rescue professional, photographer and a speaker. And he did become the first Israeli to climb the Mount Annapurna. I think while we teach our children or in schools, AICTE over the last 9-10 years has tried to bring real world into classrooms without, theory is also important, try to keep the curriculum in tune, bring flexibility. There's a certain vision the new education policy has, and AICTE is a very important part of it. But the first lesson we need to teach children is kindness. I think in a world that is increasingly because of social media, there is so much pressure. So I'm going to talk to you about 3 things which I believe are important for innovation. It is not an usual talk. You may say, what I've had for breakfast or I had for dinner when I prepared this. But I really believe innovation is secondary. First is you have to be empathetic to yourself, empathetic to the environment you are in, you have to be kind. So first is having a class on kindness in the schools. In kindness is about kindness in practice. Kindness is not a concept. Second thing, which is very underrated, is sleep. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours in the night? I hope nobody sleeps in the day, but that's why I say in the night. Except people at Business World, right? They sleep in the day also. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours? 2 people, 3, 4. How many is 5, 6, 7, about 10 people? How many sleep less than 7 hours? A lot more, almost double, right? How many sleep 8 hours? Good, this is the first audience. Honestly, I've done this over the last 30 days multiple times, where there are almost 3 times who sleep more than 8 hours. Anybody who sleeps more than 9 hours? Okay, I do on weekends. How many sleep less than 5 hours? I have lots of CEO friends who sleep less than 5 hours. How many sleep less than 5 hours? Not a good thing for you. Okay. Now, sleep is the most, there are 3 pillars of health. First is sleep, which is 60-70%. I'm not saying experts, I'm not an expert on sleep. Second is nutrition, which is a very 30%. So 60-30, I'm simplifying. They're all, you have to come together. And then is movement, exercise. Sleep is the most important. If you sleep well, you'll be mindful, you'll eat better, you'll be in conversations. When you talk to someone, you'll be fully in it. You'll absorb better, you'll get ideas better, you'll innovate. It sounds, but in India, there is a sleep deficit. We are doing a study of 30,000 various slices of the population. I promise you, we are a sleep-deprived country. And then there are 2 more companies or kind of companies that are making sure that we stay sleep-deprived. Can you guess which companies? So one, content companies, they want you to binge watch. Start watching a show at 10 p.m. and watch it till 4 a.m. I have done it twice in my life, right? Maybe twice, thrice, but mostly I don't compromise on sleep. Second, in fast food delivery companies, you can order pizza at 2 a.m. in the night, it'll come to you in 3 minutes. No traffic, Mr. Sitaram, at 2 a.m. So sleep, this is a book I read 10, 12 years back by Matthew Walker, Why We Sleep, and you can watch the YouTube video. I promise you, anyone who will watch the YouTube video, read the book, will not compromise on their sleep. Because we do so many things, we run, we walk, which are very good. We eat all the right things, but we don't sleep enough. I think if you sleep well, trust me, especially in children, they have pressure of performance, peer pressure. I see I have 2 children, 20 and 16. I know the pressure they have. Talis is a daughter who's in class 10. So really, children have lots of pressures. They don't articulate them. But if you can let them sleep well, even if it means being very disciplined with them and strict with them, and over a period of time, they'll get used to. But I'm talking, when we talk in schools, do we educate children to sleep well? Be kind, so, and then I read this book 10, 12 years back, and I read it last year. I think in June I was going to Bangalore for a Business World Healthcare event, and I read this is the new edition. And you know, this is one chapter from the book or somewhere in the book, which says scientists have discovered a revolutionary new treatment that makes you live longer, it enhances your memory and makes you more creative, and so on. And that is sleep. Just sleeping 1, 2, and it's also the quality of sleep. I keep my phone away. I'm a very active person, but in the night, I keep my phone away in my study. I've been doing it for 10, 12 years. I don't keep it because then I'm tempted to pick it up. And honestly, in the last 30 minutes, I get lots of ideas because I'm alone, I'm sleeping, no phone, no nothing. And I do get ideas, right? But I calm myself and I sleep. The third thing, I'll come to this. The third thing is sustainability, which I must say is being taught in some schools. Students are being exposed. Children are being exposed. And children, through the influence of internet, media, through various initiatives, are becoming more and more sensitive about sustainability. This is a cover I read of the Time magazine late last year, and it asked, what is the most important place on earth? Ironically, it's not a place on earth, it's the oceans. The shrinking oceans are making sure that we are endangering ourselves. The excreta of the large mammals, really, those of you know, these things, it really absorbs carbon dioxide. So ocean shrinking is not good. So teaching them what sustainability. I just want to say that if we teach children or sensitize children, sometimes teaching is difficult. They learn by example. They learn through doing. They learn through experiential learning, if I may use that. Teaching them these three things along with the softer skills of listening, because they have their phone. They have now artificial intelligence. And again, Chinmay talked, we are doing this in the era of artificial intelligence. How is it impacting us? I'll come to that. I genuinely believe the more artificial intelligence grows, the human skills that were relevant in the 90s, that were relevant in the 20s, that were relevant in the 21st century, will be even more relevant. And artificial intelligence will make progress, so it will create stuff which is unique. I won't say original, I'd say unique because it is past. But I was reading this book by a new, by the CEO of an AI company who was also at Google, and he's come up with something called a personal AI assistant, which is empathy. The empathy is built in by what have you done in the past. So he or it's called Pi. It will paraphrase everything. So you don't need to see a shrink. You talk to your Pi, it will tell you about your past behavior. It will rephrase so that you know that there is empathy. He is listening. He knows it's not that is happening. But the value of human touch or talking to a human being, we could have done this on Zoom. You shouldn't have traveled from Hyderabad, right? But the fact is, we're doing. So I genuinely believe, like in every other century, there have been fears about things, and human beings have been able to use advancement in technology to their benefit by being balanced about it, by minimizing the negative impact. I think the role of artificial intelligence in schools, in education, in learning, and especially in the business world and corporate world will only enhance what is happening. It will not diminish what is happening. And I can give you many examples. Also, artificial intelligence by definition is what you did in past. So for real creation, you will still need the inspiration and the perspiration and the gurus to be able to do. Yes, a lot of that will happen through a touch on the screen, but really artificial intelligence is a friend, is a guide, is a mentor, is a tool. It's not going to replace. 3 years back, EduTech was at the peak. At the peak of Corona, we all were questioning the value of campuses, of face-to-face classroom education, the value of teachers. I remember doing a session with Professor T.G. Sitaram and other leading academicians, and we talked about it, and the word was hybrid. I think we are fully back to classrooms because there is something about the classroom and having an interaction with the professor or talking to you like this face to face, which is not there. So without going into too much, I would only say that artificial intelligence can become tools for information and knowledge. And there is a school of thought which says that in schools, teachers will do a discussion and not an instruction. That is what will happen, because the knowledge would be there. But again, that is debatable, because classrooms are about focus. They are about being in the moment. But who knows the future? I certainly don't know the future. I would like to end by saying that really the future is going to be bright. India as a country is making strides. We today on Business World ran 2 articles. How India, I don't think it's left to anybody's imagination. In the next 6 to 10 years, we'll do better than we've ever done. We will, when the Prime Minister would talk about a 10 trillion economy, some of would laugh. I think it will happen sooner than sooner than later. And the other thing is about, yes, there is a dollar exchange and that reduces the size of our GDP in dollar terms, right? But I'm sure even on that front we'll catch. As India has shown leadership in many domains, while in education in past we've learned from American schools, from European schools, the Danish schools that we used as example of learning. I think the future belongs to integrating technology, the learning of ancient Indian wisdom, and very importantly, the traditional methods of teaching are, in my view, at least in the next 5 to 10 years, are here to stay. Artificial intelligence must be taught in schools, must be used in schools, but artificial intelligence is a tool, it's not learning by itself. Thank you, God bless you, and I wish all the stakeholders that are in this room well. I want to end by saying that there are 3 H's and 3 C's that you must remember. I keep reinforcing them. If you really want to learn, you have to stay away from 3 C's. First is complaining. I think if after COVID we are healthy, alive, our families are healthy, our communities are healthy, our businesses are doing okay because they provide livelihood and impact, we shouldn't complain. Comparison, the biggest thing. Social media is about comparison. I have 10,000 likes, he has 20,000 likes. I think we shouldn't compare. Each one's journey is unique. And third is criticize. Sometimes we criticize and their people, leaders, without knowing the choices they had, without knowing their journey. So I think stay away from the 3 C's, and as I keep saying, the 3 H's that matter is hope. I genuinely wake up every day believing today will be better than yesterday, tomorrow is better than today, and give whatever I do my best. Second is hard work. Maybe I'm a little old. I genuinely believe whatever you focus on grows. Chinmay is focusing on fostering this bridge between academia and the business world and provide livelihood to students. I think the more you focus, the more it will grow. So hard work and focus and impact go hand in hand. And last, third is humility. As you grow, as your impact grows, you have to be more humble. Because if you want to be innovative, the first quality that you need is humility, an open mind. An open mind and humility go together. So have an humility to be able to accept ideas that you don't understand because we don't even know what we don't know. Thank you. God bless you.
Friends, today we are all here, assembled here for this very interesting workshop or the India Tech Talent. Okay. Thank you, first of all, for having me as a guest for this Tech Talent League 2023. We are already in 2024. First of all, let me congratulate the organizers for creating such a diverse platform. And I understand that this is the 4th in the series of started from last year. And to showcase the best practices in the field of education, innovative AI solutions, automation, and cutting-edge technologies. Friends, the skilled technical talent is very essential for harnessing this potential, effectively ensuring its responsible development and maximizing its positive impact on the society. So all of us have heard about AI from Anurag Batraji, what it has really given an opportunity for us. But let me tell you my own impression of the artificial intelligence in our society. Friends, when I joined AICT, that's the time ChatGPT was sort of announced. That was last year, okay? ChatGPT 4 came out. Then, one evening, I was just sitting and thinking about, I just joined AICT to understand what it does. Because many of us, when Anchor told us I understood what AICT is, I'm one of the graduate. But let me tell you, from my last 1 year, many of them have not understood what AICT does. So even recently we announced that we will also, monitor the quality of our undergraduate management education. There's a big hue and cry. They were worried why AICT is taking over. We are running this very effectively. I just wanted to tell them AICT is not taking anything. Okay? AICT is not an institution for that. AICT is All India Council for Technical Education, is a standard setting body. It's only set the quality parameters for us to evaluate in higher education, particularly in the area of technical education. So there, we are not only handheld. So we actually, as a body, started even as a 1945 as an advisory body to the government of India, then British government. In 87, when large number of engineering institutions mushroomed in the country, particularly in the state of Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, then Tamil Nadu, okay, and Maharashtra. So 87, there was an act came in and made as a regulator. But I would like to assure you, in the last 6-7 years, formed itself, parents, they are going to select what kind of education what they want. So friends, AICTE is today, I call that as a facilitator. And coming back to the AI, when I was sitting, I wanted to understand what AICTE does. So let me see what these artificial intelligent models, chatbots, have understood about AICTE. Believe me, when I asked to write, it threw about 15-20 pages of all, because it's all what is there in the internet. It just collated and threw at me back within 10 seconds. So I was not very happy because I was not able to read that 10-15 pages. So I said, I don't know what it came to my mind. I said, write a poem about AICTE covering everything. Believe me, in 10 seconds, there was a beautiful poem about AICTE covering all its activities better than what I understood by that time. That's mind-boggling. Then immediately, I was not satisfied. As a human being, I said, write this poem in Hindi. In another 5 seconds, an Hindi poem covering the activities of AICTE was out there with 4 stanzas. So what do we think about in a poet's job? Even if I asked a poet to write this poem, he would have taken 1 year. Let me tell you why. Because he has to understand what AICTE does first. Okay? And read all the material, churn it in his mind, and then think about writing a poem. At least 6 months, if not 1 year. Okay? Because I remember at Indian Institute of Science, we asked Dr. Subbarayappa to write about Indian Institute of Science history when we completed 75 years in 84. Okay? And in pursuit of excellence. There's a book has been written by Dr. Subbarayappa, a professor of English. Okay? And he came on sabbatical for a year to Indian Institute of Science at that time when Dr. C.N. Rao was the director. And it took almost a year to write that book. Okay? So, this poem really, and also we always think that poet job comes by, either through your genes, okay? And that's what we always, quote. Either somebody should be the poet in your family. You cannot acquire the skills of a poet. But this AI tool has acquired it, ladies and gentlemen. So, are we worried? That's the question. But anyway, I did not satisfy there. I took a delegation on semiconductor to Taiwan. And then, when we visited, for Taiwanese, Taiwan itself is not a completely independent country yet. Okay. When we visited, they thought that the big delegation has come from India, 10 vice chancellors and then chairman of AICTE. So they had arranged all the students' project also on display. One of the student project caught my attention. This boy has developed a robot to play a guitar, okay, the music. So that's, I think, and I have seen that in many of the Institute Innovation Councils, AICTE, Institute Innovation exhibitions. Many of our students also does that, because nowadays the development of a robot is not a big thing. But what it attracted me, that particular student project, is he has used AI to even compose the music and play that through a robot. So this is much more worrisome than the poet job what AICTE did. The AI did a poet's job by writing a poem. Now a musician job is also taken away by the AI. It's again, please think about this. The musician is again a skill which we thought that it could not be taken away by the machines. So, are we worried? So, I completely agree with Batraji on this aspect. I don't know whether he left. I think he has left. Okay? But, this is a tool which is created by human being for the betterment of the human. So I don't think we need to be worried about the artificial intelligence. But what is that we need to be prepared for? So ethical use of AI. I think there is a lot of debate should happen now. Because otherwise, the way we teach, or even a computer science professor is scared today. Why? If he gives an assignment to write a code, student will submit a code written by ChatGPT to the teacher. That code is much better than what a human being can write. Okay, at least as of now. Maybe not a very complex thing. So you could see now the threats of AI also coming in. So we need to now, friends, need to debate, discuss what are the positive effects of AI, what are the ill effects of AI, and how ethically we could use the AI. That's where IICTE has set up a committee to look at, to address, to understand how effectively we can use. Friends, all of us, all of you are here, I think majority of our engineering graduates, isn't it? I think majority. Because that's where, India has done very well, because we generate about 1.4 million engineers every year. Okay? This does not include the diploma graduates. That's again another 1 million. So I come from an institute called Indian Institute of Technology as a director. When I came out, I was just looking at how many graduates from all IITs put together come out. Can you take a guess? 15,700 graduates graduate from all the 23 IITs. How many graduates come out from AICT institutions? 1.4 million. This is the number, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we need to be focusing on the quality. So that if all these are quality engineers, we can be the engineers of the world. Okay, we are already. If you look at all the companies, you name a company where Indian diaspora has not contributed. It's very hard to find a company without an Indian being part of the system. Not only just in the lower level, at the higher level, in the top level. So all the top CEOs of top-notch companies, very successful companies, are Indians today, ladies and gentlemen. And we have done exceedingly well in STEM areas. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And some of us have already added arts to it, STEAM, okay? And then some of the IITs have added M to it again, and medicine, so that you can take care of healthcare. Friends, look at, we have two verticals we need to really work today in India. One is the knowledge creation, the other one is the skill development. The knowledge creation, friends, IITs have done reasonably well in the last 20 years. Okay? If you look at the history of Indian Institute of Technologies, all of you know, how many are graduates of IIT here? See, only one professor. That too, he became a chief secretary of the Telangana government. So you can see, he never even practiced his engineering. He went into administration. And his contribution is among us. I have read about Dr. J. Chowdhury. But what I'm trying to say is, all our IIT graduates, IITs were, you will agree with me, 1951, we started the first IIT, Kharagpur. I think many of you would be surprised. By 1961, we had 5 IITs. And 1994, the 6th IIT born, that is the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, where I was the director. 7th one was Roorkee. 8th one was BHU. By 2002, there was a survey done how these IITs are contributing to the research ecosystem in India. Believe me, they were at the rock bottom. This survey was presented in Current Science. You can read that article. And it said all publications published at that time in 2003 or 2002, one Indian Institute of Science was much, much greater than, I put double greater than sign in front of Indian Institute of Science, all 8 IITs put together. That was the story of 2002. In 2023, IIT Madras has surpassed the number of publications of Indian Institute of Science. IIT Bombay is in the top 50 of the world. IIT Kanpur is top innovative institutes of the world. I mean, at least India. In NIRF Innovation Index, IIT Kanpur came at the top. So what I'm trying to tell you is, in 20 years, from 2002 to 2023, these IITs have become institutes of Indian technologies. Inventive is going to be held in IIT Madras, IIT Hyderabad next week on 19th. If some of you have not marked your calendar, go there and look at the innovations of the Indian Institute of Technologies. We did that last year when I was the director of IIT Guwahati at IIT Delhi. Inventive, the second, this is the third in the series. Friends, lot of positive things have happened. In the last 2 years, look at the companies, which have become the unicorns, 110 plus. And when, Honorable Prime Minister, I heard a speech or a small bite in the video, he is talking about when in 2014, when he took over, there were 100 startups in the entire country. Today, more than 1.2 lakh startups. So how the startups ecosystem has emerged, just like that, there is a lot of hard work done by the Ministry of Education, and many of you, every one of you have contributed to that. Friends, research and innovation is going to be the focus. That's going to be the future of India, and AI is going to pitch into that. AI is the future of innovation. And today, with huge public, the digital public infrastructure we have created to the whole world. Look at, some of them are mind-boggling. Even countries like America are scared of. For example, vaccination. How many crores we have done. It's all data available digitally. Okay? And Aadhaar is again a mind-boggling exercise. And the next one is going to come, watch out, is the Skill India portal. Skill India portal, if you have not seen, please watch that. It's going to integrate the entire skill ecosystem of the country. Skilling is going to be the key, ladies and gentlemen, other than the knowledge creation, which I just talked about. Okay? So India, how it has done in knowledge creation, let me tell you. Today, we are top 5 country in the world in research publications. Top 5 country in the patents filing, okay, and awarding. And top 3 in the startup creation in the world. So we are we are already there, ladies and gentlemen. As Honorable Prime Minister keeps on telling us and reminding us, Vikasit Bharat at 2047, I don't think we need to wait up to 2047. It will be much before that. The kind of infrastructure what we are building is the world class. I got myself associated with the highest elevated rail bridge construction, and completely done by Indians, okay, which is across the Chenab river, Chenab. Okay, this is it's almost ready, because the other part which connects the Srinagar to Jammu is the one I'm talking about. Okay. Right now, the trains are running up to Katra, which is the Vaishno Devi temple. Many of you might have visited. But already the trains are running in the valley, in the Srinagar valley, but the connection was not there. So this is the bridge, Chenab Bridge, which is 355 meters above the river bed level of Chenab. And the entire slope stability for 15 years it has taken, almost 15 years. So I got associated in 2004 with this project, and we were there up to 2019 till this foundations stability. I'm a geotechnical engineer, completed that. Another classical example of infrastructure we have built is, I can go on many. So, but I will tell you which is touching the hearts of every Indian, which is Ram Janmabhoomi, Ayodhya temple. Because you could see Jai Sri Ram, Sita Ram is here. Why I am saying you is, I was associated with the foundation design of that. The entire foundation was a unique foundation designed for 1,000 years life. Very unique example. Okay? It's not an ordinary temple. Why? Because it's the aspiration of 1.4 billion people of India. And the way it has been projected now, all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, whether it is rivers of water come from every river and every people, and it has become a movement. I think whether we like it or not like it, this is the time India has one unique identity for us. So friends, today with AI being the key in front of us, innovation learning, access to information, personalized learning with such large digital public infrastructure, what I explained to you, 3-4 of them, digital literacy becomes a very important criteria, friends. All India Council for Technical Education has taken a big step. Many of you may not know what it is doing, because I would like you to take your time, little time, go through the websites. Okay? This time what we have brought a completely very, very revolutionary approval process away from a regulator. We opened up, so quality will survive. Quality institutions will survive. And we have brought the entire undergraduate education in management and undergraduate education in computer applications into the fold of quality. They will be working, they will be giving degrees wherever they were giving before. Their administration will be same, but the quality initiatives, whether teachers training or maintaining this standard of teacher-student ratio, and then new curriculum with mandatory internship. Friends, I have to talk about two initiatives of AICTE. One is the AICTE internship portal. Today has more than 2 crore verified students registered on our portal. 75,000 plus companies on our own portal offering the internship. And this year approval process we made, 1 semester compulsory internship to every engineering student of the country. Okay? And AICTE second initiative was the placement portal, which we have just started for the rural and tribal area engineering institutions. Only this year, because we want to start first them so that they survive the wrath of all these bigger institutions, so that they can show the placement, because finally education is about employability. Unless there is a good employment and which we can create, there is no end to. Whatever education we talk about is useless. Okay? There should be a good, finally, people who are going to implement and help us. So this is the second, and the another very important is hands-on experience for our kids. AICTE Idea Labs we have created at 107 locations. Students are going to experiential learning. If some of you have not seen, please go and see the AICTE Idea Labs. They're very unique. Students and teachers are also getting in. Our ATAL program, that is AICTE's Teaching and Learning Academy, is another very big initiative. So we are trying to prepare for the future, ladies and gentlemen. With the constant evolution of technology, integrating technical talent into our young kids. So we made a minor degree can be obtained by any of my engineering graduate. Whether he is a civil engineer, mechanical engineer, or electrical engineer, he can get a minor degree of 18 credits to 20 credits in area of data science, artificial intelligence, robotics. Okay? Now you can see how the future skill has been integrated into the curriculum. Friends, AICTE has also planned to incorporate new areas like semiconductors. Actually, as chairman AICTE, I am the responsible person for implementation of semiconductor capacity building in the country. I can tell you, my institutions, more than 300, totally including, if you include the master's degree program, 600 institutions are offering programs in semiconductor. Why is this important? Friends, as you just talked about AI, semiconductors are also pervasive, friends. It is there with every one of you today. You are carrying them. It's going to be revolutionary if you don't really reinvent the wheel on the semiconductor area. It's only some countries like Taiwan and China, and they have really a market forces concentrated over today. Today, what you are seeing, all these tension, just like what happened in the, the Kuwait War. Kuwait War is about oil, and today the tensions are all because of semiconductors. Oil is still remaining because we have seen that is happening in Ukraine as well. Friends, it's a golden time. Amrut Kal is here, ladies and gentlemen. In this Amrut Kal, whatever you attempt to do will become very fruitful. It's going to be realistic and you're going to be successful. We have seen Chandrayaan, Aditya L1, we were able to place. A poor country which you could not feed can send these things. How is that possible? Mangalyaan is the cheapest flight mission anywhere in the world it has happened. Who are these engineers are? You ask them, including the chairman ISRO. I was with him just last month. I was privileged to actually asked by him to release his book. Okay, I was with him in the ISRO headquarters. Friends, believe me, all those scientists are all from AICT institutions, not from IITs, not from NITs. So you can see we have created a talent in the area of STEM, and this is the force to reckon with. And this talent is going to be there, and we are going to be the engineers of the world. By 2047, India would be developed country. Is the dream. It's no more a dream, ladies and gentlemen. It's the reality. We need to put hands together. All of us have to put hands together in these areas, and I think this is the time, and which is never there for India. 16th century belonged to whom? 16th century belonged to Netherlands. That's the time the sailing started. 17th century and 18th century belonged to British. Okay? 19th century, after the World War II, was America's time. After the COVID, it is India's time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. All the very best. Namaskar.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For the previous 3 events, I've been acting as more of a disruption. But this time, I'll be acting as a spark for all the dignitaries to set the stage on fire. And previously, what I've said, it's all scripted. You know, I've written it down, I've memorized it. But this time, it'll be more impromptu. I have a PPT written down, and I created it all by myself. No chat GPT used. So please excuse the simple language. Right? So in this PPT, I'll be covering certain points, 4 of them to be exact. First, we have AI and its impacts. Then issues with AI, or basically ethics in AI. Then jobs created due to artificial intelligence. And jobs that cannot be replaced by AI. So next PPT. All right. I've only mentioned 2 of its impacts, which is education and finance. So nowadays in school, every child has a different pace of learning, correct? But the teacher only focuses on finishing the syllabus. And henceforth, most of the kids, they don't really understand what's going on. But artificial intelligence has really helped cater to these children and create courses specifically based on their levels of learning. So I'll just go into detail with that. First of all, as I stated, personalized learning. So personalized learning platforms such as Brilliant tend to understand the students' learning abilities and create tasks and exams specifically for the child. After that, we have virtual classrooms. Now, due to COVID-19, we have been more elaborate and, it's not really alien to us anymore. So in virtual classrooms, it really allows the student to access education from any part of the world with no limitations in facilities. After that, we have language learning apps. So I myself use Duolingo. I'm sure we've all heard of that. And language is a very complex thing. You travel 100 kilometers from somewhere and the language changes, the culture changes. And language also affects the way people speak, their accents. And henceforth, it's very hard to learn. But Due to AI and speech-to-text recognition, it helps correct your pronunciation, and it really teaches you languages in a more gaming manner. And so here we have speech recognition technology provides real-time feedback on pronunciation and helps students gamify language learning. After that, we have educational content creation. So nowadays, no one really pays attention in school. You sleep in school, you rest in school, you come back home and you watch YouTube to learn, or you use AI platforms to learn. Similarly over here, AI tools assist in creating educational content, and automated content helps educators develop engaging materials. After that, we have AI and its impacts in finance. So because this PPT was made by me, I don't really know much about finance and artificial intelligence and that, because I'm just 13 years old. But I just mentioned what I know. So to begin with, we have efficiency. Now, efficiency can include reducing manual work, increasing productivity, and enhancing the results. So I personally use Notion. Has anyone over here heard of Notion? Yeah? So I use Notion, but it's as a student, correct? It has artificial intelligence to create your own to-do lists. You have different templates, one which you can pay for, one that's free. And so over here, AI automates administrative tasks, reducing manual work and increasing efficiency. For example, ChatGPT. All right, then we have risk management. So AI enhances risk assessment and management in financial institutions. Predictive analysis helps in finding financial risks and opportunities. After that, we have fraud detections. So nowadays, frauds are very common, and henceforth, artificial intelligence is something that is crucially kind of contributed in this situation. AI analyzes financial transactions to detect and prevent fraud. Real-time monitoring improves security and reduces financial risks. Over here, we have artificial intelligence market size from 2022 to 2032. Now, this is just a mere prediction, right? And we can see that in 2022, the market size is simply $454 billion approximately. And over here, it's 2,575. But again, this is just a mere prediction, correct? It could either go a lot higher or a lot lower. We could have another dot-com bubble burst, but in AI. After that, we have ethics in AI. Now, this I'm a little educated about because I've learned this in school. And although AI seems to be quite beneficial to us, every innovation comes with certain issues. Suppose TNT was used in mines and also to cause destruction. Nuclear energy, to generate energy and also to create mass destruction. Well, AI is no different, and henceforth, there are certain rules that we need for AI to really work properly. Now, over here, we have certain issues that I'm most aware of. First of all, to begin with, there's bias due to real-world data, breach of privacy and collection of personal information, and ability to become self-aware. Now, artificial intelligence has not gained the ability to become self-aware yet. Henceforth, I haven't gone into detail with that. But the first two, I would like to explain in further detail. First, we have bias. Now, AI has not been developed to a stage where it has reached self-awareness and gained the ability to be biased for a certain group rather than the others. But what does AI really work on? Data, correct? And the real-world data is very biased. The blacks are not preferred, women are not preferred. And henceforth, when this data is fed into the AI system, then it causes the AI system itself to be biased. It's called GIGO, right? Garbage in, garbage out. For example, the Amazon recruitment system in 2014. So Amazon actually hired a recruitment system which was AI-based in 2014. And after a few years, people realized that it simply preferred men over women. As in, the number of men hired were a lot higher than the number of women employed. And that is simply because in the past, women were not as preferred for jobs as men were. And when this data was fed into the system, it was simply biased. After that, we have ProPublica AI system, which predicts the chances of repeated offenses by criminals in 2016. And this was basically to make the judges' work a lot easier, but instead it seemed to do the opposite. It stated that black men have higher chances of being criminals And this was simply because of the past data, right? And henceforth, it is not really the artificial intelligence system itself that's biased. It's the implementation of data that causes the AI system to be biased. Next. Breach of privacy and collection of personal information. This itself is a major issue in AI. First of all, it knows your location. It knows where you go and where you go to work, how you go to school, what time you go, the directions you take, the simplest route. Then it knows the restaurants you like, the parks you like to visit often. And then email, the complete list of all the emails sent and received by you, personal, private, or official, deleted ones. Then we have Hangouts. It has all of your chat records. Photos, all images of you along with your friends, with their names, and it's linked to your contact list so they know the numbers, their locations, everything. And hence, the data is related to us, and it is stored in large databases. This data can be used for several purposes, good and bad. After that, we have certain AI careers. Now, people are mostly concerned that AI has the ability, for me to lose my job. But there was the similar concern back when internet was new to us, correct? Most people were worried, internet can take my job and I will not have anything to do. And their worries were right. Internet has made people lose their jobs. But it has opened up way more jobs than the amount it has lost, right? So AI not only takes jobs, it also opens up more. In fact, the McKinsey Corporation stated that AI has the ability for people, around 75 million people to lose their jobs, but it opens up 133 million more. So there are two different types of AI careers. First being the core development and deployment of AI systems. Now, this includes software analysis, data scientists, etc. After that, we have careers helping in the deployment of AI systems related to their fields. Basically, the fields that use AI in their own way and to basically make their work a lot easier. Now, that includes medical professionals, defense specialists, graphic designers, etc. Next slide. Professions that AI cannot replace. This is something that I was very enthusiastic about because in the previous event, I had to actually speak in the panel and it was impromptu again, correct? So I just came up with this and I decided to implement it in my PPT itself. Artificial intelligence has the ability to make people lose jobs and open up jobs, but there are certain jobs that AI simply cannot replace. And those are jobs which include certain skills, emotions, and like suppose singers, actors, sports players. AI cannot replace that. Every single sports person has their own skill. Ronaldo is good at shooting, Neymar is good at dribbling, Messi is good at dribbling, Neymar has good skills. Every single football player have their own skills, something that makes them special, right? And if AI replaces that, then the game is no fun. There's no issue. It's always accurate. And it really connects to emotions. And football has a huge fan base. So does cricket and hockey. Henceforth, AI simply cannot replace sports or coaches. After that, we have singers and actors, right? I mean, it would be a joke to see AI as an actor or as a singer. And so certain jobs which come under this field just simply cannot be replaced.
I think since morning we've been talking about AI a lot, and the areas shagun, very shagun. Yeah, the 13-year-old, somebody who's studying in 8th standard, she already said the things that these are the type of things which we know about AI. So I think we need to ask a lot deeper questions. And see, the 13-year-old knows already so much, so you might have to play a little bit harder and give a little bit more insight than the 13-year-old has already given, isn't it? We're going to do this in a two-part. The first part, we're going to talk about the impact of AI. I think we'll start from where the whole knowledge originates. So we'll talk about the impact of AI in education field. So that's why we are starting education and skilling the way it should happen and how it should be doing and what all things AI can do. So that's the first part we'll talk. Second, we'll go to the organizations because that's where the impact is being felt. We'll hear from the industry experts and leaders and thought leaders that what is the having and how are they prepared? Are they prepared at all? AI, again, whenever we talk AI, something comes to our mind, and then if we go to the researchers, 80% of research is focused only on 2 or 3 areas. I'll share about those things as we go on. But then what are the newer areas in AI where people should focus or the direction of the whole world should go? So that's the third part which we are going to do. Impact done. After that, we're going to talk about ethics. We're going to talk about the framework, regulations. So that's AI regulatory framework. We'll take a little bit deeper dive into that. That data privacy is something which concerns most of us. So we'll talk about that. And finally, we'll end this presentation and panel discussion with ethical and responsible AI. So we'll hear the views from gentlemen here. So that's the flow. Ganesh sir.
I'm ready. So what I'm going to do is I'll start with a set of questions that we got from the audience in advance. So we start with those questions. So I'll start with the first question. How can traditional education integrate AI effectively? So this is primarily for enhanced learning, looking at teaching methods, curriculum, etc. So this question I would like to request Mr. Sumit Kumar. Can you please take a mic and share your thoughts, please?
Sure. I think a lot was covered by the young generation when she was presenting, right? So the education system needs to be looked at in a new perspective. Again, it's my opinion. ChatGPT, etc., is something which will help the students in terms of knowledge. But there has to be a lot of focus on creativity as well as social emotional learning, right? And that's going to be very important, right? AI is definitely going to help, again, aid the students as well as teachers in terms of knowledge, content creation, assessment, and reduction when it comes to administrative efforts, right? So those are things which are given in terms of advantages. But what needs to be looked at is how do we help still maintain that empathy, the connections with the students, right? And there is where I think that should be the focus, and that would continue to be the focus when it comes to education. And again, a lot of things around creativity, right? How do you assess not the knowledge, but you're assessing the skill, right? There's going to be a lot of focus on skill, creativity, and experiential based learning, right? And there's going to be a shift from how good you are in terms of content knowledge, but there's going to be more focus on application, right? How are you applying the knowledge? Assessment, in my opinion, would soon change from theoretical knowledge assessments to practical knowledge, right? Again, I don't know whether we would continue to have this offline assessments, right? There will be more practical assessments which will come into play. Those are some of the things which comes in my mind.
So my next question is around how can AI bridge educational gap and ensure fairness, preventing widening of inequalities that exist that we have, because India is a very vast country and we always have a divide between urban and rural, and the quality of education is something which AICT chairman stressed upon. My question is about how is it that we can prevent the widening of inequalities, because there's an access that typically students from the urban areas have in terms of infrastructure. So typically the students from the urban areas have access to infrastructure, maybe better quality of education too as compared to some of the rural areas as well. So how is it that we're going to bridge this particular educational gap that exists with AI and other aspects? So my question, this question is to Dr. Nikhil Agarwal. You are coming from IIT Kanpur, and IIT Kanpur has been a pioneer. Yeah, so I would request you to please respond to this question. It's working.
I would like to give a different aspect to it. Like, I think we are giving too much positivity to AI. I would like to play a devil's advocate here. You know, AI I see as a, imagine that there is a new Miss World and Mr. World being announced. Very good looking man and woman has been called as Mr. World or Miss World or Miss India or Mr. India. And then every Bollywood person is running after them to cast them into the movie. And then you realize that these people cannot act. So AI exactly the new Mr. India or Mr. or Mrs. India or Miss India. This is the situation of AI today. Maybe 10 years down the line, they may decide to act. So I think bridging the gap of skill and bridging the education gap between rural and urban India, I think it is a long way to go. First of all, and I'm sure there are so many professionals sitting here, I receive close to around 200 emails a day. Many students, many people startups send an email to me. And within a seconds, after reading those emails, and ChatGPT is just a year old, you can make out which is a ChatGPT email and which is a personalized email. Within seconds. There are new authors which have popped up after ChatGPT introduction on LinkedIn. There are millions of new authors. They are posting, they have never written a word in their own life. Now they are posting one article a day. Within seconds, you can make out, is this their own content or is it AI-based content? So AI has not become intelligent enough to fool human being till date. I think the replacement of AI, human will not happen. It will not be so easy. It will take maybe 10 years, 15 years or more development. It's going to happen, but not happen today. So we require better models. We require more human-centric models. There is a development happening. We may require more emotional intelligence into the build-up into the AI. Then only we can start teaching people at the much larger level. I don't think, and I'm really sorry to disappoint a lot of people here, I don't think AI can bridge the gap of education between urban and rural so easily as we speak about, as of now.
So thank you, Dr. Agarwal. I would say it is humane AI is what you're referring to in terms of try and look at building empathy and emotional intelligence or whatever it is into the technology as such. Now that we have understood the impact of AI on education and skilling a bit, I would request Haresh to take over and look at the employability in the jobs.
Different sentiments going on in here, isn't it, about the AI? I mean, how do you guys feel about AI? I mean, do you feel very upbeat about it? Any depressions coming in or feeling neutral? There's a code on this table. Everybody has this? Can you check this?
So there's a QR code on your tables.
There's a QR code. Do you want to scan this on your mobile and you'll come up with a screen?
You don't need to download any app.
No downloading. Let's talk something technology. So there's some technology happening. And just let me know, you're feeling upbeat about the AI, you're feeling depressed, you're feeling neutral about it. Let us know. We have somebody who has already voted. 2. Okay. And this is going at upbeat, neutral. Come on. Nobody is nervous here. Very good. Good signs. So you can look at the live results back there. So 9 people upbeat, 11, 8 neutral. Nobody is nervous yet. I think this is good sign. Okay. Some more people? Lovely. I think the mood is positive, Ganesh sir. We can go ahead with the next session. Otherwise, if it was depression, I think we would have gone to doctor. Though the doctor is orthopedic doctor, we could have still asked for some medicines. We have doctors who's going to talk about the AI. Charlene, I would want to come to you because you manage this job-related stuff. Everybody is worried. I mean, Shagun said jobs are going and people talk about jobs going. There'll be a lot of job losses which is happening. Job displacement is going to happen. What do you think organizations are doing about this? How can they handle this? And there could be economic and social impact of those people who are getting displaced. What do you think organizations are doing for this?
Sure. Well, good morning, everyone, and thanks, Harish, for that question. If I may take a little step back and try to probably bring some context to the ChatGPT. The GPT essentially is general purpose technology. And this is not the first time that we're experiencing a general purpose technology. We've had, a 3-mast ship. We've had steam engines. We've had cars. We've had aeroplanes. And every time a general purpose technology has stepped in, people always wonder, is it going to displace the existing jobs? So chariots, carriages were probably the ones which were likely to get displaced with the advent of cars. And that is not the case. So on similar grounds, even if you see the pioneers in this space, Sam Altman himself said that the first line of jobs which are likely to go would be the blue-collar jobs. Then the next would be probably the beginning of the white-collar jobs, the data entry jobs, and so on and so forth. And the creativity and the more sort of skilled jobs would be the last to go. And contrary to his expectations, it is the reverse flow that happened. The creative jobs were the ones which were first to get affected. And you see the marketing and the digital domain got affected significantly more. And the blue collar is actually least affected as of now. So what has happened is human ingenuity sort of surpasses people's expectations. There will be early adopters and there will be ignorers of any new technology that comes in. So if you are part of those adoption cycle, if you evolve, so there is prompt technology engineers that are required right now. There are multiple new domains that have opened up, which allows people to now sort of upskill themselves and go past what is not available, what is not doable by AI. So in terms of, and I agree with most people who have said this repeatedly, that we are still many, many years ahead in terms of AI actually making a significant impact. There's a report by McKinsey which says 30% of jobs, by 2030 will be taken over by AI. But at the same time, Shagun said it very clearly that twice the number of jobs will be created. So we really don't have to worry. It's important to not ignore and just be part of the upskilling and going forward with the journey that AI brings forth. Thank you.
I think जो मुसीबत की बात कर रहे आई नहीं है, this is what we are talking and this is what I'm hearing. I think 2030, but we haven't seen the signs. वरिंदर जी, आप मारुति से आते हैं, वहाँ इतने सारे लोग काम करते हैं, and the job losses, though I mean whenever it happens, we cannot wait, and you're in the strategy department, HR. Can you tell us what organizations generally as they're doing, if at all there is a job loss or if at all there is a new technology coming in, there is new AI coming in and everybody needs to be aware of it. What organizations are doing, what kind of strategies they are doing to reskill the existing employees? Reskilling is very important because somebody is with company for 20 years and you cannot ask him, boss, go, I mean, it's done. You might want to spend time on reskilling them, giving them equal opportunity. What kind of strategies organizations are doing, sir?
Thank you for asking a very, very apt and pertinent question to me, sir. We in Maruti, we are viewing, artificial intelligence, auto AI and auto ML as a world of opportunities for us. And they are the enablers, and we have built it at three-pronged strategy in our organization in terms of, first is creating awareness across Maruti at different levels, persona-wise, starting from blue collar to top. It starts from the top first, so we are creating a digital fluency skills, making top leaders aware, and then going it down the lines, and we are training all of them, making them aware how it is going to help them in enriching their jobs. Once they are aware, so then simultaneously we are introducing technology for managing change within the organization. So all the stakeholders are involved first, then introducing change gradually, evaluating change, not losing the human touch. It's from human resource to humanizing resource we are working at. So we have, three aspects. One is skill, 3S, skill, scale, scalability. Second is 3E in terms of economy, efficiency and effectiveness process. And next is 3C, communication, collaborative excellence and compassion. So seeing all these views we are designing, and then simultaneously we are creating an environment for upskilling, reskilling, and also whatever emerging skills are coming. So we are also spreading, training people within the organization. We have done both. First, how to create an ability, 3 parts: knowledge, skill, and ability. How to build those competencies. We have tied up with IITs and IIMs of the country to have cohorts to bring in, research and all those aspects. Joint research and cohorts have been created with the faculty. Second is we have adopted ITIs and institutions across India to build, create an curriculum for us, co-design the curriculum, which is the need of the industry. Third is we are also creating a startup ecosystem in Maruti to bring in and present and showcase what is happening in the world and keep improving day by day. So we have a Japanese philosophy of PDCA, plan, do, check, and act. And we do a lucid test where we are, where we want to be, and what are those tacit skills and engineering skills which you need to adopt for futures and keep upgrading them, build versus buy, both aspects. Thank you.
Lot of work being done at Maruti at this point of time, sir. I think there's another industry. Debashish, sir, I would like to ask your view as well, because you also come from this construction kind of business and those things. Can you give us your insight, what's happening in your industry to reskill the people and giving them the level playing opportunities? Debashish, sir. Do we have them? He's not there. I think it would have been really interesting to know that, because the IT industry, sir, everybody's preparing. But when there's a non-IT industry, the core manufacturing and where brick and mortar work is happening, I think we're missing some critical important points. Education, I think this is one more field where teachers might need to get upgraded. This is something where I think let's hear from Siddhant. Siddhant, can you tell us, in the educational institutes where teachers also might have to get upgraded, what kind of things can be done?
The teachers first need to understand that the curriculum also needs to be upgraded. Also, there needs to be certifications for the teachers to get upskilled. A lot of organizations these days are providing certifications. They have academia programs which they can collaborate with. The universities can collaborate with the organizations to be part of the academia programs. Get the teachers, the faculties upskilled, specifically on AI and Gen AI, get them certified so that they can further go back, train the students on the campus. That's one opportunity. The second is a lot of organizations again have this industry academia relationships, partnerships, where not just the certifications, but they also do a lot of TTT programs for the faculties, where they go on the campus, train the faculties, train the students on the campus. So that's another opportunity for them to be part of it. I think industry collaboration and partnership and exposure is something which goes hand in hand and can help the teachers be reskilled and upskilled to handle the questions that are coming in from the students directly.
I think hearing this question, the upskilling of teachers from the academician would be good. I think Venkatraman sir, can you share some insights about this? That what's happening with upskilling of the teachers with respect to AI?
Hello, thank you. I think you raised a very valid point that we need to upskill, reskill sometimes. Just give that sense of, first of all, it all starts with embracing the change. Whenever you want to say upskill or capacity building or leadership, we use it in different contexts. But basically, if you look at Telangana, what we are trying to do, we're not going to do one size fits it all kind of an approach. We're looking at the different categories of teachers. We have different levels. You have those from typical IITs, NITs, and from those from the universities. But you have to really categorize them. What is that basic? It's not that you start a program and AI and then float it and then give it to all. We're looking at core engineering, if you talk about technology. We're looking at specialized emerging areas and then looking at the special needs. That's one. Two, we're also looking at a more inclusive approach towards capacity building. I was just making a comment in a lighter vein, if you don't mind. The whole panel is full of men. Yeah. And if you look at the workplace today, if you look at my student base, 60% of my students are girl students. 50% are faculty from women segment. And I need to address those issues. So one, my upskilling has to be inclusive. Two, my upskilling has to be reaching the audience in the right manner. I can't have an advanced AI course where the core engineering is suffering because the basic knowledge is not there. So I will have to do a skill gap, knowledge gap, and a training and needs an assessment, and then do it. Second thing, you have to also recognize that somebody, our young girl told just some time back, I think she said, 100 kilometers, 200, be saying what happens in Delhi will happen in Hyderabad. So what happens in Odisha will not happen in Bengal. So we need to be region specific. And also the local, pace of learning. For example, those who are from rural backgrounds. My university has got 9,000 top minds of the state, if not country. They come from 10th class. Then I have to upskill them in technology. Then I have to upskill them in skills. Then I have to upskill them in placement. And so it's a big, I don't say it's a challenge, it's an opportunity. And especially people from the training and this thing. So my submission or my conclusion is that it's not a one-shot approach. It cannot be done with a single this thing. It has to be studied in detail and rolled out in phases. So, thank you.
I was tempted to say that this is going to be big. Big challenge, and the word you used, I'm so happy. I mean, it's not a challenge. It's an opportunity. I think excellent. That's really wonderful. You know, the way. Ganesha, would you like to take up on this future?
Yeah, so now that we have understood the impact of AI on education and skilling, we also looked at employability and job. Advancement and research that is happening in the field of AI. So this question is to you, Mr. Vinay. How can AI models be made more transparent, more interpretable, and for user trust? In terms of specifically, if you can touch upon areas like healthcare and finance, in terms of how is it that we can build models which can actually like bring in a kind of trust factor? Yeah.
Sure, Ganesh. Good afternoon. First, my all views are mine. My brand McDonald's and my company have nothing to do with this. Okay, it's a byproduct come with when you work with a brand like McDonald's and Coca-Cola. I will just when you see the research development or the critical institutions like healthcare and all, I will give you a small example. It's a coincidence. Yesterday, my daughter was just tried to get some information on rickets, that is a disease, on ChatGPT. And it's because of the vitamin D and all. And she came and told me, Papa, how effortlessly it is coming. I said, no, beta, it's not came effortlessly. You are viewing it effortlessly. There are a lot of efforts gone inside that. So, and then whatever coming, the output of ChatGPT is the view or that is the knowledge what she is going to get. But if we are not going to be very transparent, we are not going to make her understand how this entire information is coming, it is going to be very, very dangerous. It is really going to be very, very dangerous. So, first thing is why this information or the AI-based knowledge is important and how we can gain the trust of the user. So, first, I think there are 5 components. Transparency is one of it. It should be fairness. You have to make user understand whatever the output is coming is quite fair. Second, it should be explainable. You can explain why it is coming. Third, I will take it should be robust. So we have to ensure user, whatever the technology we are using at the back end is robust enough and making the proper information as an output. Fourth one is the transparency. So we can expose our employees or the industry because we are still in a very, very initial stage of the adaptation of the AI. So we have to be very transparent. What kind of data model what kind of data set we are training, So those are the important thing. And the fifth one is privacy. So how we will ensure the privacy is maintained out of all these things. So being a technocrat, I never see the front end of the ChatGPT, because as a CIO, I have to ensure the data security, compliances, and the right information at the right time. So this is what is the importance I feel.
Okay. So thank you, Sumit. Sumit, you work in the healthcare domain, right? Yeah. So you've been doing a lot of innovation in that area. So can you just talk a little bit about how you establish trust whenever someone is referring to a tool like ChatGPT or whatever it is? Can I trust that information 100%? Now there's front end and back end that we talked about. So can you just talk about implications in healthcare?
Sure. When it comes to healthcare, I think adoption of AI, it's going to be very, very slow, right? Again, primarily because of the impact, right? You're touching somebody's life, right? So I'm not saying that it will not get adopted at all. The adoption is going to be primarily to start with the administrative jobs, right? Which does not impact patient journey. But when it comes to patient journey, again, it would help aid in decision making. End of the day, the clinician is the one who needs to take accountability, right? And there is where the trust needs to come in from the clinician. Clinician needs to see there is enough trust in the decisions which is being supported by AI vis-a-vis AI driving clinical decisions. That's not going to help, right? And clinical pathways, etc., is something which will get enabled through AI. But end of the day, it will be dependent on patient outcomes, right? So are patients seeing the right outcomes? It is not about efficiency. It is not about cost, right? Yes, those are going to be important, but it is going to be all around patient safety, right? So again, I would say this industry is going to be slow in adopting it, especially on the clinical side, but there is going to be a lot of innovation out there.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is in the area of advancement and future advancements and research that is happening in the area of AI. So Saurav, you've been working in this area and you've been building a lot of applications and you're using the technology too. You have a research team as well. So can you just throw some light on what are the future advancements and how AI is going to impact us in the future with whatever peripheral and other technologies which are complementary to AI as well?
Sure. Hi all. So I'll take this question as the opportunity to share a vision for the future that I have, wherein most of the human labor, human effort is replaced by AI. So as of today, or if we go back in time when we did not have machines, why were humans working? Humans were working because of the compulsive needs of food, shelter, clothing, survival, and a curiosity to explore the universe or the world that we see around. Now, at that time when there were no machines, only energy that functioned was human energy. Human had to move their hands, human had to do things. Then machines came. Most of our work was taken over by those machines, but not all. And those machines were partially capable. They were not able to do, they were able to do some physical things, some non-physical things, but as time proceeded, we learned what we have to do and what machines should do for efficiency. Similarly, when this advancement in machine learning and AI is coming, I see a world where a small number of humans and a large number of machines and AI bots are running this world, and humans do not have to work for livelihood, for survival. Most of the activities that we do on a day-to-day basis or corporates do will be replaced by AI bots, video bots, machine learning algorithms, and human time will be saved for even more constructive things like research or understanding the outside world in a deeper sense, are looking at planets and stars and understanding what is out there. Or we can spend our time on creativity, which is imaginations, which machines cannot do, including AI, ML. And similarly, humans will spend their time on understanding their inner consciousness or their inner world and enjoying life. Like they'll be more with people, there'll be more connections, they'll be more with nature. So we are moving to a time when most of our tasks will be offloaded. The concerns that we have about reskilling is when the technology will take over most of the human effort and we don't have to do anything. In terms of the research direction, to support this, we are moving into, in the immediate sense, autonomous driving is coming, human avatars are coming. We transitioned from chatbots to now voice interfaces are coming, and most of the human interactions is in voice. Those voice interactions or voice interfaces are just outside. They will be out in the market pretty soon. And then video interfaces are coming, video bots are coming, video avatars are coming, who humans like humans do. Today they're not able to emote well. They have limited understanding of the natural language and limited emotional intelligence, as everybody pointed out. But the research is paced in such a way that those milestones will be achieved in a few years, and we'll see a world where most humans do not need to work a lot. Yeah.
Thanks, Saurabh. My next question is Nikhil Agarwal. You are widely traveled and you have actually been a part of so many symposiums across the world. How can AI be regulated to ensure ethical use across applications?
So there is, ethical AI is certainly a big issue. There is already an effort. Rajiv Chandrasekhar made a statement. There is a task force which has been constituted to understand the responsibility of the AI. So more than the ethical AI, I would use the term responsible AI. Ethics is a little a thin line. We all are responsible people, and that's what differentiate between us and any other robot or a machine, that the humans are more responsible, humans are more emotional. So my first comment about the emotional connect of artificial intelligence or emotional aspect of the any kind of machine which is there, which is important. There is a institute, in fact, now been funded by most of the top tech institution. It's called Institute for Responsible AI. It is, I think, is based out of California. There is effort being done at the EU level about the responsible use of AI. So there is already quite an effort which is going on across the world, that how the AI, first of all, one of the challenge I'm sure a lot of you must have seen, the AI gives non-verified data. In fact, that problem has been partially resolved in the new version of Gemini, which is Google AI, which is also called the Bard. So in Bard, that is partially resolved, but their dependency is also on the search data. Now there is an effort going on with NVIDIA. NVIDIA has a new AI model called Merlin. Then Facebook has another model called Lalama. So there are various models which are trying to understand and verify the data, whether, so if you upload the fake data online, let's say this particular event has happened on 26th of January 2024, and after a while you ask the AI that what happened in this event in 2024, what Shrikant Sinha or Nikhil Agarwal or anybody else have said, most likely AI will pick up that information and give you. So that is the responsibility of the AI, to give a verified information. So still the dependency is on the online data. The verification is a challenge. So that's the reason I said when the AI has to be more emotional and responsible as we go forward. And there has to be a regulation. You cannot go without regulation. Humans are bound by the regulation. Why not AI?
Okay, so thank you very much, sir. So my next question is to Professor Venkatramana. How can countries collaborate to establish constituent international standards for AI regulation?
I'll just reply very shortly. First of all, we are in the age of co-optation. Co-optation would mean not just competition, collaboration too. So when you talk about co-optation, it means collaboration between countries, states, and entire thing. For example, the government of Telangana yesterday announced that we'll have the AI summit in Telangana. So it's a beginning. Similarly, if you have best practices around together and treat it like a, again, taking his word of responsible AI, how do we make it more societal, of inclusive? And how do we put some proper examination or evaluation? There are ifs and buts to that. So to begin with, I think, India being the tech leader and going future, the talent is here, we have the demographic dividend. I think we and people like us, all of us sitting in this hall, should really make a good amount of exercise on this. Without proper planning, it cannot be done. As they say, 98% should be pre-launch of all these initiatives and just 2% should be review. So I think we hold the educational system also to look into this. And I think the beginning is just to have an open mind on this and not come to any kind of prior decisions on this. I think let's keep in fact, whenever the date is announced, the AI summit will be there. I have with me colleagues from the government. So I think, we'll pass on that. I think that's the first thing I can tell about my state. Thank you.
Yeah, so India also took a lead with the GPAI that happened about a couple of weeks before here in Delhi, where about 29 countries participated together to collaborate and things like that. So that's something which is an excellent sign as well. Haresh, you want to take over before we move further?
Because when we had Vivekanand, so somebody from Adobe, hardcore technology guy, I always had this question, whenever you download this app, they would want to access everything on your mobile. All the data, I want to access your contact cards and your emails and everything, I think. They keep taking the data. Where these data are going, I think. I don't know. They might be collecting it for training. We don't know, So, Vivek, I would like to ask you this question, how are organizations, those who are working on these AI kind of apps, they're taking informed consent for, to the user, that informed consent for using the training data, and are they safeguarding that data in interest of the person who owns the data? If my data is going, are you telling me that, yes, this is all I'm taking and I'm going to use this and I'm going to protect it? What's organizations doing for this?
Thank you for setting up beautiful context. So this is related to, so whenever we are advancing to technology, there are potential risks associated to it. So we have to be very careful. How do we use it? And the important aspect is that we have to think about from 3W perspective. What, where, and how. So basically what means, what is purpose of collecting that data? Why that particular website or application is asking for that in clear communication. So whenever we are downloading any application, visiting any website, there should be a disclaimer. Many times it pops up, but we ignore. And then without reading everything. So that is the problem. So websites and applications, whatever, making those applications, they have to be careful to give some sort of control to the users, what they want to share and what they do not. So there should be some sort of setting. Yes, I want to share my name. Maybe I want to share my city. Not more than that. So there should be options provided to the end user. So that's what, when we develop any software, we provide terms and conditions. Okay, we often avoid that. We said, yes, go ahead and install it. So might be mobile application. It's sending it's reading all your SMSs. It's reading entire your call logs, right? So you have to be careful what application is supposed to do that. Is that legitimate? Are you agree with that or not? Then only you proceed. If you don't agree with that terms, do not use that software. Look for an alternate which is better in terms of how that is going to use your data. So first thing I talked about, how. Okay, so what. So what it is going to store. Second thing we have to keep in mind is where. So where it will store. if it is secure or not. So what data center it is using, it is security encrypted or not. Because nowadays there is lots of hacking instances. Entire website, entire data, even you can say data centers are getting hacked. So we have to be careful if organization is giving me guarantee that it will be saved in safe store or not. And third thing, when it will be used, okay, and it will not be shared by anyone. So these are the three things which we need to be careful while visiting any website, installing application. So let's be careful about these things. And let me add some more context, okay? It's not about organizations. Even Google, right, recently, 2.5 years ago in US like advanced country, there was a lawsuit, law case where a law firm, on behalf of users, so they, put a, you can say, case against Google that they are not honoring the terms and conditions of the incognito mode, okay? So most people use it, okay? Very dangerous thing, okay? If you are entering some data, you are searching something, what sites you are visiting, all those information got exposed. So in that case, it was exposed, and Google also accepted that those data were somehow exported and sent and you can say sold to third-party advertisement companies, okay? So that is major, you can say, violation in terms of data privacy. So we have to be careful. Even companies like Google may sometimes fall. So as an organization, as a professional, you have to make regular audits. Even you are safe, but make some regular audit, make some ethical hacking to understood if there is a risk towards the data that you are storing from the end user perspective. Because you are liable and you are responsible to maintain that securely, and that data is not compromised. So that is organization's responsibility. And also as an individual, we have to be careful how we are accepting those terms and conditions, without reading we are proceeding. We have to be very, very careful.
So looks like it's coming on to us only that we have to be a little bit careful. Companies like Google also have to be careful if such big companies also can fall prey of this kind of hackers. I think, let's measure some sentiments, guys. Do you have this open? The QR code stuff? QR code thing? I would like to hear from you. Last time it was close question, either yes, no, or you to just choose something. Now I want you to put a word. When you hear a word called AI, what comes to your mind? Till yesterday, ChatGPT was coming in my mind, or somebody might talk about job loss. What first word comes to your mind when you hear the word AI? Can you please type in that?
Now you've exit the app, you can just scan the QR code again and then give your response.
Make in India, wow, this is the live, this is real live, sir, live session happening. Okay, we have intelligence, easy, transformation, generative AI. There's nice word cloud coming up, gentlemen, if you want to see it behind. Lovely, okay, what all coming up? What word comes to your mind when you hear the word AI? Job loss is coming in the center somewhere. Okay. Did I see that the word? Wow, look at that. Threat, support, transformation. Wow. Excellent. I think there's a range of emotions are spreading here. They say in Gita also, Ati sarvatre varjete. So anything which is more or excess is poison. AI इतना ज़्यादा करते हैं हम लोग and ज़्यादा poison नहीं हो जाए. But I think we need to take care also of those kind of things. This is an open question, I would like to say, but Shrikant sir.
Mr. Patel,
yes,
I
sir.
would just like to mention one thing. A
Yes,
couple of years ago, Sophie, the first humanoid, had come to Hyderabad, and I had the opportunity of meeting its creator, David. And I asked if Sophie and Sir Alan Turing were having a conversation, what would be about? And I thought that was the best definition that I heard of AI, which was endless possibilities.
Endless possibilities. Wow, look at that. So possibilities are getting created, and I think Earlier, the word with kind of challenge which I had in my mind, but when I walk out, I will walk out with opportunity. I think this is the kind of positivity is getting created. But we need to take care of a lot of things, lot of new researches which have to happen, and breakthrough technologies or breakthrough innovations needs to happen. But this is the area which I want to focus. So what breakthroughs are required in areas specifically for privacy preserving technique? The things like federated learning which we have heard. What kind of learnings, what kind of new breakthroughs which is required specifically in this area? Anybody would like to answer? And Shrikant sir, if you can also answer the privacy preserving techniques.
Thank you, first of all, inviting me for such a galaxy of experts, being part of them. I think what we need to understand is a couple of things. First is, our students who are entering college today, by the time they graduate, 40% of the jobs will be non-existent, right? So we have to know that. Of course, our friend from Google, etc., from Adobe said that, you know, there are times when you are told what is happening with your data. But I want a show of hands over here in the hall, right, to see how many of you have actually read the end user license agreement before clicking I agree. Only one person. Are you a lawyer by profession? Yes, you are. There you go. Well, so that's what I'm saying. And if I ask a question, right, how many of us have given our Gmail passwords to a friend or a family member? Can I see a show of hands, please?
We're not showing this.
Be true to yourself. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Privacy is something that we are not very, very careful about. Right? A couple of years ago, there was this startup. I was part of the NASCOM, I was the CEO of NASCOM Foundation earlier, and we used to talk about tech for good and also startups, etc. So there was the startup which used to actually, whenever you enter a mall, through NFC, it used to find out what is there in your notes and your list. For example, you're looking at a Nike shoe, and you put it over there, automatically you would get a message from the Nike store over there. So what was happening in the background was, this was being analyzed, right? And it was not a real auction, but an AI-based auction through the various stores over there, where actually you were a product and you were being sold to those stores, and whoever was giving the best return and scheme, you were guided to that store saying that, look, this is how you reach that, and automatically your Google map would open up, right? And this was about 4 or 5 years ago. Today, if you look at it, it's important for us to see what's happening. About 6 months ago, 1.5 million records, right? Using a thing which was PassGen, a password, AI password generator, more similar to ChatGPT. My God. That was a thunderous thing, but anyway. So what had happened, of course, you'd be surprised to hear that out of this 1.5 million records, in less than a minute, 51% passwords are hacked. Less than a minute. In 10 minutes, 61% were hacked. And so on and so forth. 80% were hacked in a day. And I'm not talking about the favorite password of all of us, password 1234, right? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about proper passwords. And that is where it is. So today you have to understand that a lot of people are using, for example, hacking that is happening right now has moved to the blockchain, right? You have to have, so we have to think for the future. Today we are talking about algorithms, we are talking about large language models, you are talking about small language models. With large language models, ChatGPT, the compute power that is required today is huge, right? How do you ensure, so such models have to be created which can easily be implemented, right? And we will need to come up with different models. Quantum security is one such thing, quantum cryptography as it's called, is one such model which can definitely be adopted. But, as a relief to all the people over here, I don't think, AI is going to take over, at least not till the compute power available today is 10 times of what it is. But if I apply the Moore's law, which used to be technology changes, in 18 months, it's much shorter cycle now. So probably, in less than a decade, we could reach there. But today, what is important is that as of now, we need different thought processes. We need responsible AI, as my co-panelist Nikhilji also said. And that is where the thing is. So we ourselves have to ensure that we are careful. We protect ourselves as much as possible, cyber security. In fact, in IR 4.0, 5.0, it's a host of technologies which will have to work together. It will not be only AI and machine learning. By the way, I also have an objection to the word learning, because as per me, pets and machines get trained, right? It's human who learn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is a new type of places where the research must focus. Ganesh sir, would you like to take us towards the end?
Yeah. So I have a question for Mr. Neeraj Arora. So, sir, you represent ASSOCHAM, which is a Chamber of Commerce for the industry, and you work with government influencing policy and regulation and aspects like that. So what collaborative measures can establish worldwide ethical standards to ensure accountability and ethical breaches, right? So how is it that you are working with the government, and what is happening, if there is something that you could share, which is for the public domain, right? And I'm very sure a lot of these things are confidential, I understand, but if there is something that we can hear, which can be shared in the public domain, please.
Yes. Thank you so much. So first of all, I think we should start with the definition of AI. So, you were just asking, what is your understanding with AI? So AI is basically not the artificial intelligence, but the intelligence which is artificial. So I would say that, AI is basically the simulation of human intelligence by the machines. So, we cannot think of any technology, whether it is good or bad, without the human intervention. So human will also be there, human intervention will also be there, human intelligence will also be there. So the only point is that, the development, designing, deployment, use of this technology must be in a safer, transparent, accountable and responsible manner. We all know that, every potential opportunity comes with a potential risk. So the same is with AI also. And we have seen it in the past also that, whenever a new technology comes, it comes with the opportunities and the risks. So we have to take care that, we have to utilize, maximize the opportunities and minimize the risks. So I think, if we take care of 4 or 5 aspects, 4 or 5 factors, I think it will be beneficial for the Indian economy. The betterment of human life, for increasing the efficiency, the comfort. So I think the government, because we are industry association and we have specific councils, we have a specific, team committee on this subject also. And various leading IT companies, organizations working in AI are associated with us. And government is definitely making policies time to time and improving these policies with the inputs from, the industries. So many meetings have been done, and many regulations have been formed, and government is now fine-tuning these regulations by the input of various such companies. So I think government is now working on 4 or 5 aspects, which is data privacy first of all, because now the technologies are using lots of personal data, and this data is stored somewhere, we all know. So government is making policy so that this data can be prevented, this theft, can be stopped, and this data can be utilized for the betterment, for the, so government is making policies for that. Lots of inputs are already given, this brainstorming is going on. Second, I'm personally handling this education and skill vertical, and I've seen that government is doing lots of work on skilling, upskilling and reskilling, because that is very much required. We all should know that, the people, those who are working, the companies, those who are working in this field, they should design, develop, deploy, and use, this entire system in a responsible manner. So for that purpose, I think skilling, upskilling, and reskilling is definitely required, and many companies have already started working on this. So our Ministry of Skill, NSDC, they are also working on this. They have specifically designed courses on AI now. We have just listened to AICT chairman also. He has also mentioned that now this course has been introduced in our engineering curriculum also. I mean, my son is studying in 9th class, so he also has a subject specifically on AI. I mean, we have never seen this subject in 9th class. So they have a subject AI, So at that level, and NEP also has this subject AI, Third, I think, the government is working on improving the infrastructure because, definitely these technologies need lots of infrastructure, the high-speed internet, which is not there, even in the villages now. So third point is this, and then I think government is working on this, regulations also. So they are working on making, stringent rules, ethical concerns, about using this technology. So these 4-5 vectors where government is closely working with the industries. That's it. Thank you.
So I think we have actually exceeded the time allotted to us. So we may have to skip the live Q&A, but there is a cloud that we asked. There's a question that we asked to the audience. Are you fine to exchange or compromise your data privacy for better AI convenience? So we have a voting of about 23 people who say no, data privacy is more important than whatever. So what is the response? So they want data privacy over convenience. Okay, so that's good.
So I think we should talk to these 3 guys.
These are more important.
Ganesh sir, this is like, there is a very old quote from Mahabharata. Janami adharmam nachate nivruti. अधर्म क्या है मुझे पता है लेकिन मैं उससे बाहर नहीं आ पा रहा हूँ. ये 25 लोग जो है, ask them whether they really not compromise their thing despite knowing that a lot of data is going in there. So हम लोग को पता है कि what we are doing wrong, but still we are getting into it more and more. We need to be more careful, as a lot of people have said us. Yes, sir, you want to add something?
Just a point that actually these are 2 questions, separate questions. I'm willing to exchange data, but I don't want to compromise my data. So it's a double-edged kind of a question.
Double-edged kind of stuff.
I'm willing to exchange data as far as it's for good, but I definitely don't want to compromise my data.
Very good.
Okay, so thank you very much, panelists, for contributing to this exhilarating discussion, I would say, about disruption to innovation, covering various aspects that we talked about: impact to education and skilling, impact on AI to employability and jobs, talking about future of AI. We're also talking about regulation a lot, and in terms of data privacy and security. So thank you very much. And since the questions are something which are already put on the Mentimeter.
One thing I would like to say that, it's very, very important. May artificial intelligence is coming, so from a responsibility perspective, it's very, very important wherever it's compromising the human part or human, social part is concerned. No technology is good. So that's what, while we are evaluating technology for our, organization as well. So we are keeping in view all those aspects while evaluating, that up to what extent it is going to impact and create, damage to the humans. So then we ignore that. We take it away. If it is impacting health, it is impacting humans. So I always use one word. उसमें हम बोलते हैं, when human touch की हम बात करते हैं, कि मैं फूल हूँ गुलाब का, एक कसक छोड़ जाऊँगा. मैं फूल हूँ गुलाब का, एक कसक छोड़ जाऊँगा. मुरझा भी गया तो महक छोड़ जाऊँगा. So that's the beauty of it. So in terms of skilling also, we always say that तालीम कहाँ दी जाती है उन परिंदों को उड़ानों की, तालीम कहाँ दी जाती है उन परिंदों को उड़ानों की जो खुद तय करते हैं मंजिल आसमानों की. So sky is the limit for us. So let's work and find the world of opportunities through this AI. Thank you.
So thank you very much.
जय हिंद. आवाज नहीं आई. अच्छा, दूसरा सवाल. How is the Josh? How is the Josh? As an Indian Army officer, I tell you, sir बोले, ma'am बोले, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. इज्जत रहनी चाहिए. Discussing armed forces and AI. So I really hope that next time we have a session, we deal with this point more, because armed forces and the defense sector these days are quite inseparable. Though it is a paradox that as army personnels, we are not allowed to be on social media. We are not allowed to be on Instagram or the other social media channels. But at the same time, army is hugely digitized. And every day, we are raising the notches and raising the bars even higher. So let me just give you one very basic idea. Well, it is a global village these days. Whatever happens in Ukraine or Russia or Israel or Palestine affects every single person, even in India. May it be business, may it be technology. Since I represent armed forces, I would like to tell you that whenever any new technology in defense is brought in any part of the world, automatically the technology of globe takes a rise. So nothing happens in isolation. I have a very interesting take on leadership. Since I'm representing my organization, I will not speak on AI in leadership today, but I will tell you that for the people of armed forces, leadership is still a contact sport. We meet, we talk, we engage, we know about each other. क्योंकि आज भी जोश, जुनून, जज्बा, खून, पसीना, यही हमारी जिंदगी है. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to be here and proud to be representing my organization, that is Armed Forces. So I'm very, very, very glad to be on this exalted platform here of Indian Tech Talent League. And my compliments to entire team of My Anatomy, ITTL, for putting up this amazing show. You see the topic that I have got to speak. From battlefield to boardroom, evolution of leadership in disruptive era. Let me tell you, my dear ladies and gentlemen, last 30 years of my life, I have actually lived, breathed this topic. And it would be my pleasure to share few life lessons. Let me begin by wishing all of you a very, very happy new year. And let me transport you to a very different New Year celebration. A dark, cold, moonless night. Date 31st December 1997. Place Leh Military Airfield. Altitude 11,000 feet. Rarefied atmosphere. For those who do not know what rarefied atmosphere means, ask a Fauji. Rarefied atmosphere means that the oxygen is less, very less. Your lungs scream for oxygen. This night, the mercury had dipped down to minus 15 degrees. And when the world was celebrating to usher in the new year, a lone lady officer was supervising her team that was tasked with clearing the snow from the military airstrip. The purpose was to clear the airstrip so that the aircrafts of Indian Air Force could land in the morning. The Indian Air Force is the only connect for every logistic supply and movement of men and material. Well, This was also the time when women officers were very few in this alpha male domain, all across men, and only one lady officer. That night, all eyes were on that lady officer. Whether she could lead her men, battle-hardened men, in this physically and mentally daunting scenario. Can she get the runway cleared? Can she make it possible for the Indian Air Force planes to land well on time? There was no margin of error. She knew that her personal conduct and professional acumen is the only key to survive. Rather, not only survive, my dears, but to thrive. After many hours of relentlessly being on tarmac, motivating her team to work harder, she finally was satisfied and gave a thumbs up to ATC. A big shabash to her team. They all said Happy New Year to each other with steaming hot mugs of tea brought from the langar. The men, they silently accepted her as the leader. This was the sight next day. 1st of January 1998, 0430 hours, AN-32 of Indian Air Force takes off from Chandigarh Military Air Base to land smoothly at Leh Military Airfield. Why am I sharing this with you? The lesson. Your actions get you acceptance and respect. So as the first lady officer in high altitude and extreme cold climate area, I was tested and judged on many fronts. 2 years later down the line, in 1999, the Battle of Kargil took place. Icy heights at an altitude of 16,000 to 18,000 feet got embroiled in a battle. By this time, I was well entrenched in my role as a supply chain management expert in high altitude. I became the first lady officer to be part of battle zone in Operation Vijay. I fought this battle as a mother of one child, pregnant with another child. I was in second trimester of pregnancy. My husband was fighting the battle in the most treacherous area of Dras. But above all, I fought this battle as a soldier of Indian Army. Gender does not matter. This is a story of a time when there were just a handful of women who had any visibility in the space. And the culture was very different. Well, it is important for me as a trailblazer of that time to share the story with all of you, so you know what it takes to be first in any domain. Well, you are right. On the extreme, my left, that is me. And this is just before the Battle of Kargil started. Now the demographic has shifted radically. We have a statistically larger saturation of women in armed forces and also in corporate boardrooms. So to the women who are present in audience today, I will say, and please, I request you to take this message far and wide, that times are surely changing. With more and more women stepping into the careers that were traditionally male-oriented, the mental makeup of society is fast changing. But many challenges still remain just the same. One of them being work-life family balance. And of course, with the changing times, this balance is not restricted only to women. Men too face the same problems, the work-life family balance. But for women, you can be a mother, a young wife, you may have pressing family responsibilities, but just know that quitting is never an option. It is a very done thing that the first casualty in any kind of problem becomes a woman's career. The first thing you decide to leave is your career. Quitting is not an option. Even if the work is physically or intellectually challenging, you have to hang in there. You have to learn. You have to prove your worth. One thing is very important for every woman especially. You have to find your support system. That support system can be in form of your husband, can be in form of your family, it can be in form of your extended relations, friends, or simply a maid that you have employed. But learn to keep a support system that will help you navigate through difficult times. And remember, by choosing a path that is less traveled, you will open the doors to many others who perhaps lack the courage to do so. I can, in a nutshell, just share with you that if I stand here as a woman officer, from the very initial batches of girls coming into army, last 30 years have taken the sweat and blood. When we started women in Indian Armed Forces, it was called WSES, Women Special Entry Scheme. For all you know what a scheme means, chali chali, nahi chali, dabba ban. It started as a scheme. The sweat and blood of my generation made this commission into short service commission. Thereafter came the permanent commission. Recently, the girls have started coming into the post or the appointments of commanding officers. You take a time, 93, 94, when I joined army, people did not know that girls have joined army. My jawans looked at me कि जैसे कोई बच्चा fancy dress में फौजी वर्दी पहन कर आ गया. They could not comprehend that girls have come into army. From that time, now when the women have started commanding the installations, what a huge journey it's been. And these disruptive eras take us forward. And I have a dream and I have a vision. And God, give me the opportunity to live to see the day when a whole squadron of Rafales is being flown by the women fighter pilots. Allow me to live to that day when a whole squadron of armored tanks is not only being taken forward by women, but being commanded by a women armored officer. I want to live to see the day when the